Hey, yo, we got this going on today. We got Overwatch going. Of course, as you guys may know, it is the Overwatch Championship Series. This is like, I think, the final bracket or whatever. I didn't get to it on time. I completely forgot about it the other, like, whatever the other time was. So I'm like, shit. But it's okay. We got this going. And I think there's like 2 more games. I know there's skins that are out for this, and I know for a fact I'm not gonna get them, which is fine. Is a character that I don't really play anyways, which is Ash. But I would still like to get the skin, you know. But like I said, I won't get it in time. I 100% guarantee I will not get it in time. So it's fine. Hey, yo.
What's going on, y'all? PG here, and today we're watching OWCS Major. Hey.
Welcome back to the OWCS Major here at DreamHack Dallas. As you can see, we brought some special guests out here on the desk. We've got some of the boys from NRG Shock just announced this weekend. Guys, how's it feel being at LAN, being at DreamHack?
Feels awesome. Nice seeing everybody and playing on stage for the first time.
It's definitely great. I mean, I've been to like all the OWL events recently, like past over the years, and being able to play at one, definitely surreal. Better experience than watching.
Yeah, just playing on stage was like just super fun. I can't wait to do it again.
Yeah, we definitely want to see you back at more LANs coming out of NA. I mean, what an incredible set of games we've had today. Incredible matches, so close. Although coming up next, EU coming back, trying for vengeance against Asia. Do you think they have what it takes? I'm a little bit of a doubter. I'm believing in the Korean teams. What do you guys think?
Oh, crazy raccoon head.
All right.
I'm definitely an EU believer. I mean, I might be biased. Like,
Turn that up a little bit more so we can hear it.
So, helping for the EWC slots. So, SSG all the way.
SSG's gonna like 3-0. Landon's the best BAP. Hottie's one of the best tanks.
Yo!
SSG's got this.
All right. And you think the tank matchup's winnable? You think you can make it happen into the Mauga?
Yeah, no, I think Hottie can play against Junvin Mauga for sure.
Maybe if anyone can do it, it might be Hottie. He's got the crowd behind him. He's got NRG Shock behind him. Pretty exciting. What about these SSG? We talked about some of those SSG players. I'm curious. Let's go down the line. I'm curious about your role, about some of these guys. What about the DPS, PG? You think Sparker's got what it takes? Can he take it to lip?
I think Sparker definitely has what it takes. I think coming into this tournament, he's definitely one of the most underrated hit scans coming out.
You think he can take it to lip though? I mean, we're talking about lip. This is arguably the hit scan GOAT.
I think Sparker has what it takes. He's definitely underrated.
Okay. Rack, how about you? What about the support lineup?
Honestly, Funny Astro, Landon, dominant support line. Played with Landon in the past. I think he's insane at what he does. Perfect for the team. Funny Astro, insane Lucio pickup for the team as well.
Yeah. What about Hottie? You think the Ryan? Do you think we're gonna see Ryan in this series infected?
Yeah, they're definitely gonna pull out the Rhine somewhere. If anybody could do it, Toddy.
Yeah.
Sure. So.
No doubt. I'm super curious to see what strategy Space Station comes out with. I think Crazy Raccoons is the more winnable matchup of the two teams from Asia for Space Station Gaming. I think honestly, Space Station had a tough time against Falcons, but Raccoons, they love that Cassidy, and I think there's a real chance that could be caught out by SSG. But I mean, regardless of strategy, there's just a raw skill situation here on Crazy Raccoons. I mean, you just load into the server. What would you guys feel? You come into the ranked lobby and you got Crazy Raccoons players on the other team. Are you feeling confident? Can you play with that confidence on stage against these guys?
It's definitely scary playing against Liv. Like after looking up to a player and then playing against them, or like being in the same playing field as them, is insane. So
yeah, I'm saying like if I go against any Crazy Raccoon on their own in like ranked, I'm scared for my life. But you know, if I go against 5 of the SSG players, I'm more scared than just a few of them.
Yeah, their team play has been one of the things I've been highlighting all tournament long. It's been incredibly impressive. Whenever we do the comms listen in, SSG is just ice cold, even in the clutch moments. That's really impressed me. I mean, you guys can speak to how difficult it is to execute on that level with the pressure of land. I mean, what was it like for you guys, for those of you first time playing on stage? What is that experience like? What is the pressure like having the crowd there right in front of you?
Personally, I was like really nervous because we just got signed the shock and we're playing on stage for the first time, but I think it was a good experience for us. And like players like these are gonna do perfectly fine on stage.
Yeah, I think the veterancy is definitely going to come in clutch for Space Station Gaming. They're really going to need to lock in because I think the team play is going to be critical. That's their real hope in this series, that the rush can just be so clean, so effective. What do you think about Psycho? Actually, this is a player we've been talking about for Space Station for a bit here in these tournaments. In the past, London Spitfire, they were so committed to playing rush. That was kind of the only look they had. But with this roster, with Psycho coming in, I think he's really elevated their flexibility. How important is that flexibility when it comes to the strategy at this level of the game?
I think the game itself has just evolved so much. You see so much change now, like especially widening the hero pool. Back when, Insane May, but you're not going to be able to run that against, Pharah, Venture. You're not even going to be able to shoot them. You put a Tracer in there, can pressure everyone. Just a really good pickup overall.
Yeah, PGE, what about you? What about the
I just realized I forgot what I do.
What do you think about it?
I forgot to say, hey, I'm live.
Ready to bring out the
Oh, shit.
I'm ready to bring out the Flex DPS. I've been working on it a little bit. My Genji might be there.
He's just like Crawford.
Yep, in every way.
You gotta believe, you gotta have the comments. I think that's the future of Overwatch 2. Infected, what about playing tank in Overwatch 2? I think this has been a hot topic in the community. I feel like right now, for the Overwatch 2, you kind of gotta play everything. Is that a lot of pressure coming into the game, coming into the server?
I think it is for like a lot of players because there's like 12 tanks in the game. And if like you're a solo tank, you have to play all of them. That's why I think someone is the best tank in the world too, because he's just very good at all of them. So flexibility is really important.
Yeah, and I think of you, honestly, Infected, as a player who kind of has been playing everything for a long time. How do you see that in terms of your future and in terms of your hope to come back here playing on stage? Is that flexibility something that you continue to rely on?
Yeah, I want to keep working on the flexibility.
Audio seems to be good. That's good.
But I'm gonna have to like work on it a lot. But for most of the heroes, I think I'll be pretty okay, and our team will be okay.
Yeah, well, I'm really excited to see how this next match goes down. I think this is going to be incredible, as we're going to be able to send it down to Danny and meet these teams as they come in for this loser bracket final.
Dallas, Texas, put your hands together for Crazy Raccoons!
Crazy Raccoons, they may have been knocked down, but they're not out yet. This team is no stranger to elimination pressure. They are coming with a vengeance for a rematch in that grand final. This is a team you've got to be scared of when they load into the server. So many star-studded faces on this roster. One of the strongest we've ever seen. They may be coming off a loss, but I just feel the veterancy on this squad, it doesn't mean anything to them. They will not be shaken easily.
And their opponents, give it up for Space Station Gaming!
fan favorites here in the crowd. You can hear their response is absolutely electric. This is a team that sticks together no matter what. Even facing one of the best in the whole world, you know that they'll be coming with confidence. Psycho here in the starting lineup, giving them flexibility, ready to match anything that Crazy Raccoons throws at them. Nonetheless, this might be the toughest team Space Station Gaming has ever faced here on an international land.
Thank you very much, Jake and the desk. Yes, we are here in the lower finals at DreamHack Dallas, the major. Crazy Raccoon versus Space Station Gaming. Me and Rose will bring you through this match in just a moment. Players getting seated, loaded into the lobby, and then we'll be underway.
It's crazy to think about the fact that we only have 3 teams remaining here at DreamHack Dallas, only one of which gets a chance to move on to that grand finals to face up against Team Falcons, one of those teams that everybody has had their eyes on as one of the front runners for this tournament, and Crazy Raccoon also up there with them. So can Space Station Gaming actually get the job done?
Well, Crazy Raccoon's probably feeling a little bit worse for wear right now, being beaten by Team Falcons for the first time. I mean, they're number 1 seed in the Asia region versus the number 1 seed, in EU in Space Station Gaming. I bumped into Space Station Gaming. I didn't bump into Hardy in the bathroom this time. It was just out back. I said, you know what? Give me the lowdown. Give me the score. What's going to go in? What's going to go down in this series? And they're like, look, we got so much confidence rocking in here. It's going to be a 3-1. Like, we'll give them a map, but a 3-1 nonetheless.
You gotta respect the chatty level of confidence. I feel like he's always so cool, calm, and collected when it comes down to being able to lead this team, and I think it gives a whole boast of confidence to everybody that's standing beside him, sitting on that stage, getting ready to load into the server. So no surprise there that they are confident and ready to go against this squad.
First map about to load in, and remember, last time Space Station faced it up against an Asian team, well, it was a 3-0, and it was not in their favor.
It was Team Falcons, though, which just comes stacked with this super power venture that gave them a lot of trouble in that backline. One thing that we have not really gotten a chance to see from Crazy Raccoon quite yet, so maybe that will be a little bit in their favor as they look towards how to figure out how to break one of these Korean teams.
I think this is the perfect way to play this out as well, because Crazy Raccoons want to win here to get that revenge match against Team Falcons in the grand final. But if Space Station win here, truly the heart and soul of a lot of people in this arena right now. They've become fan favorites ever since they were London Spitfire in the Overwatch League, and every single time Hardy and the rest of the gang step up on the stage, the crowd goes absolutely ballistic. And I'm ready to rock and roll as soon as the players are. I mean, look, their clash of styles has been something that might tilt it in the favor of Crazy Raccoons. This Mauga play versus this more rush style with the Ram, with the Rhine. It might come back to bite Space Station. We are quickly getting an issue sorted very fast, just a mic issue, but it shouldn't be too long before we get in.
But I think a lot of these teams underestimated the overall power that comes out of the EMEA region. Take a look at how Toronto Defiant fell yesterday to EU hands. So you have to really come in with a lot of respect for both ends. Of course, unfortunately, they are out of the competition now, but Space Station Gaming still that last bastion of hope for EU and NA fans.
Yeah, for NA fans, exactly. I'm sure a lot of them will be cheering for Space Station right now. But I think it's about time we get it underway. Lower bracket finals. Space Station Gaming and Crazy Raccoon. We're going to Ilios first, Rose.
Going to Ilios first is the first map in this first 2-3. And crowd, we want to hear you. Let's make some noise as we get ready to kick things off here in the lower finals.
What kind of style are we going to see here from Space Station? Of course, they've just been backstage watching how Crazy Raccoon's been playing against Team Falcons.
And that's going to have to influence a little bit of their decision making. Can they actually figure out a way to get the jump on them when you might be expecting that Mauga composition to come out? Space Station have had to figure something out.
Here we go, doors unlock it in 5 seconds. Space Station Gaming, they're gonna have to fight with courage to upset the gods. Crazy Raccoon with the Wrecking Ball, with the Echo, Lip on the Tracer, versus the tried and true in the rush from Space Station.
The Wrecking Ball is one way that you can get in and disrupt this close together composition coming out from Space Station, but it's also going to play a little bit slow. You're hoping that the poke damage coming through from Heesang's Echo is going to be able to help at least soften something up here for Jump In 2. Everybody's got to work together here on Crazy Raccoon to try to get one of those kicks in the back.
It's going to be tough for them to Space Station to lock down Jumbin. Hardy are taking a lot of damage, popping that Nemesis form, making sure he stays alive. Control of the Mega Health Pack right now is going to be key for Space Station to push into. These crazy raccoons right now try and look for this entrance. Psycho going low, forced to recall now as Jumbin makes his second point of engagement. A slam onto Sparker, but a quick roll back and a few heals will do it. But Psycho, the first to fall to Heesang's stickies.
A lot of burst damage coming through from the Echo, and the perfect player to be able to pick up, but as we say that, Sparker able to get the better of Lip and try to even the score before she was able to take out that big source of healing.
Crazy Raccoon with point control, though, as Chong just ints into the back line and trades 1-for-1, but that's a good 1-for-1. Sparker going down. How do you even shut down Heesang at this point, who's already got a duplicate?
The duplicate can go on to so many different targets too, but I look at Hadi's Ramattra as being a key here. You're able to give yourself yet another tank, even an annihilation to get up close and personal to play that brawl a little bit closer to their play style would be very beneficial. But as we take a look at Crazy Raccoon holding them at bay, the Immortality Field's already been popped here by Landon.
There's the Duke. It's onto the bat. Hardy once again kind of scurrying away, using that speed up from Funny Astro. He's like super far in the backline of Space Station right now. Pops the duplicated land, booped over the edge. Oh, the copy doesn't run out in time.
Damn.
Two.
Oh shit, Lucio, bro.
Without having to use
Nah, you ain't doing shit.
Take control at this point and hold on to a lot of these resources. Look at that, even Lip trying to go in to get a touch, thinks better of it, goes back to the rest of the team so they can rethink their re-engage. As Crazy Raccoon can come in, set these minefields here from Jump In, but it's gonna be this Nano first.
Oh, he ejects.
Oh my god.
Funny Astro, the sound barrier came in.
Oh, these matches.
Up that kill. Funny Astro, no sound barrier for the rest of his team now. Space Station game.
Oh my god.
To save this fight.
At the very least, Space Station were able to see Crazy Raccoon use so many more ultimates in that fight than they probably wanted to. Throwing the Nano as well as their own sound barrier at this means that it's just going to be the minefield left that they have to contend with, but losing that sound barrier is huge. Sparker has the Deadeye maybe to push people back, but this minefield's going to stop them at the doors.
Mind slam, and look at the damage onto Sparker. Oh my word. Liv and Chong and Heesang descending on him. Funny Astro in a whole heap of hurt now as well. How does Space Station really contend with this? They can't look at any single one target because everybody, well, apart from Shu, is so mobile.
Oh, he didn't get booped.
On a different planet right now.
So far away from the rest of the team.
They put that 50% on all of them, I believe. That 50% boop reduction for tanks.
To take in order to take this first round, and Funny Astro, their one hope, not able to get there.
Sparker dead.
Because that would have definitely booped Haiti off.
Get there in time. Psycho was so close. Tried to double blink in there, had to recall. Already faced his demise. 1-0 to start us off. Crazy Raccoon not holding any punches back.
But you started to touch on something so important there, which is that the type of composition that Crazy Raccoon is bringing, this dive, it's going to be so difficult for Space Station to actually lock down any single target. How do you do that without maybe even being able to sneak around behind the team? Jumping gets a couple of pop shots, just rolls away, grabs a health pack, and it's almost like that damage was never done.
Round number 2 now. Crazy Raccoon happy with this comp. Happy with the fact that, like you mentioned, Rose, very hard to lock any single one person down. The Magnate is such a fantastic tool to do so, but I mean, the ball almost outruns the Magnate. A lot of other people do as well. Dive onto the backline, landed in trouble. No chance to use any CPs by the looks of it. Maybe that regenerative burst, but that's about it. Sparker comes up with one onto Shu, but how do they convert? Psycho taking a lot of damage, and look at Heesang. It's all good. He's in the pit. Just waiting for that shift to come back online, and 56% towards the duplication already. And that capture is coming through rather soon.
Landon has been the target of so many of these dives. On that Baptiste, very vulnerable. But going to switch over to the Kiriko to try to limit some of that access. With this swift step, you're able to get in, get out just a little bit better. And so you can see that Landon's already been able to have a little bit more impact in this game, especially when you can look at the Suzu too. Such a unique part of that Kiriko pick.
Feels pretty bad though, being forced off your best hero, you must say. Just been finding the secret health packs lying around the map, but here's the duplication from Heesang. How many pulse bombs have we got in our future? We'll have to wait and see. Hardy taking a face full of bullets there, but in the Nemesis form, he should be good to shrug them off. Heesang getting healed up. Pulse bomb now. There's at least one online. The stick is good. It's good for 2 as well. Hardy and Sparker bite the dust as Crazy Raccoons wipe Space Station.
It's gonna be so tough. Oh, he's saying he's just been such a menace. Whether it's in the back line, the front line with that duplicate, any of these targets have been so good. We've seen he's saying duplicate the Baptiste, duplicate the Tracer. He's been able to find these opportunities to just get a kit online, something that's gonna have immediate impact with that pulse bomb, also just being able to land too. Space Station have had a hard time coming back into this one, but they finally have ultimates to do it. Looking at that rush from Landon.
Nanobu's on to jump in. Oh, he's got about 1 million miles an hour there in that little corner. A rush is gonna see he has to back off in the end, but still has mines. And I can imagine that's going straight on the head of Landon, trying to force some CDs. And it did hit that. Look at that, sound barrier coming through from Space Station so early as well. Mines come out on the point. A few of them being eliminated by Hardy there as finally someone from Crazy Raccoon is going to fall, but they're not going to go down without a fight. It's both races now missing from action. Crazy Raccoon still with the point control, and Hardy has nowhere to run and almost nowhere to hide. Has the Vortex himself there to make sure Jumping can't get on top of him. But someone's going to look at Heesang, another duplication, and Hardy, you're going to have to mess with the best or you're going to die like the rest. And he falls to live. And that's a 99-0. Space Station Gaming are going to get one more touch with Psycho. However, a duplicated annihilation, I think that might just be it. Psycho is buying a lot of time here, but the ability to find and isolate kills is just so paramount to the success of Crazy Raccoon's composition, and it's been so easy for them to do so. Finally, Astro, at light speed, trying to dump on the back line, but Shu didn't last a nanosecond, and Crazy Raccoon will start the series with a 2-0.
Hey, bro, I watched the guys one on Netflix. Movies for oh, it's on Netflix.
Space Station Gaming to have to deal with.
Oh fuck yeah, I gotta check that out.
Able to have a foot in their game there.
Map number 2 coming up soon. We'll see what the desk have to say as we go into map 3.
That's a pretty tough map for the Space Station believers, but I think we always knew Ilios was going to be really rough. That is Crazy Raccoon at their strongest, right? In the dive matchup. Super comfort zone for them, what we've seen from them all season long. I'm curious though, how do you think Space Station turns this around? I think there's believers on the desk.
I think
While I'm watching this fucking these games, I'm watching Wildcat play fucking Modern Warfare 3. But he's like, I ruined it with microtransactions from like 12 days ago, and it is the most hilarious thing ever.
Just play Rush.
Play Rush, stick
Yeah.
to your guns. Yeah, no, I think you're right. Keep it simple. At this is the big stage. The pressure's on. I think there's something to be said for staying in your comfort zone. And Crazy Raccoon, I mean, they're playing ball. Like, no one else has been touching that hero pretty much all season long. So I think all the tank players always want to play ball. They're like, no, it can work. Everyone's like, it does not work. But the tank players believe. Infected, what do you think about the Wrecking Ball there?
I thought Jumpman just played that really well, especially on Ilios too. It's definitely one of the best ball maps in the game. I think it just favors Crazy Raccoons much better than it favors SSG.
I'm curious, actually, what you would pick, Infected, from the tank matchup perspective. Where do you think the best chance is to make SSG's signature rush style work? What map? They've got the whole pool open to them here.
I would choose either a Circuit or Midtown, just because I think they could play like that Sega Ram style into that Mauga style and probably just take it. Probably just, yeah, just win that mirror matchup.
Yeah, slow the game down, maybe take some of the pace out of the game, give Sparker a little more room to work with, but they are going to have to contend with Heesang. Incredible performance from him in that first map on the Echo. I mean, you're so busy worried about Lips Tracer.
This is completely some challenges for multiverses. Wish we can level up our battle pass like normal and bring 1v1 and 2v2 PvE match types to core game selection back. Yeah.
He got double boop there. I think that's the slam.
See,
The boop up from Lucio.
I got done
It's not easy facing Crazy Raccoon.
with the what is it? The second
I love the copy tracer. It's so freakish. Double
Riv
Good luck.
on the harder difficulty.
Multiple pulse bombs back to back.
I
How does that feel? I'm curious.
beat Garnet.
On the desk, Cal, Rack,
That was a bitch.
against this full
But
off the Echo, the tracer.
with what I had and everything, I actually received less damage. So that was good.
But most of my kit,
And I was running Joker, so I was like messing Garnet up.
so I don't know how it feels from him. But
Cal's shaking his head. Is that not going that way? How does it feel on the flex apart, taking that level of heat from this level
But
of national competition?
it was like,
It's like whatever you do to prepare,
yeah, I got that done. I just need to go back through with like
they can't replicate how the Koreans play.
a buddy, go through on all the stuff. and get
practice
the
against
stuff done.
players, like, will not prepare you for even a map against some of these screens. Like, that's how much
As soon as we start talking, there's a fucking bot that popped in. That's great. I'm still stuck. I'm still stuck on the matches against the Black Lantern, Superman, and Wonder Woman on the harder one of the first multiverse. See, I can help you with that. Like after I get done streaming, because I'm going to play some Overwatch today, but whenever I get done streaming, I'll help out with that.
This is going to be a tough series for SSG. It is the Lana. I mean, this has been a standby for them. If anything, this is them going back to what's worked for them. Let's play Rush. Probably the worst side map in the pool, I think it's fair to say. So at least they can maybe force a match of styles. What do you think Crazy Raccoon's going to come out on here strategically? What comp do you expect to see?
I expect to see, well, at least on SSG,
Well, it would have to be on my Xbox since I only
Raccoon will pop out with some
bring my
crazy,
PS4
like,
console.
Venture, Mauga, just run into them, try to break that spawn hold, and then from there, just keep hitting them from where
It's still crashing like hell.
I think an important
Huh.
thing about this
Yeah, I don't
map
know.
is that it takes Gibraltar out. And I think that would be a really good map pick for Crazy Raccoons. And that definitely gives SSG an edge over the other maps.
Yeah, I think it maybe had to be an escort here, right? Getting that out. We are going to see a.
I also need to level the gyms up some more. But the only one way to do it, like if you want to level them up really quick, is to practically spend money to get Gleamium and then just go to the shop and buy the XP boosts for all the gyms.
Yeah, I think both of them.
And it is like,
the
it's fucking insane.
Leaning over more to like the main tank style heroes like Ball, and then Max leaning over to like more of the off tank style heroes like Sig. So I think they're both really flexible and should work out well in their favor.
Any thoughts on? I'm curious, Cal, your perspective on the flex support with Shu, world-class player, arguably #1 in the world in the pure flex support role. Where do you think he's going to go on this map? I mean, he could play slower with the bat, could play faster with the carry. What would you do in that situation?
Honestly, flex support is kind of a capo role right now.
What do you mean by that? Tell me more.
It's the character doesn't matter, just whatever your tank is playing, and then you don't really have any like free will. Like you just have to hold down one button for the entire game.
Just desperately healing, just trying to keep people alive.
But I think that I'm probably gonna see Ana here. I think that's a sleeper pick. A lot of the Koreans when they play Mauga, they love playing Ana, and it's very entertaining to watch. And so into the Landon BAP, I really think they can make something happen on Ana.
Yeah, I think Shu's Ana is a sight to behold. We'll have to see what they go with, but I think you're exactly right. I think that Ana is a huge threat, especially when you run the Sig, the Mauga. I mean, you can kill the Ana, but I think Fielder, historically, he just doesn't care. He will die, but he will die nading your backline, and, the cleanup is coming. We got Mauga lifesteal. We got Chio on the loser. We don't need the Ana. The Ana's a sacrificial lamb, but I think that's one of Fielder's strengths as a player. I've watched him a lot, and he's just so selfless as a player, like willing to die whatever it takes for the team, and it works out really well when you got somebody like Proper to throw the nano on you. You're feeling pretty good about that. You're like, yeah, you can take the nano. I trust you. I trust you.
Yeah, I mean, that is the one thing that coming to the international level is so many people did play different comps. Like NA originally was playing like a lot of Mauga. EU was running that Sig Ram, and then Korea started just playing all those comps, but with Ana. And we never saw that. That was something like we never expected. And they're also just very, very, very good at it when you have no practice and can't shield those nids.
I know. I think one of the things that people think about Korea is they often talk about, it's like a dive region. That's what they play. But I think that really understates the level of flexibility where, sure, they can play dive. Maybe it's, the highest potential strategy in most cases. But when they bring out the rush, when they bring out the poke, it's not getting easy, right? It's that's what it is playing at this international level. This is the best players in the world, right? They're not going to give you any kind of easy matches. I'm curious for you guys, how you see this next map going. Do you think SSG can maybe take the momentum back here on Havana?
I think if they can't get it back now, I honestly, sadly would say I don't know if they will be able to get it.
All right, well, we're going to see if they can make it happen here on Havana. This is SSG's map pick. This is their chance to stake a claim on the series, even things up 1-1. Let's jump right into the action and see who brings it out.
Thank you very much, guys, on the desk. That's right. Space Station's map choice. Going to Havana. Last time they played against one of the Korean teams, they did end up choosing Circuit Royale. Havana, almost a... Woo! Even on Championship Sunday.
We're here for the birds and for a good time.
Clearly.
Yeah.
Opsoji did tweet out earlier that she got the note. She got the list of the locations.
Of course.
She dropped the pin on all of them.
I'm with Rack Attack on this one, though. Havana is a great choice for Space Station to try to get the momentum back in their hands. They were able to deliver a full hold to M80 on this map, and they were also able to win it on Havana versus Ents. It took a little bit longer. We got to point 3 on that one, but nonetheless, Space Station, they have a really good idea of how they want to handle these close holds on the defense. The Crazy Raccoon, they've got to be ready for that. They must have seen it. And they're also going to be on the defense first.
Taunting each other through the window at the moment. Is Chorong wall riding it. Yeah, close hold. No real surprise here for Crazy Raccoon. Of course, no dive. Like Cal was mentioning on the desk too, right? There's nothing really that prepares you. Gates unlocked. Space Station, show us what you got. Oh. Well, the best start in the world, I would say. Landon going down like that. Oh, even Psycho taking a few Cheerios in the spawn room, pretty much.
Look at how they're locking down both sides of the spawn as well. Toronto's got the Cheerios on one side. You've also got the Genji Shurikens from the other. Strong is a little bit low, and he's saying he's going to have to back up. His Sparker tries to take this off angle to break through this.
They do spot Heesang just dashing in. Half HP. Magne comes out, but Lip faster on the trigger there. Pops out, insta headshot onto Sparker. And Space Station Gaming are just getting spawned out, literally at the spawn door. Astro as well goes down. God, just give him a bit of breathing room, please.
Now, Crazy Raccoon, they want total domination to make their way back up into that finals versus Team Falcons. But for Space Station, maybe turning it around to start here. Landon's going to be very close to that amplification matrix. And Psycho's able to break out with a big focus move.
Yeah, Landon traded again, but Choron going down. He's going to be able to speed back pretty quickly. Although now you're only relying on one healer, if that being Shoot. How quickly now can Space Station get back to grips with this map?
Duplicates up for Psycho.
Good shot by Libs. Actually going to force a reset there from Landon. Has to pop that lamp in the corner. It's not a lamp, but it's a window. And Sparker firing through it. Finally catches one. Chorong on the high ground too, trying to boot people away. This is a scrappy fight. Anything that Space Station Gaming use here is going to benefit Raccoons in a massive way. Finally, they're managing to clean people up, although Heesang refusing to go down, eventually falls to Landon, and there you go. The spawn hold has been broken.
And only with the amplification matrix at that, so a lot more that Space Station get to play with as they start to round this first corner. They're gonna hold a little aggressive here. Sparker has the Deadeye. Hottie may be able to try to off-flank here with this on-card Earth Shatter. It's gonna be hard to land this on to anybody. You got this big beefy Mauga in front of you, but where was Sparker?
Oh, here comes the blade from Heesang. I'm not sure going to be able to stand up to this one. Hadi, unfortunately, the resets are coming. And straight back to spawn with you. Sparker, yeah, the Rose just way out in the open. You saw him roll over to the kind of the staircase on the right-hand side there. Crazy Raccoon saw that opening, pulled the blade on top of that initial kill, and now the payload's going to creep back.
They've always been one step ahead of where Sparker likes to try to take these flanks, but here's the Deadeye so early.
Shadow does land, connects with one. Shoe on the ground, but here come the duplications. Psycho with the Mauga. How about tasting some of your own medicine? Hardy and Psycho able to take down Max, and here comes the payload. It's finally moving. Hardy still trying to contend with people in the spawn, and with 60 seconds to go, these kills need to be cleaned up. Shu eventually falls there. Chorong on the point, manages to slip out, but Lip out of nowhere kills Psycho.
I know, Psycho was trying to get this cart progress to move forward even just a little bit to give some breathing room for Space Station to come back in. Psycho is actually going to switch off of the Echo now, go over to the Tracer to try to finish up this first point. And there's only 30 seconds left. Another amplification matrix and a Deadeye here.
Landon burning that precious cooldown in that lamp as well. Sparker dashing in to try and kill Chorong. He does find the shot, but Hardy can't step up now. There's a window in his way, and Max is holding the door in front of him too. Hardy can't fall, but unfortunately he does. Psycho unable to save him. 15 seconds to go now. Crazy Raccoon really not taking any prisoners, refusing to let Space Station Gaming go near that first point.
Even though they have the amplification matrix to try to push them away, he's saying he's gonna have this blade up soon.
They're going to be able to get touch here at the very least. Landon with a window, peeks the corner, however, has to deal with Lip on the high ground. Lip with a double tap, but the blade from Heesang in the back. The lamp's already gone, the pin's good, but an even better lamp there from Shu, saving his life. And Heesang's going to end this one as quick as that. Space Station Gaming going to get held on that first corner.
We've seen Space Station be able to pull off some miraculous close holds before, but this one is going to be very tough to accomplish. Not a whole lot of progress Kurt was able to get on their attack push. So they're gonna have to deliver a very, very lethal hold if they want to be able to win this map and win their map pick.
A tall task to ask as well. I mean, look, Crazy Raccoons, they come off of quite a tough loss. Went all the way to map number 5 versus Team Falcons, the first time they ever actually go down to them as well. Of course, over in the Asia region, I mean, they are the kings, right? They take both stages. They beat Falcons. Maybe feeling a bit down coming into this series, but it doesn't look like it at all. They want that sweet revenge. That's exactly what they're going to serve up in a moment. I mean, they're close to match point here.
And they might be feeling even a little bit more confident knowing that Space Station have had trouble being able to deal with these Mauga comps. Even though they played against Team Falcons that did have Stalker's Venture, Crazy Raccoon know that the Mauga is working. Max has a lot of flexibility in his hero pool to be able to throw out something like the Mauga. No Winton maybe this time around, but Funny Astro giving us all the fan service that we need in this match. We're gonna have the gates open up, and Space Station on the defense with a Mauga comp of their own.
Oh my shoe! Full right click on the Zen, insta switches, Giga Chad behavior. That's the spawn hold broken, and that's how you do it.
They were not expecting any of that. Crazy Raccoon leaning into
no
such a
way.
full
Choron
composition.
switches to Mercy to get the res.
Also
Insane.
Chad behavior. And this is wild. Like Crazy Raccoon, they invested into a composition to just get these big one-shots, open up the doors for themselves, and now lock into the real composition that they want to run. But the ball's already gotten rolling.
How much damage is done to Space Station to try and take the staircase? Heesang kind of waiting for them on high ground. Tough target to take down, that being the Venture on the side of Space Station. However, they're going to need to do something. Cardiac Overdrive on the point. Hardy healing himself. I'm not sure he's going to survive that one. There's a lot of damage thrown at you, and I think that's about it. Couple of meters to go. A beautiful reflect kill. And this is all Heesang's map right here. And with 3 minutes to go, there's an easy push for Crazy Raccoons as they take the second map. One of the quickest maps I think we've seen so far here in Dallas. Unbelievable dominance.
Maybe the only other one being the full hold that we saw delivered by Space Station, nonetheless. A map that they wanted to pick to try to get this series back under their control. One that we thought would give them a really big advantage, knowing how good their strategies have been with those close holds, with that Reinhardt comp. But Crazy Raccoon, yet again, one step ahead of the curve to be able to get the better of that. I mean, come on, the Zen, the Hanzo.
I want to get a Zen replay, actually. Haven't seen a lot of Zen, unfortunately. You pop on Zen, full right-click into Landon's Dome. I mean, you're not expecting that at all. You're not expecting Zen to come out there. You're expecting literally anything else, honestly, but not the Zen. Well, with that, Crazy Raccoons are on match points. We're going to jump to the desk. You guys can take it away.
Thank you so much, Rose and Jack. Winton, that's what the audience wants, that's for sure. Funny Astra gave us a little taste of it too. That's the most Winton we've seen, at least on Havana right now. But looking at it, we gotta be real with this one. Looks a tiny bit hopeless. They can't seem to take that mirror Maga. I mean, at this point, just go back, die on your Reinhardt hill, right, Reinforce?
I mean,
Say
it's
yes.
been the most fun to see going down on the Reinhardt hill. I do think that, like, there's no way you're gonna match them with the Maga composition. So just play the Reinhardt, you know, try to make it work. The best of your abilities, Jake. I feel like I have very little ability to inspire hope here for SSG, Jake.
I mean, sometimes as a player, I call it feeling the limit. You know, you play this match, your team has looked great all tournament against so many opponents. you felt really strong, like you're playing your best Overwatch, and then a Titan comes out and just slaps you down, feels completely
A couple of
hopeless.
Overwatch League teams you faced that you're like, they're too strong.
Never at the start of the match. I think always come into the start of the match feeling hopeful, but sometimes this is the scenario, right? You're down 0-2. It's the final map. You've thrown your best shots, right? No one wants to go down 0-2. You're always giving everything. The first two maps especially, you want to take a lead in the series. But when it goes like this, I mean, it's a complete beatdown, totally one-sided. It's hard not to feel hopeless.
Yeah, well, the good news is that it is SSG, and that means that win or lose, they seem to have fun. They are actually one of the teams which is mentally at least resilient. They have not felt like they're just completely doomed after they're going down 1-0, 2-0. Like, I feel like they're still rolling out with somewhat confidence.
Yeah, it's my job to be the doomer. You know, it's up to the
That
players
is
to
your job, yeah.
have the mental fortitude to show up here in you know, the most dire of straits and still have the trust in each other. And honestly, there's few teams other than SSG I'd take over that and that circumstance, right? To be down, backs against the wall, odds stacked against you, and to still come out swinging and to still play confidently into what could be the final map in this series. But honestly, I think we're looking at a Crazy Raccoons that is angry.
Yeah, I mean, it also needs to be said probably that SSG with that pick onto Havana, they probably, like we've seen a lot of EMEA and NA teams do so far, you want to get the escort pick out early. And you already tried playing Reinhardt on Circuit Real, it didn't work out earlier on in the tournament. You can't go to Gibraltar. So you pretty much have to get rid of escort early on because, for example, if you go to hybrid or whatever and you win, well, then you know that you're just going to take it to Gibraltar, they're just going to outplay you because they're different like that. So now maybe escort out of the way, maybe now you open up to play Brawl the rest of these three maps. I mean, you got to reverse sweep Crazy Raccoon. Like, there's no way they make it happen. But maybe you can go to like a Midtown or something like that now. We'll see where they actually take it.
Yes.
I was wanting to say
I
this.
was actually extremely happy about that.
Yeah.
They're going back to the roots. This is comfort zone. This is home for a Space Station Gaming, once upon a time at least. So I'm happy about this pick.
It's exciting. You know, what this says to me is that maybe they will go down swinging in their comfort zone, playing what has, you know, always been the old standby and having some fun while doing it. At the same time, though, for me, I think Crazy Raccoon perfectly happy with this. I don't think they're flustered one little bit playing
Do
against
they
the
look
Ride,
like they're on two down? They're all smiles.
No, they're still believing, they're still fighting.
Absolutely.
And as a player, that's what you got to do. You got to have confidence even when the day is darkest. And I think this is one of those really valuable things you have in that team. They've known each other for a long time. They're all cracking jokes. They're all keeping each other up. Sometimes when you don't have it yourself, you rely on your teammates for that. And you know, SSG, they got it in spades.
We actually have a sub coming in here as well. Once more, Junbin coming in for Max. Lots of swapping, obviously, in the tank lineup, especially for Crazy Raccoon. I think they're the only team which has been doing so many subs throughout this tournament. This is really just like the map preferences for the individual players.
You know, I think Infected hit on this on the desk previously, that Max, you know, has a little bit more specialty when he needs to play, especially the Sigma, wants to slow things down. They do both play the Ram, but, you know, there's just more conditions. Maybe if the enemy team brings out something different, okay, maybe we would respond with the Sigma. You got Max in, but that's the value of the two tank rosters, is that you need both of them to be flexible. If you've got like a locked in, guaranteed only playing off tanks player, they could get really punished. Max and Junbin are not that. They both are incredibly flexible players with just different specializations. So a different look in Overwatch 2 in that 5v5 format. Really, that's how you have to be two tanks in Overwatch 2. It's not just, you know, split the tanks 50-50. You both need about 70% of the hero pool to be confident.
But knowing this team here, SSG, those players, and seeing this map pick, I don't think they care what the opposition is going to play here, Reinforce. I think this is just going to be them playing to their strength.
Yeah, I mean, come on, go out, play some Reinhardt.
That's right.
Play some Reinhardt, come on. You might as well, right? Like, they're not going to play the Sigma. They're not going to play the Winston. Even the Ramotra, I don't like the matchup into Mauga at all. So you might as well come out, play the Reinhardt. You know, King's Row as well. Maybe some shorter side angles for Lip if Lip is going to play the hit scan. You know, less room to play Tracer, for example. So maybe put Crazy Raccoons in a bit of a worse position than if we were in a Midtown on a Hollywood, for example. Hollywood, of course. But I do feel like Space Station, this is the best bet you got. Go down swinging with the Reinhardt. Let's see the hardy Reinhardt one more time here in Dallas.
That's right. I know we want to see it. I think our audience agrees with us here as well. This is, however, match point for the Crazy Raccoon squad. Can they finish it out and meet Team Falcon again in the grand final? We'll find out right after this.
Thank you very much, Desk. Yes, It's coming home. We're going to Kings Row, Space Station Gaming's pick. The engine's still running, and I expect a whole lot of Ryan here.
I think we're all expecting that there's going to be a whole lot of Rhine. But it depends also on where they feel like Crazy Raccoon may want to go with this one. Jumpman coming back into their roster means that they have the opportunity to play all of those main tanks. We saw the Wrecking Ball earlier on in this series, but they also have the flexibility to be able to play the Mauga and the Ramatra. Two heroes that we've seen a lot of teams try to take to the fold versus Space Station, either leaning into the Sigma or the Reinhardt.
Farah's going to be a big choice here. Little damage boost. Headshot from Sparker, maybe?
Oh, please. I want it. One headshot.
That's all it takes sometimes to crack open the first hole. Ooh, spots the Mauga. Ooh. All good. There we go. Sparker switching over. No Reinhardt for Space Station. Spot the Mauga. Decide to go on to the Sigma. And try and take that high ground. Or try to at least. Of course, Farah can just boot you off if you're not careful.
Good to have the Sigma here when you know that you're going to be dealing with a lot of these corners. That Reinhardt shield, as you've seen in the past, is being able to get bursted down pretty quickly by something like the Farah pressure. He's saying is already going to be able to do quite a bit of work here around this hotel.
Hardy went so low there too. Does it take Psycho out of the skies, clipped his wings? 3 minutes, I mean, Sparker needs to take, you can see how much focus he's putting onto Heesang right now, needs to be able to punish the Farah for being anywhere close to the skybox.
But Lip has been able to mark him so well on some of these off angles that it's hard for Sparker to get a good sightline onto Heesang.
That's Sleep. Uh-oh. Gotta be careful. Lip ends up going down though to Hardy, who's finally managed to take this high ground, or at least attempting to. Little Lucio's having a little 1v1 there as Choron once again runs into Hardy. He's got booped out of the window, but now the point capture is in progress for Space Station. Jumping just dashing in though, charging in, gets nano applied to him. Cardiac overdrive up too, that's a whole lot of healing and a whole lot of damage as well. Heesang, unperturbed, just jumps into the backline, but Sparker was there waiting for him.
Sparker's having the carry performance that he needs right now on this Cassidy. Is the Deadeye ready to go as soon as Space Station are back? But yeah, that nade from Shu is going to push him back and be able to limit how far he's able to push forward.
Yeah, and it buys time. Most importantly there, they can't insta-push up, but it's funny, Astro that actually goes down. They've lost their sound barrier now. Sparker, can he be the hero that they require? Oh, the barrage, it's not good enough. Lamb comes in, not killed quick though, but Sparker claims the life of Heesang. Does end up trading once again, and here we go. Space Station Gaming. They're gonna get 2 check marks here. I can imagine a third too. Jump in with no ultimate. He's got another chance to get on here as Shu is closing in on that nano, but it's just too much damage and Shu knows it. Backing up as Space Station cap first.
You can see how effective this Echo from Psycho has been in order to just really burst down this Mauga from Junbin. Get the sticky bombs in there, a couple of really good shots to the head, and finish it off with that focusing beam. But Psycho too, he's gonna have a lot of trouble with Heesang still. Heesang on the Tracer, looking for the opportunity to just take out this Echo once again. Funny Astra's playing a bit more reactively this time around to make sure that Psycho just doesn't get taken out that easily.
He's got recall too, and he's got an extra blink there. Make that another one. Sparker now hunting him down, but look at the space he's creating. Just Heesang is still alive too. Landon eventually kills him. And with that and a duplication, it forces Raccoons to back off.
The disengage from Raccoon to just get out of the way of this duplicate means that this cage isn't going to come online, and the duplicate not able to find the value that Psycho might have wanted from it. But with Space Station having all of this space to work with in this street space, you've got the Gravitic Flux too to try to finish off the second point.
It's 2 as well, but there's the sound barrier coming in, saving Shu and saving Lip. Landon first to fall in the engagement. Hardy right now trying to back off. On a little off angle too, but he's going to get punished for it. Yep, straight into the London Underground. You got no Oyster Guard, my son. You're going to have to deal with the consequences now.
Oh no.
Cage comes in, locks him in place. And he's just cheekily using the shield. Nice little roll there from Sparker to get a better angle onto Heesang, but a Tracer had the recall. And that'll be the fight 1 from Crazy Raccoon.
But these nades from Shu have been huge. With
Space Station is struggling.
That comfort on the Baptiste means that you don't have that cleanse up too. Yuzu available to be able to get rid of all of that purple on your team. Makes it a lot easier for Crazy Raccoon to just finish things off. And take a look at Shu's positioning right now with this
This
Nano.
is disgusting. Nano in the back line.
Good games, I'll say that. Like, they've been having back and forth, but Crazy Raccoons have been taking the wins. Right now, though, Space Station is struggling hella hard. Like, I fucking done that shit too, where I thought I got it. And I didn't.
Time bank slipping away from Space Station.
Gosh, Shu is such a superstar. Sparker's able to help at least keep Heesang off of their tails, but Shu has just been such a difference maker in a lot of these fights. Whether it was that nano flank play or just being able to have all of these nades, these two have been so good. Space Station, they get another attempt at this one, a minute and a half left on the clock. Junbin's back on the Doomfist though. So a little bit of another look coming out here from Raccoon.
How about the Doomfist into this comp, although it was quite frustrating for the Lamb. That was so good against a deployed Lamb. You just punch people out of it, and then Lip or Heesang can jump on top of you and get the insta-kill. That safety net is nothing but a fly on the wall, honestly. Nay lands again. Astro and Hardy going purple there. Psycho playing point guard. A little bit of defense there from the Tracer, making sure that Heesang cannot get to the back line and find an execution kill. 60 seconds to go with Lip dead. Space Station still struggling to kill the flankers.
But look at how far forward Hadi is pushed. Let's make sure that that shield is going to be in the way from when Lip actually makes his way back. But Heesang
They're still alive.
in the back.
They're still alive, and Chong has the sound barrier too. Can two-man if he really wants it. Nano coming in, hits Jumbin, Choron and Heesang. Someone has to deal with them at some point. You have to kill them, but they're unable to. They're forced into underground yet again, and they could try and stagger here as well. 30 seconds to go. Yeah, they're just blocking him.
Blocking him, and that's huge. Hadi's not going to be able to get back into this fight. He's going to get subdued and get staggered even more.
Oh, giving the bag, Lip. You know you want to. A kill onto Hardy. Disastrous at this time of the game. Look how many ult Space Station have, but look at the aggression from Heesang. He's already killed one with the help of Jumbin. A lamp on the high ground, but where's the touch? Funny Astro's having to deal with Jumbin on the Doomfist. Is going to try and dash to the point, but he's unable to do so. A full slate of ultimates from Space Station Gaming, but Crazy Raccoon stagger and then go basically touch the spawn.
Well, I just bought Batman Arkham Collection again, LO on PC because of mods, LO. Nice.
Raccoons, they press the issue. If you're not able to use your ultimates, you just can't win these fights. If you play with that aggression,
I got the,
Space Station just
what is
sits
it?
on
The
back
South
foot.
Park
They
Stick of
haven't
Truth
been
on
able to use aggressive engages in any of these fights so far.
on my PC.
Heesang's been so annoying on this Tracer. Not really able to allow Landon.
It was like
to get
$7,
Hadi up.
I believe,
Not
and
able to
then
Sparker
there was like 2 other DLCs for it, so I paid like $11 for like the game and the DLCs all combined.
prowess on that Cassidy, and you're
So I was like, hell yeah.
limiting the success that Space Station get
Since our brother still has mine,
And Crazy Raccoon and Team Falcons for that matter.
Batman,
They just move
I'm Batman guard. You gonna help them? Batman. No! I remember doing that.
just go after it.
Yeah, are you gonna help him? No!
Desk, I'll reiterate. Nothing really prepares you
I might be Batman, but I ain't killing myself.
to play the dive and how fast they can go and how much they understand their limits as well. Very much limit testing Space Station right now. Gates unlock. Crazy Raccoon. Roll the Mauga this time.
They got the symmetric teleporter too, actually, to help get Shu up to this high ground. Allows him to get these angles a lot faster. Take a look at how he's already spotted Sparker over in that window.
Look at the Hunter as well.
Running a Hanzo?
Not a bad idea. You've got the sniper potential. You also have the Sonic Arrows to help you just get a little bit more intel for the team. We're still on this Doomfist for Chunbin. Doomfist and Nano combo from Shu has been so powerful, even as just as we saw in that last round.
Oh, good kill though. Heesang 30 HP. Oh, still wins the duel as well. Sparker missing a couple of shots. He's going to regret that one as he gets healed on up. That beam, almost 100% accuracy, but it is landed. That's fighting the good fight for Space Station on this first point. She's chasing down Lip as well now. 2 kills for landing that fight. Maybe make it another one.
He gets away. Lip gets away with his life there. Space Station still haven't really had any breathing room in this match to actually find their footing on the defense. Barker, though, able to help give them that. He's going down in that last engagement. But you still have to worry about just how fast-paced Crazy Raccoon are taking these fights. Lip is still up, active, waiting with an arrow for anybody that peeks their head.
Ooh, a little punch out there from Jimin. That sleep go off as well.
He's just standing there menacingly. Dude, Doomfist proceeds to block every shot.
Light flashing before his eyes right there. Oh, lands in front of Jimin, however. Still has the power-up punch. Worth keeping in mind, so can go for the slam play again if he wants to. We've got a checkpoint as well.
Ooh.
Space Station, they're kind of
Yawning.
Crazy Raccoon at their own game right now. Like, they are the ones that are whittling down.
Ooh, nanoed.
Nano punch ends up missing, but
Missed the nanoed punch, but
with Hardy. Hardy
has gotten
and
cornered.
Has to use that slam to get away, and
Ooh.
Sparker with the flank. And this is why Space Station wanted to come to King's Row. Both the supports.
Space Station might hold this.
Astro should be more than fine.
They've been playing way better around some of these flanker options from Raccoon. Even though Hottie was the point of focus for this Doomfist from Junpin, kept him busy. Well, he put that trust in Sparker and Psycho to clean up the rest of Lip. He's saying Lip now on the Tracer.
So many ultimates there for Space Station. Look, they got 5 of the duplication.
I think Raccoons might end up taking it because they're on it right now.
Easily taking care of it though, as he sang dash out the window, 100 HP, finding Astro.
Got majority of the team away though from the point. That's insane. Oh, they're dead.
A big kill for Sparker again.
Oh, fucking beat. They lost 2 and 3. Oh shit.
Destiny can be a powerful thing. 1 minute to go as Crazy Raccoons unable to crack the Space Station.
Oh no.
And they find Lip 2. Huge. Because now they're in sub 1 minute territory. It's Space Station. They only needed 2 of those ultimates in that last fight to be able to get the job done. So they get to hold on to this annihilation in some of these more critical moments where Junpin has his Meteor Strike. Not necessarily the best engagement tool that we've seen here for this composition. Final fight potentially on our hands as Crazy Raccoon, they make another approach to this turn.
Space Station do have to be very careful though. Only 33% that is required. They're setting their sights on Shu once again, but he's saying trying to level the playing field here. Shu going down is not a good start. Good punch from Jumpin. Ends Landon's life.
Oh. Oh, I hit the microphone. Oh, I think Space Station might hold this. Anything can happen though. So far, I mean, they're holding it pretty good. Popped ult, missed pulse. They're trying to keep him up while he has ult going. Oh, they got one support. Oh, Cassidy got the. Oh no, they got it. They got it. It was holding it pretty good. Damn. They could have won that just by holding it.
Landon even coming back on the Kiriko, able to get back there faster, giving some healing over to Hottie, who was still so low when he had to actually go for the annihilation to keep them up with that defense. But they still have a chance here. They whittled away so much time on that bank. The Crazy Raccoon only have 2 minutes now to try to get to that orange box of victory. Don't have a lot to work with either. Take a look at Lip already for the Psycho duel.
EU's fake last in the hangs in the balance here, Rose, with 2 minutes to go. Not a lot of time. You saw how much Crazy Raccoons were able to stall out Space Station before. Astro keeping the rest of his team alive, amping it up. Speed and heals, make sure Huddy stays alive here in the front line. Jumpin and Crazy Raccoon, look at the ultimates coming up now. Nano Blade could be on the menu to end it all, or just a normal one if he's feeling spicy enough.
And Astro doesn't have the sound barrier yet, so it could be devastating in this next fight.
Coming from Choron too, a very aggressive dive straight onto the backline. Blade has been pulled as well. Where's the lamp? Sparker hits the high noon. The beat comes in. He cancels the high noon just in time, but he's saying he gets nothing with this blade. Crazy Raccoon, they've got a Nano and a Doomfist ult coming in. The Space Station refusing to go down without a fight here. Meteor Strike into the backline. Sparker in trouble yet again. You can see the focus. Sparker, Astro down and Jumpin with the Nano. He's getting duped out by Landon here, but he's still got it. He's still got that slam coming up. Kill. Only a couple more meters to go now with Space Station. They're going to switch over to the sim to get the TP out. They're going to get one more touch.
They're gonna need that touch really quickly too. And it might
I think
be
this is like
something
best
that
of
we
4.
have,
No, first to
because if Crazy
3.
Raccoon win this one here, they're gonna be moving on to the finals and send Space Station home.
Annihilation coming up.
But if it's the last one, I would think it'd probably be first to 4.
The 25 seconds to go is coming
It
down
says
to
first to
wire.
3, so yeah. I don't know.
Hanging in the balance. Shu playing at such a disgusting angle as well. They have to spam him out, otherwise Arna can just get free reign of nade, sleeps, and pretty much whatever you want. Nade lobbed it, hits Astro, but it's the only one. 10 seconds to go, and overtime will definitely tick over here. For the Annihilation.
If they can hold it to the next match.
Keep them in this fight. A punch off of the high ground there, on top of the payload. They're just trying to get out of the line of sight here so it doesn't last for eternity. Jumpin's the only one there, but Heestan goes down now. Shu in trouble. Psycho with the pulse bomb. And
Shu's won. Shu's fucking absolute. Oh no! They fucking squandered it.
Comes in and saves the day. It's only a couple of seconds left and both sound barriers are thrown out. Jumpin goes down to a turret, but that overhealth is fading away. And then Nano onto the Tracer now. A perfect stick onto the turret. No way had he survived that. And Funny Astro, the last to stand. And
Yeah, no,
the
like
last almost to fall. Crazy Raccoons. They get
Crazy
their
Raccoons
power
got it,
and
bro.
Make their way to the grand finals.
These Korean teams, man, they're just built different. Even in those last final moments, it looked like Space Station, they might have done it. But they never let up. They never gave up in those final moments either in Raccoon. They just kept putting the pressure and the pressure and the pressure mounting until it was able to boil over and result in this victory for this all-star squad. But wow, Space Station Gaming, what an incredible journey that they've had so far here at the DreamHack Dallas Major. You know this is not the last time you're going to get a chance to see this team compete. The Crazy Raccoon right now are going to be standing tall and get their chance at revenge.
Crazy Raccoon get it done, and they get an opportunity to get a revenge match against Team Falcon, which we will be setting up in just a bit. But first things first, we have to break down the action we just saw. And quite frankly, heading into King's Row, we were like, okay, you know, I'll go out with a bang, be in your comfort zone, play the Reinhardt. That's not what we got to see from SSG. Instead, they were actively trying. They tried to counter. They played the right compositions into what we saw from Crazy Raccoon, who just kept on the aggression and that tempo. But honestly, they put up a really good fight against them. That was so close. They were one tiny pick or team fight even away from actually winning out King's Row.
Yeah, I think honestly this is such huge mental progress for Space Station Gaming that, you know, in the past I thought, you know, they're going to King's Row, maybe they will bring out the Rhine, but for me that would have been a little disappointing, right? It is what the fans want to see, but it's also giving up. I mean, strategically, it's done. If you go Rhine for me, it's done. But they kept fighting and they very nearly won it multiple times, almost brought us back on King's Row, almost forced a 4th map in the series, really making Crazy Raccoon sweat. And that just shows Space Station Gaming, they're here to really fight for the title. They're not satisfied with just being the kings of Europe. They want that global victory, and I'm really excited that we see more from this team in Esports World Cup.
Yeah, amazing for Space Station to finish 3rd here in the old WCS Major, of course. But, you know, there was a lot of talk going into this tournament. There was some hype after the scrims. There was some banter back and forth. We got some amazing video interviews. I got a pretty grim statistic for you folks. Korea went 15-0 in maps against NA and EMEA. So after all that talk,
15-0 and 1.
15-0 and 1 after Kevster back up on the Bonnie. That's maybe next time we can win a map, guys.
I mean, this is the level. As I've been watching, you know, the Asia region in OWCS, I've been just feeling this. I kind of felt this might happen coming into the major. The level is so high. There's so many competitive teams. We are seeing the top 2 teams from Asia, but realistically, there are 4 or 5 teams very near this level. I mean, you can't be understated how incredibly powerful these squads are, how effective their play is. Like many players have said, you can't prepare for this with other regions. This is just a different level.
Let's be real. Like, we've said it many times in the past, but I don't think we've said it so far this event, really, unless the first day. But, like, these might be two of the best rosters ever assembled in Overwatch esports. Going into 2024, both Team Falcons, but also Crazy Raccoon. These rosters are stacked like we've almost never seen before in Overwatch League.
Either one of these teams could have swept some Overwatch League champions. I mean, that's
Yeah,
ridiculous.
they're
That's
And
ridiculous.
it's two Avenger teams, not one, but two. So it's a little unfair to go up against that. I do have to say, though, there were definitely moments where the NA teams or like EMEA teams, they had the right idea. But of course, the compositional differences we've seen from those two regions, or from three regions rather, that has played a big part. And that's one part of this new format, right? Like they are locked into those different regions. They're developing different kind of metas. And then here is where it's all coming to a big clash. And this time around, it was the Asian region to come out on top. A lot of that, of course, not just the compositions they're running, it's the individuals. There's so many star players in both of those teams, and one of them has played above the rest. That's why he's getting out. Partial performance of the match. Hisang earned the honor standout for the last couple of days for his team.
Hisang, I think, has really come onto so many players' radars in the last year or two. His performance continues to climb higher and higher as he
Gonna head my way, but all right.
being one of the very best flex players on the planet. Insane individual mechanics. Insane
I'll still be on here.
touches, and such a huge monster. We talk so much about Lip in this Crazy Raccoon squad, and I think that really is undeserved for Hisang. He deserves a lot of credit for the success of the squad. His flexibility enables Crazy Raccoon to constantly have the edge because he's just so good on everything he plays.
And it's an incredible subplot going into the Grand Finals as well, because last year Hisang was a rookie going into the Overwatch League, of course. That time he paired up alongside Proper from Team Falcons, of course, that time on the San Francisco Shock. And so now, you know, another stand-up performance from him here in the Porsche performance of the match. But now in qualifying for the Grand Finals, you go again head-to-head against Team Falcons, and you get to square off against Proper, who was your teammate last year before Hisang parted ways and joined the Vancouver Titans. Two players with pretty similar hero pools and playstyles. They couldn't gel together. They couldn't get the most out of each other together. Now instead they're going head-to-head in another Grand Finals here at the OWCS Major.
And I love that. It's so many good storylines coming into it. And also another thing to be said about Hisang's performance here to date thus far in their previous match against Falcons and in this very match against SSG. To be able to become the standout player on the same server like greats such as Proper or Lip in his own team. Usually, like in the past, Hisang will go under the radar. Now he's the one who's actually having the spotlights on him, and it's so well deserved. And that's why he walked away with our partial performance of the match. Now, of course, the teams are already getting ready for the action in the grand final. Let's one more time take a look at our brackets to see how we got there. 2 grueling days of matches.
Oh, the APAC
Lots
bracket.
to be played for all of these teams. Let's walk us through the action. How did we end up with this grand final?
Well, the Korean teams didn't lose except to each other. I think that really tells the story here.
That was a great match, Jake. That was a great match.
what a
That
game,
winner
though,
bracket
yeah.
final.
Seriously, and I expect some serious fireworks as Crazy Raccoon, honestly, in that last match against Space Station, they were angry. They want to go, they don't want to mess around. They don't want to drop a map. They want to go straight back against Falcons in the grand final, taking another swing. I mean, I can say a lot of things. Falcons came out on top, but Crazy Raccoon was not scared. They played with aggression and poise throughout that whole series. They really want a world championship. They beat Falcons before. They know they could do it again.
Yeah, and I mean, there's more adaptations to be made, right? We talked about the last winner bracket final, tons of adaptations throughout the series. We thought, okay, maybe, you know, we're going to see Crazy Raccoon do something different here in the winner bracket final. At the end of the day, it turned out that they were really comfortable playing the Mauga. Falcons come back in that series with some adjustments to their venture play. So I don't think we've seen the end of adaptations between these two teams going into the grand final. I can't wait to see what, you know, some of our top tier coaches as well has hooked up for their players.
Absolutely, and it's going to be a best of 7, so first to 4. More Overwatch action coming our way. All of that and more after a quick break. You don't want to miss it.
You're watching OWCS Major.
this bit. Sorry, that was very inappropriate.
That beautiful Porsche collaboration with Overwatch 2, and you see a Porsche on full display right next to our stage here in Dallas, Texas. Welcome back, one and all. As you can see, we're now joined by the one and only Funny Astro. Please make some noise for Funny Astro. SSG, it's been so much fun to watch you guys. It's been a real treat. And speaking of treats, we're about to chat with you, but also I want to chat about the 911 speaker we're seeing here on our desk right now. And once more, remind everyone watching that you have a chance of winning this very speaker. You're doing great work here, Reinforce. Love this for all of us. Look at it. Take it all in. And then head on over to the URL you're seeing on your screen right now for a chance to win it all. Follow our socials. Within the next few days, we will be announcing the winner of the raffle. Now, speaking of winning things, it's not what you guys did today, but sorry, it was the only transition in my head. And listen, every once in a while you just gotta dish it out. But I felt like a winner watching you guys play because, quite frankly, it's just so darn entertaining. You guys have such a distinct style, and you always had a distinct style throughout the last two stages. It's been incredible to watch your team perform. How do you feel about your performance? You come third in this first international competition.
I mean, to be honest, we wanted to beat a Korean team, but we'll have to take being best in the West. It's fine.
It was so close, though.
It was so
so close.
Yeah, that last map of King's Row, I think some of us on the desk were talking, they picked King's Row. Are they going to play Rhine? And, I was like, yeah, it might happen, but I would have been a little disappointed. I was really happy to see the Sigma coming out, that you guys did not give up. I mean, I think it speaks to the sort of new mission of this team. It's beyond just winning Europe, being the best at Rush. It's, wanting to take it to the very best teams in the world. What has it been like inside of the team as far as like coming through that transformation, winning the last stage in Europe, coming into this tournament, and now looking ahead to the Esports World Cup?
To be honest, the team atmosphere is great. Like, everyone loves Hattie when he's on Ryan, but he's great at everything.
Yeah.
I mean, every time he picks Ryan, the crowd just goes wild. So it's so hard not to just pick it at every opportunity. So I'm glad we managed to pick like Sigma in the end. It felt good on King's Row, and I was glad that we managed to give it like one final shot.
When you're trying to strategize against some of these really good Korean teams, of course, they're playing a lot of Mauga and stuff like that. But like, what are the discussions internally? Like, what's the mentality going into the series? Was there anything you ever felt at some point was like, this could be the answer? Did you feel confident at some point picking against them?
We felt like we had the answer with the Sigma comp, to be honest.
Yeah.
But when we went into our first match against Falcons on that first Ilios round, we got rolled pretty hard. And then we just we thought we had to pivot away from the Sigma, or I think maybe we should have stuck with it. It was pretty hard to prepare for because we thought we were going to play Falcons, to be honest. It was a surprise we were against Crazy Raccoons.
I think it was a surprise for Crazy Raccoons as well. They didn't expect to roll through that upper bracket, but it shall not be so. I'm glad you're here because we're about to chat about this matchup. You played against both teams, so we're going to get the download from you in person. But also, we got an opportunity to sit down with the coach from Team Falcons. Let's hear what they have to say.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Danny Lim here. I got a special interview here with Coach Krusty from Team Falcons. Coach Krusty, thank you for joining me for this really quick interview. I mean, I saw you running up on stage as soon as your team won. What made you so happy about your win?
Well, as being a gamer, you love winning, right? But that's all, It's not over till it's all over, right? So I was just happy that we won, right?
I mean, also to add on that, because Crazy Raccoons did win in the Asia, finals as well, and unfortunately, you guys did lose that time. But now, the results were different. Did that make you even more happier?
Actually, Libanj is always sweet, right? I love Libanj. Always. Even like I was in Overwatch League before, I love Libanj, and we prepare a lot for this, right? So, but we're gonna see till the end, right? So
your preparation did show in your match against Crazy Raccoons. Now, Coach, you guys are heading into the Grand Finals. Who do you think is going to be your opponent for the Grand Finals match?
SSG?
Ooh,
yeah.
Why?
Well, Hadi's a Chadi.
Hadi's a Chadi. That is it for the interview, Coach. Thank you so much. Good luck in the Grand Finals, okay? Back to you, Zoe.
Thank you so much. Well, that one didn't age too well today. Funny answer. They expected to meet you guys in the grand final. Is that a confident boost to hear that?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how serious he's being. But it's nice words from Krusty.
Yeah, obviously that was done before the match, so you know, no harm from Krusty, of course. But I mean, all jokes aside, you know, Krusty has done a phenomenal job with this roster as well, coming up with this solution as well, with the double flex damage composition they have, going with Mauga, Venture, and Genji, of course. You know, it was one trick up their sleeve because Falcons, they've been dominated so far over in the Asia region. Crazy Raccoon has had the edge, right? So now Falcons are on top, and like Kasuras mentioned earlier on the desk, you come from the winner bracket, you get that first map pick, right? So that's going to be an advantage here for Falcons going into this
First map pick, and you have to play those back-to-back matches. So they definitely have their work cut out for them. They came into this tournament very confident, of course. Danny and I actually had an opportunity to sit down with them prior to all the action starting. So let's hear what they had to say.
Yo, what's good, everyone? Zoe here and
Danny here.
And we're joined by Crazy Raccoons. So
Whoa, raccoons! Yeah!
Love raccoons. Great animal.
Great animal. Great
team
as well. Yeah,
great transition.
You guys
also,
are killing it.
Obviously, heading into this tournament, everyone considers both the Korean teams to be the top. They're the ones with the target on their back. How do you feel about the other regions? How do you feel about the NA teams and the EMEA team?
토론토 말고는 잘 모르겠어요. 잘 안.
결국에는 토론토도 한국인들이 껴있는 팀이잖아요. 그래서 한국인 없는 팀은 제 생각엔 결국엔 우승 못할 것 같아요.
So I mean, it does seem like you guys have a lot of confidence. Like, where does that confidence come from?
일단 지르고 보는 거죠.
Teamwork.
Teamwork.
Okay, so when the team was formed, though, were you worried about any of the players? Was there anyone you guys?
trouble?
Yeah. Who are you guys worried about in your own team?
저는 있었던 것 같기도 하고.
Shu, you have someone who?
그나마 저는 희상이
희상.
약간 걱정되긴 했었어요. 근데 그 밴쿠버를 애가 마지막에 갔었거든요. 쇼크에서 이제 이적을 했단 말이에요, 밴쿠버로. 근데 그때 당시에 엄청 잘하더라고요. 그러니까 딱 그것만 보고 잘할 수 있을까라고 생각했는데 되게 잘하더라고요.
희상이 아니면 유민이? 이게 초롱이 아니면 희상.
이유는?
약간 쇼크 상방이라고.
약간 이제 희상이는 약간 이제 제가 이때까지 같이 팀이었던 이제 서브 딜러들이 엄청 곧 잘했었어가지고 그래서 희상이가 얘 정도 할 수 있을까라는 좀 생각은 좀 했었고 그리고 초롱이 같은 경우에는 이제 제가 예전에 이제 같이 뭐 테스트 겸 스크림을 같이 한 적이 있었는데 근데 이제 그때 약간 첫 인상이 좀 별로였었어가지고
재훈이 형이 좀 많이 터뜨려.
아니 별로인 게 아니고 그 말이 너무 없었어가지고.
Are we doing one final question?
Yeah, which is the craziest raccoon, I think.
Craziest raccoon.
Yeah, out of all the raccoons.
Okay. 3초 이렇게 3, 2, 1 한 다음에 제일 미친 너구리 맞나? 3, 2, 1, pick. We have a clear winner. 준빈 got 4 votes.
와우.
Okay.
Congratulations. 예, 미친 너구리. 와우. 미친 너구리.
미친 너구리.
Can you
써야지.
craziest raccoon?
재밌어서.
정상인 아닌 것 같아요.
You guys are in Texas. Texas, we want you to do a Texas accent. 하우리 파트너 이거 안 들어봤어? 한 번도?
뭐라고요?
그 캐서디가 하우리 이거 하는 거.
인사하는 거요?
하우디? 처음 들어보는데. 뭐 하우디?
All together.
자, 다 같이 3, 2, 1.
하우디 파트너.
Thank you.
You know, it kind of this cut makes it sound like in the edit that Danny and I tried to steer drama within their team.
I was like, what is happening?
They cut out half of this interview.
Churong was bad in tryouts? What is happening?
I mean, obviously we had a lot of fun during that media day. It's been good times. Also, very impressive texts and accents across the boards in your team as well. So that's something you practice in your free time?
Not regularly.
Not
It just
regularly.
comes naturally.
Okay, it's just casually every once in a while. Interesting to hear from them, obviously, prior to the match. It's funny to see how those kind of interviews age. Let's talk about the performance we've seen from Crazy Raccoon thus far. Obviously, the last match they played against Falcons was very, very, very close. They seem to have the answer to that double flex DPS. They are dropping in that Genji, enabling Lib on that hit scan to just have free range.
Yeah, did you watch that series, Funny Astro? Was there anything you've learned from like the winner bracket final? Because you were waiting for your opponent. What do you think was the difference between those two teams if you watched the match?
Well, I think Crazy Raccoons just put on more pressure, to be honest. Like, their DPS just seemed to do more damage. Yeah, I mean, I'm not really sure how Falcons won, to be honest.
I mean, for me, I saw that first match against Ents with Falcons, and I just felt, man, no hitscan. Like, hitscan is dead for this comp. Like, the pressure that Genji and Venture can put on together, I think really throws a spanner in the works. It's so hard to just live. Lip has been the only one who's even made it look possible. I think Heesang's Genji was actually crucial in threatening the enemy Batiste. I think the Batiste was something big in Falcon's pocket there to bring out the greedier flex support that puts more damage down, expecting Heesang to play Pharah. But when Heesang came out of the Genji, I thought maybe they had an answer. Falcons, though, bringing it back in the end. I think these teams are going to have to bring new looks, new adaptations, because they just got a very, very good taste of what each other can bring.
Yeah, and one talking point we had throughout the winner bracket finals was actually that we saw that Team Falcons, they tended to play more Batiste versus Crazy Raccoon. They prefer to have Lip on the hit scan role, and then Shu play a lot of more Kiriko. Going into this matchup between those two teams, do you have a preference in the Mauga composition between the Batiste and the Kiriko?
I think the Kiri's better, especially with Mauga on the board, being able just to Suzu every time someone's burning. It's a huge difference in like stopping damage. The drone doesn't feel as good. Kiriel is obviously like an insane, or it's able to win so many more team fights. So I think
that's how we felt. And then it was even more impressive that Fielder and Falcons was able to turn it around, of course.
Yeah.
So, but yet to see what they're going to do.
I mean, they still brought out the Kiri at the very end. That's what I was worried about. I thought, okay, are they locked into this map? Is this going to cost them, especially against Genji? Stalker with incredible flexibility, looking like the best venture so far in the tournament. Still a hero we're only just starting to see in the pro meta, and already I think it's really shaken things up. So many more options to play with.
I mean, it's funny that when you're pushing a Stalker off the venture, then he just gets to play.
Thank you for the follow, Enochchrome or Enochchrome. I do apologize if I butcher your name. Hopefully you enjoy the stream and the madness that ensues. How are you doing today?
As well. Generally, this team has surprised a lot of people. They were considered to be the second best team, and now they're coming out on top.
I mean, are you going to bet against Proper, though? Like, this guy on the Genji might be best in the world. Heesang took it to him. Heesang made this very, very competitive. But Proper, I mean, there's a reason he won Rookie of the Year and MVP in his first season. An unheard of accomplishment in Overwatch.
Is there one player in particular you're looking out for, Funny Astro, that like you think could be like the difference maker here in the grand finals?
I think for me, it's got to be Lip. Having that hit scan diff, if they can keep him alive, if they can pocket him through all of this pressure, then he can carry them.
Is there a world? Is there anything they could do in order to actually force him off of that hit skin?
I think that's why they stick to this sort of venture Genji style. They really want to put the pressure on. They want to keep him low, keep him like shut down as much as possible, all in, keep diving and keep pressuring Lip. But if their Crazy Raccoon's supporters can find a way to keep him alive, that'll be their win condition.
Well, it is a rematch. Falcons won the first one. The big question is, can they do it again and snatch this crown? Let's take a look at our predictions for this one. I think we're going to see the same thing again, quite frankly. I do think Falcons just have a really, really good read. And although I do think that Crazy Raccoon's aggression and their tempo is so difficult to deal with, Falcons got them downloaded. This is Falcons' game to win. What about you, Funny Astro?
I think it's going to go to the Crazy Raccoons.
All
I
right.
think they just have too much pressure.
The comeback. I love that.
I think they won grand finals in APAC, and they're going to do it again.
You know, I've got to go with the Falcons here. As much as I think Crazy Raccoon, they had that last test, can the hit scan work? I feel like Falcons made the crucial adaptation on the last map on 66. They started bringing out the Kiriko. I think Heesang's Genji is going to fall flat when there's no target for Genji to dive. No one to actually easily solo kill. Maybe he goes back to the Pharah, but I think the Batiste answers that. And I think Fielder's flexibility is going to be crucial. And I think it's maybe even going to be more one-sided now that Falcons has sort of seen what Crazy Raccoon can bring. That surprise Genji, not a surprise anymore.
Yeah, I actually think it's going to be a Falcons 4-1. I think it's going to be even more one-sided in the grand finals. You know, first of all, we're playing a grand final here now. Falcons, they got some rest, and especially at LAN as well, you got some sustenance. You were able to go get food, for example. Crazy Raccoons, very little time in between to get ready for this finals matchup. But I also feel like Falcons kind of figured out, and they brought a style that we haven't really yet seen Crazy Raccoon figure out, right? Where we actually see that Falcons, they're slowing things down. They have their venture play a lot around their Mauga instead. And Lip doesn't really get that much value from the Cassidy. So eager to see more adaptations, but I actually think it's going to be even more one-sided with Falcons taking it in a 4-1.
Oh. Whoa, okay.
There's no way. Is that made up?
50?
That's crazy.
Okay, what about the audience in here? Let's hear it for Crazy Raccoon. Okay.
That's pretty loud.
Okay. Let's hear it for Team Falcons. Oh.
Okay.
A little Falcons edge there.
Maybe a
close. Pretty close.
55-45 Falcons?
Okay, well, I guess we're going with the 50-50 then. One thing's for sure, both of these teams will play their hearts out on this stage and try to get this first OWCS championship title. Let's see which one will come out on top. And we're getting started right now, right here.
Make some noise! It's Crazy Raccoon and Team Falcons. Our two titans of the Overwatch world lock horns once again. The earth is about to shake, folks. Who will stand tall here in this battle of giants? Strike until there's a reset available and another one to score from. He's far from done. Wyatt holds onto his sound barrier until. Oh no! That is filthy stuff. Not even close, baby.
These players are no strangers to crushing dreams. One of the strongest rosters ever assembled.
They are absolutely terrifying.
Shit, hold up. Hey, yo.
DreamHack Dallas, it's time to meet
Oh.
your grand finalists. Introducing your first team, it's Lip, Hisang, Jumbin, Choro, Chu, and head coach Moon. Everybody give it up for Crazy Raccoons! And their opponents. Everybody give it up for Proper, Stalker, Smurf, Fielder, Chio, and Coach Krusty. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Team Falcons! Coach Moon, Coach Krusty. Fist bump, please. That works as well. All right, everybody, let's get this show started. Let's go. 자리로 가시면 됩니다. 화이팅!
Thank you very much, Danny. Championship Sunday is coming to an end, but not before we crown a champion. Crazy Raccoon versus Team Falcons taking the stage now here.
It's almost like the script has written itself that it is fated that these two teams get a chance to play against each other once again. It will be the fourth time that these teams have faced each other in not only the main event for Asia, but now here at DreamHack Dallas for his fourth time the charm for either of these teams.
Yeah, a title match on the line here. I mean, look, Falcons, they may have done it earlier. Kind of with Astra on the desk, if I'm very honest with you, I got a feeling Crazy Raccoon are going to come out with something absolutely spectacular, but this will be their third match. They'd already had two back-to-back. They're stepping into a third one now, well and truly warmed up.
Yeah, today, it's already so tough to have to play 1-2 official matches, but this will be the third one. And it is hopefully going to be the one that's able to make them stand above the rest. But as the desk we're calling out, Team Falcons, they get a chance to have a little bit of a breather. They get a chance to maybe just relax themselves, feel confident after their impressive upset just a little bit ago.
You got to wonder where the heads of Crazy Raccoon are currently at right now. Of course, Johnny mentioned it too, like a little bit exhaustion is probably kicking in as well. I mean, Falcons had the ability to kind of watch that previous match or even just go over the match they just played against Crazy Raccoon to find any sort of small weakness, any sort of flaw that they can take advantage of.
And it's going to be tough to find. Both of these teams are just so star-studded. Everybody a role star at one point or another during their time in the Overwatch League, and now coming together to form super teams on either side. Everybody heading into the DreamHack Dallas main event touted both of these teams as the teams to beat, and they made that happen. They've knocked out every other team in their road to get here, and now they have to knock one of each other out at the very end of it all.
I think that was one of the craziest things coming into this new year, into OWCS, was how are the Korean players going to form these teams? Like, what are the teams going to look like? Is it going to be a very top-heavy region? Is one team going to dominate? Are 2-3 teams going to dominate? Because we knew that at some point a super team would be formed. Can one of them prove that they are the top dogs coming out? I mean, Crazy Raccoon, they've already come off of a 3-0 and quite a convincing 3-0 against Space Station. I mean, the Asia region, well and truly number 1 at this point. EU number 2, NA sitting at that lowly 3rd spot.
You can even see the score line right there, though. Crazy Raccoon is 2-1 in matches currently, but it was Team Falcons that got the upset in a very, very close 5-map series in the winter finals. Death's talking about something really important from this Team Falcons roster, which is that not only have they had a really good read on the meta, being able to pull out this Venture, this Genji side by side, but also making some really critical adjustments in their support lineup to pick out a Kiriko over a Baptiste. See if they can continue to make these small adjustments that will help them out with that macro game plan heading into this grand finals.
The Asia teams, of course, you just saw there, undefeated against NA and EMEA. Only one can lay their hands on the trophy, though. First to 4 format 2, not first to 3 now. So we'll be definitely going the distance. If we find a little repeat here, could go all the way to 7. Very, very classic finish. I'm hoping it's not a clean sweep, but the way both of the teams have been playing, especially in their head-to-head earlier on, I don't think it's going to be a 3-0. It's going to be a nail-biting finish.
I mean, these coaches are so smart for either team, and they've been able to play this format before. Maybe something that gave them a bit of a leg up in this competition, knowing that we switched to format 2, the loser gets to pick not only the map, but the map type. So we don't have a set order of destinations where we're going to go.
Yeah, and that's a big switch up too. Like, coming into a format like that, you can really just, like I said, the weaknesses, they can be exploited. You don't like using these comps, we'll take you a map where you have to use those comps. But I think it's about time we get in. Ladies and gentlemen, our grand finals here at DreamHack Dallas is about to get underway.
Let's see this match. I think earlier these two fought, like, went up against one another.
First to 4, and we're starting on Oasis.
This is first to 4. Oh shit.
It did go to the way of Team Falcons. Being able to be in the winner side of the bracket means they got
Yeah, these two fought earlier. Yeah, that logo. I remember that logo. Because when I got on, when I started streaming, it had like the thing off to the left side and it showed who went up against who. So this Crazy Raccoons went up against this team already and won. And the fact that this is like the 3rd match in a row is insane.
Maybe this Crazy Raccoon backline, but Shu's actually going to be on the Kiriko. Might not be as easy of an answer here to try to nail somebody in the back.
Quick high ground take there from Crazy Raccoon. And try and set Lip up. And what Jake was kind of touching on the test too was this double flex. Falcons were on it a second ago, but propping out, jumping over to Tracer instead. No Genji here. I imagine we'll see that a little bit later on. Those cardiac overdrives already being clocked by the Malgas. A dash out for Smurf goes a little bit too low. Nice move from Choron. Moving the enemy Lucio in, but there's the first blood, and it's on to Lip. Heesang falls right behind him. I think Crazy Raccoon taking that high ground first, but we haven't got the sheer firepower that Team Falcons have.
It's going to be an immediate switch from Lip there to head over to the Cassidy. Soldier maybe not finding nearly as much impact as they would want, and in fact, another switch up. He's saying going over to the Tracer as well. This is a TPS lineup we've seen before. Have some major impact onto some of these backline supports, especially when Fielder's going to be playing that Baptiste. How about how you get in there? Sing and Jumping going to have to play together on trying to get these eliminations.
Rob's done so much damage already. Already got some pulse. Just quite terrifying. Early lamp from Fielder. Let's be a little bit more safe now. Fielder stepping up. The lamp's not down just yet, but Lip manages to snipe it, enabling Heesang to get that kill. Shio with the sound barrier in 5%, amping it up on the point, earns the beats. Manages to get it off too. Just helping Proper secure these kills now as he chases his like for like in Choron, who's still got the sound barrier here of his own. Has to use it, but it's only a 2-man. So Lucio's and Tracer's on the point right now. The Venture. You've got to be serious. A stick onto the Venture. They settle sky high, but Shio is still living. And with Smurf coming back to the point to receive that land, that's a lot of extra percent. Survivor ability there was insane from Team Falcons.
Well, both of them.
I mean, Proper might have DC'd there or something, because my guy was walking into the wall.
Don't worry, we'll get it back underway.
We'll get the pauses out now, okay? Come on, we had a good day yesterday.
Yeah.
We had a good day today.
We were due for a pause at some point. That last fight was crazy. You had both of our Lucio players, Chiyu and Chorong, actually used the sound barrier in those moments.
Uh-oh.
2-man for both of the players, only able to net just a little bit more staying power there for our team of Team Falcons. But
Yeah, I mean, if that beat comes a little bit earlier there, maybe you save your Mauga. Assuming the Mauga kind of rotates the cooldowns, that cardiac overdrive so strong, especially with the Tracer too, does so much damage. It's hard to lock down a Tracer, but with that low health pool, like you're healing so much, if you're getting up in the face of people, it's very hard to take the Tracer down normally, even harder now with the cardiac overdrive.
But it's also just really good to make sure that you were just still able to stall out your control of that control point. Because that netted them so much extra percentage. So they're at 55% now to capturing that very first objective. And it's all a good way to be able to give yourself some confidence heading into this match.
Yeah, exactly. You need that confidence too. Of course, getting up on stage again, everybody, to be fair, is very well versed at being up on that stage in front of a crowd. Everybody blaring noises, clapping, everything, right? Cheering at every single kill. It's just getting a word in now. Proper's PC having a little bit of a malfunction, but we should get that sorted in just a moment. In fact, maybe even shorter than that. I think about 20 seconds or so. We'll be back in to this first map. Going to, of course, with Oasis. I was curious if we were going to see the Genji here. It's very easy to kind of assail the high ground, but the Traces are so strong, especially being able to fight around the main pillar. Like, you can stay alive for so long, especially with Lucio too. The ability to stall is just so nice with those very mobile heroes. Genji a little bit less so, of course. Has to get resets for the dash and a little bit more vulnerable, especially after you use that deflect.
But that's what the desk was talking about, is that the Genji, how does it actually play into a team that's going to lean a little bit more into the Kiriko? A swift step away, and it's harder to actually find a target to get those dash resets as well as those picks.
Oh, Proper's got his headset back on. Looking good. Should be getting into the game in just a moment. He's getting, just looking at the lobby screen as well, jumping back in. I think because he ended up disconnecting there, I'm not sure if he's going to retain the ult charge. I'm not sure what he was on the pulse one, but worth keeping in mind. And yeah, I'm looking as well. It was Mauga, Smurf. It was close to the cage there, so they could go for a bigger engage with the cage. And only the rush for Shu. Deadeye for Lip. It's going to be nice, but against the cage, you know, you kind of have to walk in there. But you can charge it outside the cage and kind of step in, and it's fine. You just get the instant one-shot, right?
Good thing is I think Proper had already used the pulse bomb. So it's not something that they're actually going to be losing too much value on in terms of that ultimate charge. And it's also Proper. We're going to be able to see him charge up another one pretty quickly here. But even still, we are actually going to see Proper lean into this Genji as he rolls back into the server. Not worried too much about the fact that Shu is going to be on this Kiriko. Looking instead at his attention on Lip on this Cassidy. Someone that he might be able to jump on.
This double flex. Been a long time since we've seen something like this being meta. It's like an eternity almost. Yeah, this rush could be quite awkward to use. I mean, Crazy, Raccoon, they could look to try and take this high ground back from them, or even just fight in this small corridor here. Oh, Proper, I think, that's definitely not movement from a Genji god, I don't think. Yeah, we're going to jump into another brief pause again, unfortunately. Sorry about this, folks. Just making sure the finals is completely fair.
Builds up the suspense? Question mark?
Exactly, yeah. That's all he's doing it for, is the suspense.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, I want to give the crowd a little something here. Of course not. I was only joking. Oh, they're swapping a PC out. There you go. Should be good to rock and roll in just a moment. Let's quickly jump in to the media day with Team Falcons just while we get the new PC set up.
Hi everybody, Danny Lim here, and I'm here joined by Team Falcons coming all the way from Korea. Guys, welcome to Dallas. You guys are living in Korea, right?
Yeah.
Team Falcons?
Yeah.
I'm guessing this is your first time actually living in Korea?
Basically, yeah.
How are you liking Korea?
So nice. Everything is so good. The food is insane. I love it.
What's a go-to Korean phrase?
Saying like kaja and scrims.
Kaja and scrims?
Kaja.
Okay.
It's like when we push.
You guys are definitely one of the top teams in OWCS right now. Is there a team that you guys consider as rivals right now?
크레이지 라콘 아니면 토론토?
토론토. Why Toronto?
그나마 잘하는 선수들이 제일 많고 해외에서 그리고 연습을 했을 때 좀 약간 다른 팀보다 조금 더 힘들었어요.
You guys are literally all superstars. You guys are like crowd favorites. You guys are all just like really good at the game. If you have to choose, besides from yourself, who is the best player in your team and why?
들었을 때 저희 팀에서 이제 저 빼고 그냥 잘하는 선수는 아무래도 스머프 명환이 형인 것 같아요. 아무래도 우승을 제일 많이 했으니까 잘하지 않을까.
I'm gonna count to three, from 3, 3, 2, 1, and then you guys, everyone, point at the player that you think is the best player on the team. Okay? All right, I'm gonna count. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Best player, go. All right. We got some Smurf. Okay, we got proper. We got 2 proper, 2 Smurf, 2 and 2. Okay.
Are you pointing at me?
Oh.
You're best player.
Thank you,
All right,
bro.
Smurf, why'd you pick Sir Majan?
He's best player.
Best
World
player?
champion.
Eh?
World champion.
World
I
champion.
appreciate you, bro. Thank you.
He's world champion.
Do you guys like feel pressure to perform because there's so many big names in the group?
I don't think there's a pressure. We're just gonna have fun and then beat everyone.
How confident are you guys that you guys could win the whole event?
100%.
100%?
100%.
무조건 저희가 이긴다.
저도 지금은 무조건 이긴다 생각하긴 해요.
무조건이죠. 100%. Everyone says 100% they're gonna win it. All right, let's see if that comes true. Team Falcons, thank you so much for taking the time to do the interview. And yeah, let's say bye to the camera, everybody. Thank you so much. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Hey guys, this is Crimzo, and you're watching OWCS.
That was intense.
Spooky.
I mean, hey, if gaming doesn't work out for any of those players, acting is in the books for sure. Nothing beats Hey Heroes, but I think they're getting close. What?
All right, I'll take it. I'll take it.
It's a good line. Well, as we're starting things on this stage, I want to pose a question to you guys. Obviously, we talked about.
It's
seeing
not
Crazy
Overwatch,
Raccoon-
right?
Huh?
It's not
It's not.
Overwatch.
No, this one. actually-
No more.
I'm not a historian.
No more. Although you might be able to dig in the archives to find an answer for this particular question, or you just listen to your heart instead. That's not you. Like you're a brain kind of guy, Jake.
Are you saying I'm a hard kind of guy? Thank
Yes,
you, Zoe.
actually, yeah, big guy, big heart. That's reinforced for all of us. We talked about Crazy Raccoon being the team which now has to play those back-to-back matches. A more important thing I want to touch on here is though how very different the teams are that they're facing off against. Do you think Falcons might have an advantage just because they were able to prep for one particular style of a team versus, I mean, SSG and Falcons, they couldn't be more different if they tried.
I mean, I think what we saw the last time these teams matched up in that upper bracket final was it is a real battle on the Mauga comp. I think both teams recognize that is the meta. This is the final answer. We've had our value tests. The only question is, what variations will you use? Can Lips Cassidy stand the test of the double flex DPS? It's difficult. It looks like we're checking out some of the highlights from that last match. I mean, they played before on Oasis. You know, this time Crazy Raccoon was trying to bring dive. They thought they could make it work. Not when we just saw them load in the server Oasis. No. They're on Mauga. They accept this is where the series will go. I think Heesang's Genji was a huge highlight for them. I think this was not something that Falcons was ready for, but through the series, the adaptations came through, and even with the Batiste, Fielder still had the answers.
Yeah, and when you mentioned how long they're actually going to play here now, Zoe, of course, that's something that does come into play, especially when you play this many maps in a row, right? Because, typically a sprint block when you practice, that's sometimes, 2 hours for a single team. Sometimes you place that back to back, you got 4 hours of practice, right? But playing on stage, there's an extra sense of adrenaline, there's an extra sense of urgency playing on stage, of course. The most I ever played, that was 10 maps in a row. And I mean, that was 2 series back to back, a lot of energy drinks involved. And let me tell you, like 3 hours in, your energy starts to die down. You just like get over caffeinated and you start to die down a little bit. The adrenaline kicks back a little bit and you have a hard time staying focused. So now, I mean, you're Crazy Raccoons, you already played a very intense 5-map series against your opponent. Then you have to go and play 3 against Space Station. Now, if we get another long series on our hands, this is a first to 4, right? We could potentially see 7 maps here. This is going to be an incredible endurance test here for a team like Crazy Raccoon. The only one that really comes to mind in pro play, when it comes to the Overwatch League, that was stage 1 in 2018. That's when we saw the London Spitfire go head-to-head against New York Excelsior after actually playing against Houston Outlaws when Jake was on that team. And that was an incredible test of endurance as well. When you have to play like 12, 14 maps of Overwatch in a row, like you start to see some level of play. The gameplay starts to deteriorate because you can't just keep up. You can't stay as focused, right? So I could definitely see the endurance here impacting Crazy Raccoon. They're going to have to push to absolute limits to bring this one back.
Yeah, when we get to see those long days, long matches, it starts to look like a brawl on the server as people just trying to edge it out based on individual skills. If this is where we're headed, though, who has the upper hand as we're looking at 2 super star-studded teams?
I think strategically, as long as Crazy Raccoon continues to lean on Lip as the hit scan, and that's their strategy, honestly, I think that's going to make it really hard for them because with a hit scan, you've got to be perfect. You've got to keep Lip alive through all the pressure. Ult after ult is going to be coming, hunting for this Cassidy. Every player on Falcons hunting for this Cassidy, and you can't make any mistakes letting him drop. On the other side, when it comes down to players dying on both sides, Venture and Genji, they love that type of scenario where individuals can find their little bits of value, can pop off and find picks. I mean, we talked about that, how Falcons, how resilient they are. Even losing a player, they bring these fights back based on the scrappy DPS. So I think Falcons not only better rested coming into the grand final, but with a strategy that should favor them when things get chaotic. That being said, I don't want to overstate this. I mean, these are all veteran players. None of them is new to playing on stage. None of them is new to these high pressure scenarios, pauses, delays. I don't think they're going to be phased. I don't think this is Crazy Raccoons out of it just because, okay, maybe they're both experienced in these spots. I really think it's going to come down to the gameplay. It's going to come down to the strats.
Yeah, I mean, they do have a lot of experience, especially in Asia as well. They do play on a stage most of the time. It's good to be aware of the fact that when you play on stage, it's not like playing like at home, right? It's going to be a different environment, and you definitely need experience, right? So there are a couple of players, for example, on Crazy Raccoon who doesn't have the same level of stage experience. For example, Hee-Sang, he was a rookie last year, didn't really have that much test when it comes to actually playing in the playoffs, of course, compared to like Smurf, 2-time Overwatch League champion. You got Chio and Fielder, I mentioned earlier. They are also Overwatch League champions with the Dallas Fuel. So they've been in grand finals before. And, apart from the Asia main event, a couple of these players on Crazy Raccoon, that's where, Shu, for example, Flex Support, he's been on many of those situations before for Crazy Raccoon. He has won stage salts with LA Gladiators. He can bring that experience. And, tell Hee-Sang, for example, if you feel uncomfortable, like I can make you feel better, give that kind of like veteran support, right? That is going to be required in this series because playing in a grand final is an incredibly different vibe from any other stage match and very different from playing at home.
It is indeed. And I think a really great point that Necra brought up just a few minutes ago is, of course, also the format is different here on this event for all teams but the Asian teams. They are familiar with having to pick not just the map itself, but also the map type. In their most recent match, just 2 matches ago, they did manage to push that escort map way out of sight. Do you expect to see the same strategy from both of those teams again, or do you think escort is going to come in quicker?
I do think this gives more options for Crazy Raccoon since they pulled out the Route 66, which, yeah, they continue to play the Amalgam Mirror. I think that means there are still more bags, or more tricks rather, in the bag that Crazy Raccoon can bring. I mean, there's maps
in the bag. That's where we're at now.
There's maps like Gibraltar that we haven't seen, and I think that is, we've seen a lot of dive out of Crazy Raccoon. I think that is the pinnacle of their style, their potential. You get Shu on the Ana, Chorong on the Brig. I think that's where, especially the backline, really shines. But on a map like that, I don't think you'll see the Malga come out. I think Lip is going to have a lot easier time forcing the hit scan mirror. And historically, Falcons has lost against Crazy Raccoon when it comes to a pure hit scan mirror. Proper's flexibility is unmatched, but the raw hit scan performance, it's Lip who's been taking those championships. So honestly, I think there are still places that Crazy Raccoon can take us. I would love to see a Gibraltar come out. I'd love to see them, hey, let's try a dive mirror. Sure, your Mauga's great. Maybe you can force us off the Cassidy, but can you win head-to-head in a dive mirror? So far, it's been Crazy Raccoon historically between these two teams.
Yeah, I agree with that. Gibraltar would be a lot of fun to watch between these two teams as well, you know. Maybe we can spice it up and not see Lucio Kiriko as well. Yet to be determined, of course, on Gibraltar. It's a map that allows for some other support characters to be played as well. It would be a lot of fun, but it's almost like until we actually see one of these teams like heavily move away from the Mauga composition, I really do feel like it's going to be two teams, and this has honestly been a conversation within the community as well. You know, we have a lot of content creation between coaches and players these days, and they've talked about how in Korea, you know, there's a bit of a mentality that like, hey, we can challenge you on like what you play best. We feel comfortable playing in this mirror matchup, and we feel like if we make some minor adjustments, we can actually overcome the odds.
So is it a mind game then? Like
It's
the
a different
first team
approach.
to
It's a
switch off of
different
the
approach.
Maga kind of lost the mind
Do you
battle?
prefer to make broad stroke, major macro changes to the compositions where maybe you feel like a different tank hero could get a leg up? I feel like the meta's pretty much settled here, Jake. And so now it comes down to the micro adjustments. What are some micro adjustments we can make to overcome our opponent rather than just like start swinging and picking different characters? We're not going to see that.
No, I think it's a long series though, right? With 7 maps that could change things. And also, as much as, yes, the Asian teams, they're familiar with this format of the loser having total freedom about where to take the series next, to be honest, that should not matter. This is a format that heavily favors going long series. That means if you lose maps, you get a much bigger advantage coming back with the next pick. And so the fact that these teams have 3-0'd all of their other competition besides one another, to me, that just speaks to how far above the competition they are. I mean, there's the best possible chance for the team who loses map 1 to bring things back. No one has done it. Well, I mean, Ents got a draw, but come on. I mean, the format for me should really help NA and EU. It should have helped these teams get maps, but it wasn't enough. I mean, there's a serious gap between the regions right now. There's a reason these are the two teams here in the grand final.
Do you think that Crazy Raccoon will come in major adjustments here, or will they just try to play the same thing? Because quite frankly, like the previous match was very, very close. Would it be too risky to actually take those bigger swings?
I mean, I think they're going to make the small adjustments first. I think that we saw Falcons have the edge, specifically with the Venture play, for example. The way they shifted their Venture play style, it was a little bit less all in, and they actually let Lip play that hit scan role, right, and extracting. They thought maybe like Lip won't get as much value on the Cassidy. Again, it's very map dependent. I think that this meta we've actually seen here at the OWCS Major, it's actually been one of the best metas we've ever had in Overwatch, you know, up until it really settled here with Mauga. A lot of different maps to go to if you want to play different styles. And it's really just these two teams that finally said, like, we really do think that the Mauga composition is the best one. Neither of the North American or the EMEA teams, they really felt like they could match the Mauga play. So now it's up to these two teams to maybe make some adjustments when it comes to different maps and stuff. But I feel like for the most part, we're just going to see more of the same on different map variations. It doesn't really matter, you know, between the small differences between the maps. The large, broad strokes, yes, Circuit Royale, Gibraltar, those are maps that really warrant some kind of different compositions. But for the most part, most maps in general, you can pull off the Mauga Brawl.
It's something that Kasara said when he was on the desk here with us, that every region brought their own kind of flavor to this international tournament where we see those different regions clashing for the first time. What was your favorite flavor? Is it the Mauga comp? Do you think like this is peaking, or I mean, whether it's the best or not, like that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking what entertains you. This one you have to answer with your heart. I know there's one in there.
The only thing I care about is winning, and that's what the competition is about,
okay,
right?
Jake,
That's what you come.
please.
I mean, this is harsh, but like this is the reality from playing professionally. It's like, you know, as much as fans want to see you play Ryan, Hottie. I'm proud actually of Space Station that they didn't do that, because for me that's giving up. That's accepting defeat. And that's the one thing I don't want to see a player do. I want to see these teams come out and give everything. For me, that is Overwatch. That's Overwatch 2 in particular. You have to constantly adapt. You have to be innovative. You have to adjust. Even within the Mauga mirror, there are still small variations in terms of the picks. The Cassidy, the Baptiste, these heroes change everything. We saw a ton of Pharah in the comp, but it's been almost completely absent here in the winners finals, because these teams are continually trying to catch each other, trying to make these subtle changes that can really reshape how the game is played. And so I think through this grand final, it's Crazy Raccoon now who need to make some kind of change. For me, I feel that maybe that adaptation to allow Lip to be a little bit more free, a little bit more of a stable style. Now Heesang's Genji struggling to get impact. Maybe when you're over-focusing Lip, you let Heesang be free, and the responsive slowdown in the composition I mean, without the Pharah spam, maybe you could slow it down.
You really didn't answer my question, though. I'm asking what
He did.
entertains
He said the
you.
Maga. The
So
Maga's
is it the
winning.
Maga comp? You think that is the most entertaining and the best comp to watch right
I mean,
now?
this is a very different Mauga comp, I want to emphasize, than when we first saw the hero come out, and it was both Maugas, like, full face trading each other, you know, like
It wasn't just a cage fight, yeah.
Reaper, cage fight, everyone's fully focused on the Mauga. This comp, I think, is way more focused on the DPS and the supports, and Mauga's coming in trying to get those stomps, land on backlines, break ults. I mean, there's been so many huge plays. It's a much more dynamic style of Mauga. For me, it's like a 180 from other types of Mauga we've seen. I think a lot of fans watching, you just look at the tank, you think, okay, that's the style they're going to play. But at this level of Overwatch, I mean, there's so much more subtlety.
nuance in this one.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
What about you? What's got you entertained the last 3 days?
I got a bit of a breather there. Got a moment to collect my thoughts while Jake was yapping around.
That was
about
like
the
10
Maga
moments of thought picking.
Are there any Reinhardt fans in the building? Anyone want to see some Reinhardt being played?
No,
There you
not
go.
from those
There you
two
go.
teams,
They want,
probably.
okay, we're not going to see Reinhardt being played. We're not going to see the Reinhardt, Jake.
No, but like-
it's not happening. But I did, you know, the only viable counter really to the Mauga we've seen so far has been Ents. And they pulled out the Sigma. It was actually something you could pull out against the Mauga. And they did a respectable job. But even that, like, you can't really get away playing the Sigma composition. So in my opinion, I mean, that would be equivalent to SSG pulling out the Reinhardt. That would be waving the white flag, like, we're pulling out the Sigma because we've lost answers. Like, we don't know how we're going to deal with the opponent's Mauga composition. So we're going to go to Sigma. I think these two teams, they're way happier pulling out the small adjustments and maybe try to win the battle within the battle within the battle in these Mauga mirror compositions.
4D underwater chess is being played on this very stage, also known as Overwatch 2 right now. But,
This
yeah.
is as, you know, as intricate as it gets, really. You have the
for
best
sure.
coaches in the world supporting these players, inspecting every detail and making small adjustments based on that. That's an incredible skill to have as a coach, to be able to look at the micro adaptations, the small positioning that really matters to make a big difference. That's what we saw Falcons pull out in the winner bracket finals, because they made small venture playstyle adjustments with the Baptiste, and it made all the difference. That's credit to the coaching staff and the players for recognizing the smallest of details in a very chaotic and complex game like Overwatch.
And honestly, as much as the Mauga mirror is almost certainly going to decide our champion here in Dallas, I do think there's a real window for Crazy Raccoon to bring out a Gibraltar, completely change the tempo of the series, maybe Circle Royale as well, because I think in order to bring out a new style, it might need to be a map pick that enables it. And as much as maybe like that, you could say that's a mental battle, you know, oh, like maybe you're giving up in the Mauga mirror. I mean, come on, these players are vets. Like, I don't believe that that's going to completely set them on edge. We're talking about every map win counting. I mean, last series, it went to game 5. Maybe
Did you
a
just
different
drop
game
the
5
line?
could have
Every
changed
map matters.
I mean, when it's 3-2, it does.
That's a
3-0, maybe that
7-year
one doesn't matter.
throwback for
I got
everyone
another
who
one.
watched the
The
Overwatch
fourth
League.
map.
I got another one for you. Losing is learning, Jake. I don't know where Matt is, but if Matt was on the desk right now, he'd pull out the losing is learning card, and maybe that's why.
That's a good one. That's a good one. Like, put that one on the shirt. That one always works out. I do think there's a lot to be said, though, that there is so much nuance to the meta. There is an opportunity based on different maps and even different points in different maps to pull out different things. And that's what makes the meta, makes it look like this meta is in such a very good stage right now. So it's been actually really, really entertaining. And it also is an opportunity for so many different players to have those highlight reel performances. At the very end of the day, we of course will not just be crowning a champion, we also will be talking about the MVP. Has there been a player standing out to you the past 3 days where you feel like, that's an easy one? This person obviously has to be in the MVP conversation.
I think it's fair to say that maybe the obvious candidate is Proper. I think he's the one that we talk about. He is the one that we focus on. But for me, I think one of the unique positions on, especially Team Falcons, is actually Stalker.
Yeah.
I think something
I agree with that.
I think it's really challenging to be the DPS following behind Proper, trying to match his tempo, because Proper, he's a very confident player. If he has a feeling like, I have to play this hero, he's gonna bring it out, he's gonna play it. And so Stalker has to deal with that, has to flex around Proper, largely making those composition decisions. And so when Proper feels he has to play Tracer, Stalker maybe forced off his best hero. I oftentimes disagree with the way they do the hero assignments. I feel like maybe Stalker should be on Tracer, let Proper do something else, but he's got the read, he's got the confidence. Stalker's been the one to be so incredibly consistent. I think that was some of with Proper's initial season, some of their challenges were finding the ability to have both DPS find success, and it's been Stalker's incredible flexibility that has really shined on Falcons. In the past, I mean, he's been an absolutely monstrous performer on Tracer, one of the best in the world. But right now, this tournament, it's the flexibility, it's the depth. He's the one who is really holding these things together to allow Proper to shine as bright as he is.
Who is him for you, Reinforce?
Sorry, I also agree with Jake. I was gonna pick Stalker. I mean,
Should've
we've seen,
asked you first,
look, we've seen
honestly.
some incredible Venture gameplay, and you know, with
Yep.
Venture being introduced to Overwatch, we came into this event and we asked ourselves, okay, how are we actually going to see Venture being played? Initially, you know, I think we're going to see more of like the brawl, kind of like almost like a Reaper kind of play. You know, there were thoughts about maybe we'll see similar style to like Tracer, but it's almost been like a mix of that. Where you can see you can go on these big flanks if you want. You know, you get pretty big ultimate value unless there's a shield in your way, for example. That's why we saw some teams, they countered Venture by playing Reinhardt early on in the series because that shield is so hard to get value with that hero, right? But it's really come down to now the Venture being so scary when it comes down to digging in the ground. And you see a lot of teams, they're hesitant to engage when they see that Venture burrowing underground because at any moment they can pop up and you got that combo with the drill dash, you know, the primary fire. There are some nice combos you can pull off there where you actually have a lot of chunk damage in one small amount of time. And especially in a moment like this, you know, you have some of the best support players in the world. They're keeping their players topped up. The Venture comes in really handy when it comes down to chunking down small hero pools in a very fast succession, right? And so you get a lot of map presence because no one wants to duel with the Venture, really good dueler. And so at the same time, you got these instant winning conditions by just taking down a small character really quickly. And that has been key. So Stalker, I think he's done a phenomenal job on Venture, the new hero in Overwatch. So credit to him. And I think he's probably in the front runner here now for MVP, especially if we see more of that later on in the series, even though so far in Oasis, the short amount of time we've seen on Oasis a while ago, it was actually the Tracer that came in handy for both teams.
I mean, to be honest, every time Stalker goes Tracer, he just goes insane. I mean, he plays Venture all day. The team's like, okay, we need you to play Venture. Oh, okay, I'll play Venture. I'll do whatever the team needs. And then when he sees that little moment where it's like, oh, maybe I can Tracer now. And it's just off the blocks, hot. I mean, when I came out on Ilios, he was disgusting and he was lighting them up. And so for me, yeah, I can't wait to see more. I think there's potential for further adaptation in the series. We've seen Heesang bring out Pharah, Echo. If the Genji isn't working, if I think Falcon's adaptations are paying off, as Johnny, I think they are, we could see another swap from Heesang, more challenges between the flex DPS players throughout the series.
Looking at Venture here as a hero generally, do you feel like other regions, other Overwatch competitions and players in say competitions, maybe looking at this competition right here and feel like, okay, we're also going to start picking up Venture a lot more? Do you think that's where it's headed in all different regions, NA and EMEA as well?
I have no doubt. I think Venture is a really exciting hero to add into the game because flankers historically in Overwatch are just so critical in the DPS role. They really dictate the pace of the game because they can contest angles that no one else can. They can hold the objective when your tank is busy, under pressure, can't hold it down. Heroes like Tracer and Venture are very, very unique in how long they can continue to contest the space and continue to be effective on the objective. And honestly, for most people at home, you're playing Overwatch, people mostly focus on kills. They run into each other over and over again. But at this level, the objective is everything. There's so much of a dance subtly around the objective. Who can pressure the cart just a little bit more, force the enemy to come into you, creates a huge strategic lead.
Yeah, and also I think that, it's worth mentioning as well that we're playing on before the latest hotfix patch with Venture, of course. So there's a slight change in the way the cooldown works for your drill dash, of course, when you're burrowing as well. And that affects, you mentioned the spawn rollout, Jake. It makes quite a big difference. So, but even without that buff to Venture, even the fact we've seen some Venture being played here, especially with Mauga, because combine the cardiac overdrive with the shields generator from Venture, you just have so much health sustain, right? It's so easy for you to brawl when you get so much health, right? And so you've already seen Venture being good, and now with a small buff to go with that as well, I have no doubt we'll see more. And now we're going into June as well, new month. I mean, we're going to see some Faceit League matches being played. And if we don't see any major adjustments, we got Season 11 on the horizon as well. So we're yet to see what that meta is going to bring, right? But
Calling All Heroes is also coming up again, so definitely make sure to follow that action.
Weekend, right? So
I heard some woos there, let's hear it for Calling All Heroes. That's right, that's right.
So maybe some Venture being played there.
I certainly hope so. I mean, after the performance we've seen from both Falcons as well as Crazy Raccoon, I will be taking some notes there. Do you think teams in this part of the world have what it takes to execute it on the same level?
I think there definitely needs to be a seismic shift in the approach from North America. In the end, what I've heard from behind the scenes is that it was actually M80, it was actually Pelican's Pharah that was the really originator of the Mauga style, with Happy on the Cassidy, Pelican on the Pharah. They had a lot of success early in scrims. That convinced teams like Falcons and Crazy Raccoon to adopt the style as well.
What about your team, Jake? So you have matches coming up in the Faces League. Like, are you gonna take it into your scrapbooks?
Yeah,
go back
absolutely.
to the team, convince everyone to play.
Absolutely, it's a great comp for us because we're just a YOLO team. You know, we show up on match day, we run it down. It's you know, it's not gonna look quite like Falcons, I gotta admit, but I think we could have some fun with the comp.
Falcon adjacent, like the pigeon version of it.
I mean, it's a fast, aggressive
that's my new
style,
face
right?
team, pigeons.
The pigeons.
Fan favorites.
Honestly, though, Jack might be in on this one. No, any any pigeon enjoyers in the crowd? Pigeon stomps rising.
That's why people are cheering for the Falcons. This is the bird teams.
Number one pigeons hater right there.
I don't know if you saw the Korean casters were very confused at why there was a lot of pigeons on the broadcast.
Oh, look at that sign! Look at the sign!
Me too.
Add more birds to Overwatch. Let's go!
Come on.
Listen. We mused about this the other day. Actually, there's some really good ways we could maybe have some pigeon skins. Like yes,
You have like
skins. Come on,
pigeon skins.
hear me out.
We've
there was a
lost
fan.
it.
There was
Let her cook.
We've
Let me
fully
cook.
lost it.
Let me cook. Listen, there was a fan that came up to us just at the end of yesterday that said we could have like a full Echo skin, but like a pigeon.
Echo actually does have a bird skin.
right?
Echo
Bird of
has a bird
Paradise.
skin.
Yeah.
There's Bird of Paradise. There's another one. I can't remember what the name of it is, but it's more of like that.
A bird of paradise is actually a flower. That's a plant.
Yeah.
Right.
Which is that suits that Echo skin. But there is an Echo skin. I promise. Very bird-like.
I promise.
I'm
Very
telling you,
bird-like.
the devs are listening.
They are listening.
Risa has a griffin skin. That's a bird,
Oh,
right?
yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Still not a real
Could
one.
make Carissa a pigeon.
Zen has Ra, not really kind
I
of
mean,
a bird.
Sen's floating. He's as close to a bird as we can get.
Another free fan idea is make the Zen orbs just pigeons that you
What?
throw.
Throw
Wait, I like this. I like
You're
this.
throwing
This
pigeons?
pause
Yeah.
has gotten to our brains, bro. Like, what are we saying? Oh my god! I thought we were
Listen.
over this. I thought we lost all that. I mean,
Did we though?
Please,
Did we?
please
Or
get back
are
to the
we? Are we
stage.
just getting started? I feel like we're onto something good
they're
here.
getting
Why
on
is no
stage.
Overwatch player called
Please
Pigeon?
get us in the game. Please.
We have Hawk, we've had Seagull. You know, why is no one called Pigeon? I don't get it.
I feel like everyone hates pigeons.
Yes.
Except the
Speak-
crowd.
Speak
Except the
for
crowd.
yourself.
Thank you, Jay. Thank you.
Hey,
I'm
listen,
just keeping it 100.
there's 250 different types of pigeons in the
What?
world.
How do you
Surely
know
will
that?
because I'm really into bird watching. I'm one of
Okay.
those people. Any
Fair,
other
Definitely didn't Google
bird
that before the
enthusiast?
start.
I'm surprised there's still fucking pause.
A lot of different pigeons to choose from. You
I walk
can't
away for like
250 different species.
God.
Like
Yes.
I felt like 20 minutes.
Pigeons, like there's what is the discernible
variations
difference
of
from
pigeons.
like
And there's still fucking pause?
I just don't want them to poop on
I
my
am
car.
though.
Yo, finally, we got the gate!
pigeons?
How do they keep finding them? Seriously, how is that even possible?
They're everywhere.
That's homework for the
Oh.
observers. They just go around every single map, finding every single possible pigeon. Like, I didn't realize.
That's what we're doing. Certainly, this tournament we had enough downtime to find all the pigeons on the map. But you know what? The wait is over. Let's get back
Oh,
into
about
it
fucking time, bro.
for the grand finals of the OWCS.
Thank you very much, Des. Legendary amount of fill time there as well. You're all superstars. We are jumping back into Oasis. It's going to be a full restart here as well. So a little bit more Overwatch for you.
Alright, I want my food.
We're at the grand finals.
I'm gonna
here
mute
at the
myself.
Pack Dallas Major. Might have had a little bit of a false start before, but we're still here for a good time. As both of these teams are ready to load back into the map. Let's count it down, and these gates will open.
Team Falcons and Crazy Raccoons. Asia's #1 and #2 seed facing off yet again. It was the winners finals, and it was Falcons that punched their ticket to this very match in a 5-game affair. But this time around, it is a first of 4, so we can go all the way to 7 maps. See Crazy Raccoon running out on the far end Cassidy here. Falcons double flex DPS.
The double flex DPS has been so good here for Falcons with the Genji and the Venture able to get in really quick into the back line. Looking at Lip right now as the primary target for a lot of that damage, but he's saying it's going to make it very difficult to do that with all of this Pharaoh Rocket spam. The deflect from Proper's Genji can only last so long to help them get in.
Point catch of Crazy Raccoons. You see how quickly they exited the points as soon as that went down? Heesang, what are you doing there, my guy? 1 HP, still managing to survive, but I don't think for much longer. Fielder on the flank, no CDs available though, so it's an easy cleanup kill for Crazy Raccoons. Same with Shio, as they're going down. Rather scrappy affair, but Venture does so well in these close quarters.
It worked out really nice there for Crazy Raccoon too, because you know they were able to walk away with a decent bit of percentage there and still able to stall out the point for a little bit longer. But Team Falcons, they collapsed after they were trying to go after that Pharah. He's saying now no longer on that hero choice, going to go over to the Tracer. A little bit more back to form for the Crazy Raccoon and how they like to be able to play this map of comp. But Team Falcons are going to be rewarded with some of the first ultimates in this round. Implementation Matrix first, and the Tectonic Shock not too far behind.
Yeah, look at that additional damage though. There's the Tectonic Shock, but oh dearie me. Stalker now buried 10 feet under. Shu gets the kill, but it was enough damage for the rest of Team Falcons to run over the Crazy Raccoon. Oh, he's like, oh, didn't quite get away either. Nice little stagger there. Team Falcons, they got a blade, they got a beat, and even that cage coming up too.
And this is where the power of this Team Falcons composition really comes into play, because you can look at that blade and you see 3 very big possibilities of how to be able to pair with that. Either the cage, you could just go for the general cardiac overdrive, or even just the sound barrier here. But Lip opens things up first.
I knew Lip looking around, looking a little bit sad for himself there. So much invested to try and kill the Cassidy, and still a blade available for proper. Team Falcons only 50% over the finish line now. They're closing in on a victory for this first round. Very, very patient on their ultimates. Still got cage and blade. I mean, we've been seeing a lot of that in their series previous. Heesang in the back lines though, in enemy territory.
And even better though that combo has no sound barrier to answer it. It's going to be very lethal heading into potentially the final fight of this round.
Thank Costa Rico. No pulse bomb sadly, but there come the cages. Just overlapping each other in Proppers. Still got the pulse bomb. Moga pull at any moment here. Just wants to get out some CDs first, I'd imagine. I don't think he even needed it, to be very honest with you. But with only 10% to go, you might as well throw everything in, especially if you can get these last final kills. Smurf, unfortunately, though, ends up going down, but it doesn't matter when Proper's on the Genji. A couple of percentage points left as Junmin back on the Doomfist in a 1v4.
Just there to be able to stall for some time to allow for Heesang to come back.
Yeah, recall from Heesang as well. I mean, 5% maybe towards this post bomb, but it's going to have to net a large multi-kill for it to really be a difference maker. Smurf falls, who's also back on the Doomfist fielder, in a little bit of trouble. Easy lamp though, and there's the Tectonic Shock to end it all.
First round, very cleanly going over to that Genji and Venture comp. Called out such patience when it came down to when to use that blade, what to pair with it to make it as lethal as possible.
That was an insane round.
And in the end, Proper just doing proper things. But as we head over to City Center, this is where maybe potentially we get a chance to see some Winston if you want to take advantage of that verticality, but not a necessity. You have that elevator to help you go up to that high ground, and you can just go with the Mauga. All the same.
I feel like this game will probably go for like, I want to say close to hour and a half, 2 hours. Because these two, apparently from the clips I've seen, went at each other's throats.
Roadhog versus the Mauga.
Maybe Roadhog even versus the Venture.
Right? That Burrow has a little bit of a cast time, of course.
Like, thank you, Twitter. I'm not calling it X, by the way. I refuse, because it is the dumbest name that Elon Musk could have fucking called the website. It is Twitter. You say X, it sounds like you're looking up a porn site. Like, what was he thinking? Like, come on, dude. Go to x.com for your daily lap dance special. Like, what the fuck? What are you on? I'm on formerly known as Twitter X. Why did it say a lap dance special? I don't fucking know.
There's so much investment going into keeping Lip alive on this Cassidy that the rest of those boosters are not available to help keep this front line all topped off. And so Team Falcons, they keep finding their target onto these DPS players on the Crazy Raccoon. Maybe having a Kitsune Rush to help them get back into this. But
That's one support I want to get better with. I just feel like every time I play Kiriko, I just can't hit any of my, kunais. I can, a Fuda heal all day long. I just can't hit none of the kunais.
Hands there, using that rush for some additional firepower. Just clears the back line. Team Falcons just fell over.
without using anything though. So maybe just being able to take that fight as an L, come back in, and they're going to come back even stronger. They have a sound barrier to match that of Chorongs. They're also going to have this cage. This Tectonic Shock is also going to be so easy to land onto some of these targets. I'm kind of away from that damage. City Center a little bit more territory for you to play around the architecture of the map, but still, so much damage can come out of all of these ultimates that Team Falcons are packing.
You play really split too. You don't want to just line up for that Venture ult to just destroy your team. Oh, proper hooked in. Instant kill for Junbin there. Tectonic Shock used by Stalker. Didn't find much purchase with it. Used the Drodash to get back to the rest of his team. And Junbin on the flank. Spots Stalker out. Oh, hooks the wrong target. Still got the ultimate though. This whole hog's pretty devastating when you're up in the corner. See you later, Smurf. A little pig pen on the point as well. Crazy Raccoon. Oh, they're making the hog work. Delectable.
It went Roadhog going in for the win, bro.
Being invested to keeping Lip up, and also just that whole hog into a corner. Smurf on the
There's
it's
no
just gonna go
way
into the
you
drink.
just do that. We're in the grand finals, Junbin.
What an even better place to bring out the Roadhog. Good environmental picks. The whole hogs just into this big Malga. The cage fight. I may got a cage fight, but I might.
Look, that hog pick.
Proper deflect. Got the skull on his head. Dashes back to spawn. Buying time though. 80% on board for Raccoon.
Stalker just switched over to the Tracer. Be a little bit more pressure there from the Tracer and the Genji together. A little bit easier to slip out of the hook. Let's come back into this. Final fight potentially here for Crazy Raccoon.
Cage for Smurf as well. Kusi locked down. Crazy
They gotta touch. They have to touch.
Waiting for the hog to find a pick to then kind of get on top of. I mean, the cage can lock the hog up short.
Yeah, Kitsune Rush.
Kitsune Rush down on it as well. Nice hook.
Ooh, and
Here comes the hog. I mean, what?
nah. The hog pick. The hog pick.
Did they expect this? How do you deal with this Roadhog?
Oh my god.
No less.
I think the answer is just run.
I don't think the Desper respected this either. Jake talking the big game with the Malga.
Well, you
But
were
the hog
just
from
saying.
Junbin?
Even in spawn, we see the Roadhog pick. Don't get
Don't
baited
get
by
baited.
it.
Never
Don't
get baited by spawn picks. That's the tip number 1. When they're in spawn, don't get baited. I got baited because stuck in the hog.
The whole round 2. It's so impactful. Quick pick onto Chio. You completely neutralize the mobility on this team. You're able to get a big DPS out of the way, like Stalker or Proper, line it up for Lip to take care of. But it's back to basics, back to the Malga for both of these teams. He's saying coming out on the Pharah once again. So many sight lines for him to play through with all of his rocket spam.
Yeah, not normally a farm at this one. Although when you do have control, you're looking at 2 giant doorways to kind of shoot through. And with Pharah's added mobility now as well, pretty easy to kind of get out of the way if you need to. That hit scan can be terrifying, but it's only Fielder really shooting up at the skies at Heesang.
Proper taking the high ground. Breaking a pincer a little bit with Stalker. That's going to be taking the flank.
So low with this mini health pack room. Oh, Gio, not where you want to be. Nice direct by Heesang there, taking care of the Lucio. And it's all falling apart for the Falcons. And there's another.
Oh fuck. He's saying just fucked up. Fielder, bro. Like, damn.
Right away to just let it rip into one of these windows. And maybe Falcons even take a misstep, go into one of these small rooms, and that barrage is going to be even better. But with Shu also going to be able to have that Kitsune Rush, it's going to be a world of hurt for the Falcons coming up soon.
Save the fire low enough as well. Throw that Suzu in. Well, here comes the cardiac overdrive. Gonna trade that cooldown at least for the time being. Window used. There's the barrage on top.
Oh my god.
Decimates Fielder. Takes care of the lamp too. And here comes the charge. Oh, it's all falling apart for Falcons. Just
Damn.
the double charge.
They decided to turn it up. They said, fuck this shit. You guys ain't gonna win.
Beat Cage coming up, as well as that Deadeye. I mean, look at Proper's ult charge. Only 70% towards that blade.
Not close enough. You're hoping maybe to light it up with something like Smurf's Cage, but
And
it's
they're
gonna be
going
tectonic
quick. What a
shock.
roll there from Lip, and he rolled the wrong way. Beat comes in from Crazy Raccoon. That's a lot of damage to Tectonic Shock. No shields are going to hide behind. But again, it's just chaos. Absolute chaos, but it's this time the Falcons are going to come out on top. Everybody kind of lining up there. It's an easy ult from Stalker. The AoE damage is just immense.
Exactly, and there's no shield to be able to block that damage either, so you know it's always going to be able to hit its mark as long as everybody is within your line of sight. But as you called out the Blade not being online before, Proper and Smurf, they get a chance to potentially put this Blade and Cage together to keep control of this point.
Proper peeking his little head in there. Here comes the Cage. Proper with the Blade. Might not even need to use it, especially with Heesang dead. Look at focus fire onto Jumbin there. Stayed in the Ultimus. It's exactly what you want. And a little stagger on Lip. Won't be for long. Into Edge. Right.
Even better about the flexibility that you can have with this composition. You use the Cage, you know you've won the fight. Now you get to save the Blade on top of something like that Cardiac Overdrive from the Malga. Make that Genji really unkillable if you're able to actually land all of that damage. Crazy Raccoon, they've got a Cage up their sleeves too.
They're
And
going
almost a
fast.
barrage.
Proper's pulled the Blade. Oh, we can't quite get the far though. Heesang dashing out of the way. Cage coming through as they spot Stalker on an off angle. An easy insta-kill on the Venture. Can't quite get the heels in there. Barrage from Heesang. He spotted the backline. He spotted an isolated Fielder too. He's actually just going to put pressure on the point here and just try and get Fielder out of this fight. But it is
It's insane to see a far in this, bro.
in the backline. Shu and Lip's dead. It's a trade kill here, but Falcons, they've still got control of the points. A dash away from Proper as he sees the fight. He's quite unwinnable, especially with
Falcons,
And now they have to
they were doing good.
and a barrage coming here.
I think they can still try to get this, though.
Of their own just yet. Even if you do, you're just going to have so much damage coming out from the barrage. You might even be able to just deal all that damage through all of that overhealth. So Gio's going to have to work up to this sound barrier very quickly. Might even be on Stalker to try to open up this next fight. Tectonic Shock, looking at that backline.
Overtime's approaching as well. Tectonic Shock, yep. Looking at that backline, everybody scattering until their little hidey holes. A lot of damage still though. And there's the high noon from Lip. Sound barrier though, they say it's time to go in. The barrage straight on top of Smurf, but they have to deal with the lamp. But it's still
Damn.
99% for Crazy Raccoon, but it is Falcons. They stop Heesang getting away with murder there. That barrage could have been the map.
He's won. Nice. Fucking nice.
Straight to the spore.
With that immortality field, this just might be the map for Falcons now. They've got the amplification matrix, be able to open up this next fight with, and they've got the Cage and the
Got Amp, Cage, Blade,
Crazy Raccoon has talked over their DPS as well. Trace
and Venture's ult with this size. Was it like Seismic Slam? No, was it? Fuck. What is their ult called?
too far away. As Proper pulls the blade, he's already taken care of Shu. He's got the front line in his sights now. A nice little deflate and another kill onto Junbin. 2 for Proper. Healed up by Fielder up onto the high ground. He manages to scurry away and now is
Oh God! Oh no!
Heesang lays him to rest. Crazy Raccoon.
They got it! They got it! They got it! They got it! They got it!
It's Venture on Venture violence, but Stalker comes out on top.
Come on! Hold it! You can get it! You can get it! Hold it!
Throwing us back. The Kitsune Rush gets laid down, and that's going to buy time for Junbin.
Cage and Junbin match.
Oh, double cage! Double cage!
It's all gone south for Team Falcons now. Stalker ends up.
Oh no! This is insane!
And Chu comes up and get another kill. A sound barrier for Chu might see them in this fight. He manages to get it off, but it's only on 2.
Oh my God!
You can rely on that is Proper, but for how much longer?
Oh my God!
And Crazy Raccoon take the first map.
That Venture pick being everything that they needed in order to be able to grab that round. So much stall pressure, so much DPS. What a pick.
What a pick indeed. I think one thing we did not have on our bingo cards was jumping on that Roadhog. Roadhog, anyone?
What?
And they made it
Oh, that's
work.
fucking nuts.
Honestly, Team Falcons struggled. They had no idea how to deal with that. Surely that was the spanner in the wrench we were looking for.
Absolutely. That's a huge counterplay coming in very, very unexpectedly in a comp that wants to all-in commit with highly mobile DPS heroes. What better than an instant burst from Roadhog? I don't think we'll see too much of it in the series. I think it's more of a tech pick for that Oasis City Center. But Junbin, I mean, what a performance from him to open up the series. 1-0 for Crazy Raccoon, equalizing any disadvantage they might have had coming from the lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, this is an incredible pocket pick to bring out to Roadhog. It's a hero we haven't seen all tournament long and made some incredible plays. Like that Hog right there and then going towards spawn.
That hog pick, dude, was fucking nuts.
Roadhog gameplay, and it just came out of nowhere. Like, it just took the air out of the entire room. The entire crowd was just stunned, really. Then we got to see some Roadhog play, and they cheered for it because who doesn't love seeing a pocket pick like Roadhog come out? Then later on, I mean, we got to University, and again, it was the Farah pick this time from Hisang that really changed things up. Proper, you know, we had a pretty decent map here, but I really do feel like as the series kind of advanced here, I mean, how do you really react to this Farah as well? I feel like that map in particular, Crazy Raccoon, they brought two heroes, both the Roadhog and the Farah, to mess things up. And now, again, if you're Falcons, even though you have Proper who can pull up some spectacular plays, you're on the back foot, and now it's on you. Now it's back in your court to figure out, well, how are we adapting according to what Crazy Raccoon have been playing?
I think the most important thing for Falcons is actually not to overreact. I mean, the Roadhog is a very special pocket pick for a certain map. It's a great surprise. I don't think it's going to last the test of the series. And I think as well, the Farah Cassidy, very, very strong comp, but also needs a certain map type where you can get on top of the Batiste. And I mean, honestly, I think Crazy Raccoons was seriously behind in round 3. It was a very clutch comeback to be able to win the map once. So if I'm Falcons,
That is such a close comparison, though. Oh my god.
for the most part, it was an execution here. Just a massive performance. And interesting, Falcons.
Literally, they had like 1 kill and 1 death,
We're gonna take your flashpoint
like over one another. That's insane. And then the damage output was like right there, just by like a few K off. Like,
They also played on Oasis, and Raccoon actively tried to avoid that Maga mirror. Now they're taking the lead in this series. Let's see if they can do it again on map number 2.
Thank you very much, guys. Yes, we're going on to New Junk City. A little rubber ducky.
Another bird the observers have had lined up for this.
Drawings of midgets.
Yeah.
behind the rubber ducky as well. Insane stuff. Alga mirror. That's what they're forcing them into here, it feels like.
They've both opted in to be able to play this Malcolm Mirror, but it is those little changes that they've made in terms of the DPS lineup that have given both of these teams their identity when it comes to this Malcolm Mirror. Team Falcons once again coming out of the gates with the Genji and the Venture, and Crazy Raccoon. He's saying with an extra performance on that Venture opts to go to the Genji for this time around.
Yeah, I love the double flex, I really do, especially when you're going against something that doesn't have shielding. Tectonic Shock is just so strong. You see the pop cardiac overdrive too, everybody's kind of grouped up. You can even disengage and then re-engage with the ult. It's also very easy to get in the back line too. You see Stalker in the mid, ends up hitting the burrow. Still got a Druid Ash, I would imagine. But Germany just pushed away from the rest of his team. Another small factor worth keeping in mind too, that Trill Dash, pushing people away out of position completely away from your team. And Stalker is just giving us a masterclass on this pick as well. It's about time we saw some Venture at the highest levels of Overwatch. And Stalker is just making this pick look honestly broken.
Very, very broken indeed. Whether it is going to be those trill runs or anything else coming at you, this Venture has looked so good. And in fact, did enough damage, we might see this Tectonic Shock up and ready to go for this next fight. This is going to be the first to an ult, though. All of that harassment on the Tracer into the back line is netted in a pulse bomb. And he's looking for somebody. Fielder, maybe.
So eyes firmly set on Chorong there. Oh, there's the Drodash kill onto Hisang, of all people. And the Genji too, like you can reflect, sure, but when Venture uses their abilities, like you're gaining the shield, so that Genji 1v1 can be very tough for you.
Pushes back Crazy Raccoon, so they have to try to figure out a different way to attack this. Maybe taking a bit of a split push here as you see Chorong as well as there's a little bit on the other side.
Well, it's a tectonic shot, like I said, no shield, no problem for Stalker. It's the burrow, a lot of damage down there. Chorong almost getting insta-kill. Here comes OT. Crazy Raccoon need to be able to get in here ASAP. Oh, they look at that damage on Junbin. There's nothing he can do. Thankfully, no save player beat from Chorong. Crazy Raccoon are touching at this current moment in time, but here comes the play from Heesang. Can he do it again? There's one kill onto Chio, dashes straight through Smurf, assisting on the kill onto Stalker. Crazy Raccoon in the Chaos managed to find the cap as well, but Prophet is still alive and still taking names with him.
Lip and Heesang are able to finish out that fight so that they are able to just keep this progress going for Crazy Raccoon. They had to invest so much though in order to get that flip in their favor. Junbin gonna have the cage very soon, not a whole lot to be able to pair with that just yet. The cardiac overdrive can help ensure that that damage can come through from both Lip and Heesang. Team Falcons, they want to push their advantage, knowing they have the cage blade themselves.
Oh, that cage, almost waiting for Junbin there. Here comes the blade from Proper though, everybody caught on these stairs. That's a lot of AoE damage from this blade. I mean, he doesn't need a nano if he's doing damage like this, in all honesty. Junbin, Heesang down. It's a 4-on-3 right now. Shu trying desperately to heal themselves up just with that aura healing from Lucio. Proper pretty low too, calling for heal, shouting for it. Crazy Raccoon almost in 90% territory, but it's Team Falcons that find this flip. Who is there to touch? Looking like it's going to be Lip for the pulse bomb in 4%.
Gonna trigger the overtime, but can't get there. Stalker's able to push him back, take him out. So that first flashpoint's going to go over to Team Falcons. They get set up for the other one. Falcons looking to try to finish up any other kills if they can before they make their way over there. Big elimination though onto Lip to deny that recontest. Refinery now.
A lot of the time you're seeing the Baptiste as well from a lot of teams, but another big kind of counter to the bat of the lamp, right? You just use the dribble dash, pop the bat, push him out of the lamp. Any kind of displacement is so powerful when a micro overstep can cost you a life and can cost you the game. Rush on the point, instant Suzu onto Junbin to keep him alive, but here comes the tectonic shot onto the points. Trying to just rain hell. Forces Lip to hit the recall though, but both sound barriers now coming in. Stalker almost pushed off the edge of the map, using the drill dash to get back on. There's the burrow right onto the back line now as another Suzu comes through from Shu to keep Lip and Junbin alive. And it is Lip just throwing clips into the back of Team Falcons there. They find the team kill and the point.
That's why Lip is one of the best. Didn't even need to invest the pulse bomb into that fight in order to flip it back over into Crazy Raccoon's bench. He's gonna have the blade for this next one too. So just a lot of damage output that Crazy Raccoon can rely upon to just get this next flashpoint, keep themselves in this map. Look at Lip hunting in the back, spots out that Baptiste.
Builder high in the sky, spots him now. Hits the regeneration burst almost instantly there. Doesn't want to get one clip. Gotta be careful now though with this blade. I mean, he's just disgusting with it.
My God.
I mean, what can you do when your backline instantly die like that? Crazy Raccoon with another team kill back to back now.
Take a look at that, and maybe even enough that we're gonna see Fielder play a little bit of mystery heroes here.
It's the spawn tech when you jump on the Moira, go to the front of the spawn, switch to Weaver, grab the person from the back of the spawn, go to the doors. Incredibly small, but saves a couple of seconds. And a couple of seconds you need with only a couple of percentage points left before Crazy Raccoon take this. Pulse from the hand of Lip once again to save this for quite some time at this point, just focusing down the back line, making them trying to turn around. A switch step from Fielder to get out of the way, and Lip actually ends up going down. A drill dash out of nowhere. Lip completely caught off guard.
Caught off guard, that's going to net Team Falcons re-control of this point. And look what they have to work with too. Smart choice for Fielder to switch off to that piece of the Curico, but look at how fast they want to take this.
Bow cages coming in, blades, everything thrown in on top. It's all onto Proper now to try and just find.
Oh, returning the favor.
Another chaotic fight. There's Team Falcons again pushing Raccoons here, overextending almost a little bit, but as soon as they lay down the cage, they know they've got that big combo to back them up. It's an easy win.
That's the type of aggression you should expect to see from these Korean teams, though, and why they've been so dominant in all of these matches so far at DreamHack Dallas. And they're going to keep trying to push the envelope when it comes to how to set the pace of these fights. As Lip now still hunting for a target for this pulse.
Trying to force Profit to use anything here, a dash, a reflect, literally anything. A deflect would be nice. Suzu comes in, sound barrier as well. Kitsune Rush available, but Chong's already dead. Smurf hunting, searching for targets. Team Falcons, they're in a good spot to actually just take this point. A charge into the backline for Smurf, cardiac overdrive up and available, but here comes the blade. This time it's on Isang. Can he find anybody? It looks like Stalker's happy to take the one-on-one. Oh, and he wins it! And of course he wins it! Team Falcons, that's 2 points now, and 1 away from tying the series up.
They have just been on a roll when it's come down to this Genji and Venture comp. Knowing how to really get the better of Crazy Raccoon and yet going to force another switch. Isang thinking about the Echo to attack this next one. Going over to Ducks. A little bit more area that you can play around here with this Echo, but you're hoping that the Sticky Bomb could be enough to maybe pull the Smurf down with this high health pool.
Yeah, I mean, you can top of the enemy Mauga too if you really want to. Get the double cage going. Double cardiac overdrive, instant value, very, very strong. Not many shields to kind of work around as well. Good stick onto Smurf. See how much pressure he was under. Everything thrown in. Suzu healing, amp up speed, like cardiac overdrive, just to try and keep himself up. No shields. And there's a big target for Echo to fire those stickies in, and that beam too shreds any large HP bar. Oh, Chio gonna get away. What HP?
Echo is not bad into the Mauga, and it's not bad to be able to clean up and even squishier pick for the rest of the team. You get to see like one-shot potential if you put that combo together in just the right way. And you've got Lip as well to help follow up on any of the damage you might need. But that duplicate is online for Isang. Not only duplicate the Mauga if you want to, but there's also the Venture on the other side.
Venture on to start this fight off. One more go of it. All right, a little bit of damage, but that's about it. Does force Jump in to use that cardiac overdrive as they thought Team Falcons were gonna ever with this duplication. Could be Crazy Raccoons looking for a push in, but Chorong is dead again. Second time that he's been picked off first in the team fight, and now Problem pulls the blade, and clean up ensues. That duplication's got no say in this fight.
Team Falcons backed up too when they saw that the Kitsune Rush was getting used by Shu. Didn't want to catch any of that smoke, let that ultimate go through, and then came back in with a vengeance. And they are so close to being able to get this map victory and tie up the series. Might be off the back of this Cage plus Kitsune Rush combo. And Crazy Raccoon still have so much fight in them with the sound barrier.
Well, there is a response, and that's the beat. A jump and he's right here, right now, but he's not going to get it. Such a good cage from Smurf, and a little stagger too. Pretty hard to stagger the Lucio, but you can take any percentage point you can get. Good cage from Smurf, and like you said, layered it with that Kitsune Rush. Additional healing, attack speed, literally everything, right?
So much extra damage, and you've trapped everybody in there with you. You can't back away from any of that. But Jorong critically holding on to the sound barrier in that last engagement means that Crazy Raccoon still have a fighting chance into this next one.
And they're going to push in again. Going to push way past the point itself and trying to make them force to do something. I mean, Crazy Raccoon right now, they need to push in. They managed to get the back half of all things. There's got to be a lip on the trace of that. Managed to get that sneaky deed off. Tectonic shock available too from Stalker. But Shio's dead. He erupts from the skies. Oh, brings Hisu back down with him. Stalker ends up getting focused down. Chorong and Shu versus Proper. Oh my.
He's like, it ain't gonna work.
As well.
Damn.
It's 3 seconds before it came back up, and that would be Crazy Raccoon.
They're fucking killing it. I ain't gonna lie.
The reverse flashpoint sweep, does it start here?
Flashpoint.
Crazy Raccoon, with that flashpoint win, now get a chance to rotate over to another one with this rush in their pocket, the duplicate coming up soon too. Easy way for them to be able to get into the mix, but this proper blade, this sound barrier from Shio, Team Falcons have a lot of answers to what Crazy Raccoon want to throw at them, and taking control of this flashpoint is so important.
Rush, Suzu, instantly jumping, getting back to 100% HP. Nice boop onto Stalker there, pushing him past the doorway. Proper surely can't survive that. No, that burn damage. Follow him to the spawn. There you go, there's the point.
Really nice first capture here for Crazy Raccoon so that they can play from this defensive position. Team Falcons have been pushing the envelope on this aggression though, so you're already going to see them actually being met here, right outside of this match point. Crazy Raccoon, no strangers to just going ahead and going for it, and then
Sound barrier coming in from Team Falcons.
Oh, he got booped away. He could. Oh, he still got one. It wasn't even a waste. All right.
A duplication onto Lucio of all things coming through from Heesang. Free sound barrier? No, not to be. Focused. Crazy Raccoons. I think they almost disengaged from that entire thing, but Team Falcons are able to hound them down and proper manage to isolate Jumbin. As soon as that Mauga falls, I mean, that cardiac overdrive, that sustain to keep you in the fight, just non-existent.
Yeah, but as soon as you saw Crazy Raccoon try to back up after overextending, Team Falcons, they pounced on that. With that sound barrier, it gave them plenty of overhealth to just take that aggression to the flashpoint to get this control. Cage now, no blade, but this pulse bomb, this rush, we've seen this combo work before. And Crazy Raccoon are gonna have it too.
He fucking popped on a tracer. Yeah, you ain't going nowhere, bro. Oh my god, that's fantastic. Oh my god. Oh my goodness.
Falcons in a very strong position now to take this map. Late kill onto Lip maybe. Oh, 1 HP. Oh, proper managed to get him with one final shuriken.
Really big though now because that is just a stagger that's going to help extend the lead here for Team Falcons. They're running out of time.
Oh, they went Wrecking Ball.
This flashpoint, they're going to tie up the series. Stalker, hunting, jumping, coming back on the Wrecking Ball to get back to the flashpoint fast enough.
Gets the touch, but yeah, look at the rest of his team. Look at the health bars just trickling down. Shu and Chorong just being isolated. There's no front line to kind of play around. I mean, that's just about it. Team Falcons.
Falcons got it, bro. They got this match.
In a very one-sided flashpoint.
Very one-sided indeed. We might just have a series on our hands, Jaws. I know a lot of people are wondering whether or not we might have a bit more of a one-sided affair coming out from Team Falcons, but I think that map might tell us a different story. The team's very much still here to play for this grand final title.
And it is now a 1 apiece. What an incredible performance there. And once again, adaptations are being made on both of those sides. An incredible brawl we've seen there from Team Falcons.
Yeah, I mean, Jake, we were both like amazed at this map pick because it really allowed Falcons come in and play more Venture here, right? So, and it put Lip in that pretty awkward position playing the Tracer. So, just an incredible map pick. Just when you think the coaches can't like out-strategize anymore, they bring it here, Jake.
You know, I think we've talked about how, okay, you don't want to pick Flashpoint first because these maps are so similar. Well, one place in which they're not similar at all is actually just the power of hit scan. Saravasa has a lot more open points with high ground positions available for the hit scan. New Junk City has very few strong hit scan positions, especially that first point mid-fight. I mean, you're just so close range. It's really one of the best Venture maps, I think, in the pool right now. So not only do you deny Saravasa, been a consistent thorn in the side of Falcons, but you bring it to a map that already off the rip, Crazy Raccoon don't even attempt to play it scan. They know it's not possible. They know it's not realistic. And honestly, a map like that is one that is going to be showing why Crazy Raccoon is forcing the Cassidy. I don't think they can win in a double flex
Yeah,
matchup.
and this is now going to be the story as it kind of develops through this series, where we're seeing Crazy Raccoons. They maybe want to shy away from that really brawl-heavy close-range stuff, where you're seeing Falcons. They like to play a lot of Venture and Genji because that aids like this really close combat, right? And a new map like New Junk City, you get a lot of value out of those characters. But even going back to Oasis University, we saw Farah come out of Heesang, for example. Suddenly now you're seeing a team like Crazy Raccoon. They want to play far back. They want to play a Cassidy, create some distance to the Mauga. They want to play a Farah, obviously using verticality to create distance from that Mauga. And instead, you're using your Mauga to sit back and maybe have some sustain with the cardiac overdrive. And now, of course, when we went to a map like New Junk City, for example, that is when Proper on the Genji and Stalker on the Venture, they can just maximize the value they're getting in these really close corridors. And if you're a Lip, you're forced over to this Tracer, like Jake just covered here, of course. Like, you're playing this Tracer and you can't really get close into these fights. There were multiple points here where Lip, he was like getting close into combat, but immediately, like, he's taking so much poke damage that like recall is forced early. And at that point, like, you can't even get through like a proper engage. Fielder swapped over to the Kiriko instead of the Baptiste. It's a much harder time to dive with these heroes. So brilliant map pick. And I think now we're starting to see two distinguished styles where Falcons, they want to engage close combat with brawl heroes like Genji and Venture, which we already knew. But now also Heesang, you know, shying away from this, wanted to play more like Echo, Farah, and then Lip maybe wanted to sit more on Cassidy where map allows him to.
Yeah, I think Lip's a great Tracer player, but this just shows how difficult the hero is to leverage in the matchup. With the Genji Venture, I feel, Tracer's great at pulling out resources, backing away, pulling out resources, backing away. But, Genji and Venture are so effective at sort of sub-tanking for the backline. I love this pick, though.
Finally, you get
Here
to
we
see
go.
it. That's exactly what you wanted to see. Are we expecting the dive to come out of Crazy Raccoon now?
I think this is going to be a Winston dive. This is a map where, I think it's really tough to make the Maga work. So much extreme high ground. So high that, even Venture isn't really going to be able to get there without using the dash. So I love this pick from Crazy Raccoon. I'm worried, though, because in a long series, we will be coming back to Maga Cups.
We will. But for now, we're heading over to Gibraltar. Some Winton action in the books for us. Let's see what the teams have in store for us as we're heading on to map number 3.
Thank you very much, Zoe. And oh boy, am I happy to load into this map. A little bit of classic Korean dive. And a whole lot of Winton, I got a feeling.
We were hoping we'd get a chance to see some Winton from these teams. And it's going to feel so good to see Smurf on one of his signature hero picks. Smurf so well known for that Winston play, and even when this Winston has gotten a little bit of a rebuff, a little bit of a rework, still so good with it. But my eyes are also on the rest of this Team Falcons roster as they come out of this defensive spawn. Proper on the Widowmaker.
Proper versus Lip in the Widow 1v1.
Maybe in for a treat.
We'll have to wait and see. Crazy Raccoons rolling out the gate. Lip locking the Widow. Oh, this is going to be a beautiful sight. Brig on a backline. Classic dive here for Falcons with the Tracer and the Winston. Echo here from Crazy Raccoon.
Not a bad pick to try to get around to that Ana and the Brig, but Proper's going to make that so difficult to do. If you peek your head out, if you're Heesang, you could just come clean off.
Now imagine Proper's just taking the classic Widow angle, just under the car wash here. Use the grapple to get away. Lip taking the high ground now, looking at blue box.
Hoping that Proper's going to be right there.
Yeah, there's no way. It's hard to hold blue box if you Widow if you don't have like very forward front line, back line as well. You have to have your support like right top of the march. Heesang just scared to focus it or head out. Bad choke point. Slowly but surely now, Crazy Raccoon making the way up.
Dueling with Smurf right now on that Winston to take control of this high ground. As he pops his head back up to try to deal with this back line.
Good sleep onto Smurf. Should be able to get out. Oh, leaps. Actually hits his head. 47 HP. Purple. He's got one. Oh, hello, Shu. What's up? Didn't expect that one.
Not every day you see an Ana take out a Winston, that's for sure. But the card stops there for Crazy Raccoon. They have to go back to the drawing board, come out of spawn with some options. Stalker has a pulse bomb already. Both of these Winstons having Primal Rage means that things could get a little bit chaotic in this next fight. But Fielder first to Nano.
Good pick from Lip. Sights in 10%. Prop a little bit further behind here. Heesang trying to take control of blue box. And sent towards the duplication as well. Smurf's got a Primal Rage to kind of fall back on here, but doesn't want to use it right now at the very least. Good sleep on Smurf, but I think they got bashed. A little bit of a, countermeasure there. But it's just Stalker. It's all Stalker. Double pulse bomb kill. Chong has got Nano on the point. Not sure you're going to live to see another day, unfortunately. What a defense so far.
Wow, just picture perfect almost. Really, one of the reasons why Korea has been so good at these dive competitions, they've got really good opposition to practice them into as well. The Crazy Raccoon having so much trouble to get through it, unless Lip is going to be able to open up with another pick.
Double sights, but Lip in a better position right now. Bubble on the high ground. Oh, proper. Look at disappointment in Lip's face there. Thought he could win the 1v1. Proper now taking on Jumbin, but little does he know a Primal Rage is in the near future for this Winston. Oh, good sleep. Look at the collapse on the Winston. Oh, Jumbin does not get out of there alive. 4 players just jumping on that Winston. Even the rally was popped there for the bash. Well, everything thrown in to make sure Jumbin can't take down Proper. Unfortunately, Proper does fall in the end, however, and Heesang with the duplication. Here comes the later rally from Crazy Raccoon. And now with a nice position there from Shu, sitting in server room. There's basically free reign over this point now. Smurf so low. No chance to touch either. Very late rally there from Chong, ends up winning the fight.
Exactly, even though they had a player disadvantage, that extra bit of sustain enough to be able to keep Crazy Raccoon in that fight.
Nobody does
that
it better.
might stop them. That might stop them in their tracks for just a little bit. But yeah, this duel between Fielder and Shu right now on these Anas, so clinical. To be able to use these sleeps, use those nades, finish up all of these picks. And the pulse!
What was that? Not even a flinch on his face. Does this stuff every single day. The backline for Team Falcons collapsed on. Stalker taking it with him. Oh, Proper, that's fine, don't worry. We've got another hard carry on the team too. The Stalker chasing down Junbin. Will be Smurf finishing him off.
Just over 2 minutes for Crazy Raccoon to try to finish with the second point, but if Stalker and Proper keep playing like that, I don't know if they're going to be able to get through this hangar. Ship control going their way. Proper with the sights can help to stall them for a little bit more.
Wipe them off the payload.
Oh, risky stuff there. Shorin getting body shot. Helped with the kill. Sad looking bubble for Junbin. Just lays asleep as the rest of his team are putting in a to-go box. Crazy Raccoon just wiped, and yeah, Junbin resetting. Minute and 50 seconds to go. This has been just horrible for Crazy Raccoons to attack. It's such a tough point, even with the recent changes.
Yeah,
Well, not so recent.
and Lip doesn't feel comfortable being able to take that Widowmaker duel either. Switch over to the Cassidy just a team fight ago. Has the Deadeye to help a little bit here, but it's going to be so tough to actually try to get up close and personal to the rest of this team, since Cassidy would prefer a little bit shorter range than this Widowmaker.
Oh, Fielder with a narrowly missed sleep. Fortunately ended up hitting the bubble. There's the Primal Rage. Everybody off the high ground now as Junbin tries to juggle this Ana, but looks like he's going to have to pay attention to his own backline, just trying to protect it. As Smurf equally using the Primal Rage. Two very angry Winstons looking at each other, but it is Proper that starts the fight off strong with a headshot onto Chorong. Junbin can go for a small re-engage here as they're just hiding in this bubble. Oh, Stalker body blocks there. Dynamic duo.
That's one way for the Cassidy to get back into the mix. Go into those closer rooms on the side. Cheeto just can't get away, but Smurf is back with a vengeance.
Oh, Proper.
Too.
Oh my god. Classic dive too, where you're hoping your backline doesn't die first.
Or you just trade it.
Right.
Just trade it out and giving your trust over to the rest of the DPS, but we're at 20 seconds remaining for Crazy Raccoon to try to get the second point.
Rally available from Chorong as well. That's how they sealed the deal last time around. Proper activating sights. That'll be available until OT ticks. 10 seconds to go, and Proper taking such a forward position. Oh, the box in his way. Lip down, and Proper can just play here. Just be a nuisance. You have to deal with me, but the rest
Oh my god.
Fucking
Fucking Winston.
Finding the kill onto Proper and Nanoboost onto Smurf as he jumps to the back line. Dealing with this rally is going to be hard, but he's going to make a good job of it. An anti-nade actually landing onto Junbin there, and here comes the later ult. Shu with the nano, spots the Tracer, Stalker forced to recall, but Junbin waiting, lying for waiting. Hopefully he can secure the kill, but there's 2 meters action on the Tracer and ends up getting away. A bubble for Junbin there to heal up all the way up to full HP as he props the Prime when Proper chase to spawn. It's OT once more as Crazy Raccoon, they're going to claim second.
That later nano boost perfect and everything that the doctor had ordered for Crazy Raccoon on that second point. And eventually this Cassidy able to win out in all of these damage trades. But it comes down to this high ground setup here from Team Falcons. Wants to take that away, and the opportunity from Junbin to be able to steal that high ground. You can see Smurf set up there on that left-hand side. But Proper still on this Widowmaker. Feeling impact. Able to make that for his team. Able to burst these bubbles pretty quickly too after a couple of these charged shots, but he is kind of a sitting duck if he doesn't have this grapple online.
He's saying, not wanting to test him. Primal Rage from Smurf. Oh my word. A small little bouncy castle in there, pretty much. Juggling is gross. You wouldn't expect anything less from a champion.
I mean, it's talk about soccer too. Now 30 seconds left for Crazy Raccoon. One more chance at being able to make any more progress on this card. Nothing left in the tank either except for this rally, so they're gonna have to try to play close together. But Team Falcons, they're pushed so far forward right now, knowing that they have the rally of their own, and this Nano boost too if things get rough.
Everybody is so scattered, and Lip can't get an angle here at all, so Bobby's gonna have a priority one over him, and the sight's up in 5 seconds. So many options from Team Falcons this time around. Two of the best artists to ever do it, Infielder and Shoot. They got to unleash the nanos at some point. Here comes the rally. The stick is good. The damage is there, but where's the follow-up? Mega health pack secure from Chong to keep him in the fight, but his shoe that falls. There we go. Smurf finding 2, and now they can continue. The cleanup is here. Mega health pack stolen by Stalker as well. Jumped in with a primal rage, but I think it might be too little too late for the angry Winston. He's stalling out time here. There's not really much to say in this fight. This Nano is good. Can he actually secure the kill? He can.
Oh no! Fucking C9'd!
They don't touch. The overtime wick has been burning for so long. They've
Oh
no, everything was going so right for them. With the primal rage stall into the nano boost for that extra little bit, they just forgot about the objective. So their cart push stops there. And they could have done it too. They were building up to other ultimates. They were getting more reinforcements back from spawn.
They killed the Ana as well. Managed to isolate that kill, that primal rage. You're living for so long and then getting the Nano on top of that. Rough stuff there. Now it's up to their defense, of course. The map will end in this round. See what the defense holds for us here. The Crazy Raccoon. Liv not opting for the Widow now. Okay. Cassidy, a bit more frontline damage, like you were saying, more consistent. See if Falcons want to do the same, or maybe Proper jumps over to the Widow. I mean, honestly, the hero pool both between Stalker and Proper is immense, so wouldn't be too surprised to see this here.
There's a lot of agency to the attacking team. To be able to see Lip on that Cassidy may make them feel more confident being able to come out on the Widowmaker right away. You're able to counterpick just a little bit better when your spawns are this close. But it isn't going to be the Winston that they're thinking about at this very moment. Seeing the dive on the other side, going to lean into the Venture even though it's going to be more difficult with this verticality.
Drill dash to get up onto the high ground, but you don't want to do that at all. You want to use that to get away, maybe isolate a kill. Drill dash straight into Burrow once more. A lot of information gained, and your presence too is sometimes enough to force a rotation. Venture tough to take down in the 1v1, like we mentioned previously.
But they get a chance to play together so they can play around the cart, make Crazy Raccoon come to them. They still could get surrounded though, so it's going to be important for Team Falcons to play around all of these cooldowns that Crazy Raccoon have. Look at that mobility now gone for the Winston. Think about that. Think about these sleep darts as well from Shu. Look at these nades also being off the table.
Crazy Raccoon as well, juggling this payload very well. Managed to hold him there for a long time. Oh, Proper takes the mega health back. A recall still available from Isang. Doesn't need to use it. Diffs Proper in the 1v1. A rare sight to behold.
But this card is still moving. Jumpin now drops down with the bubble.
Oh, good.
Force the test.
Those magnates, they're so frustrating to play against if you're the Venture. Can't use any of your mobility skills. You basically sit there and your hitbox a little bit larger than some of the other DPSs as well. So quite an easy target to hit, especially if you're left. You're only in headshots pretty much.
Shield goes down there too. It's going to be another stop in this attack push for Team Falcons. Unless they're able to make something else of this with another elimination for them. But Crazy Raccoon, they've got 5 ultimates that they're coming up to. So how are Team Falcons actually going to be able to get this done when they are missing a key member?
They're unfortunately having used the Suzu on himself there. Chio to the rescue though, but like I mentioned before, look, the juggling to the point. Isang's just sat here, just prepping Smurf this whole time. Easy pulse bomb as well. Speaking of which, oh, Proper tries something cheeky on Blue Box. Shut down instantly with an nade.
This comp just isn't working. The access to the backline is too difficult. Just look at how they're playing around this verticality too. How is Stalker going to actually get on top of Chorong or Shu? You can't. If you're playing around blue box, then this Venture doesn't have great access to get up there and harass you.
I wonder if they're regretting their decision now and playing this comp. They've got a lot of ults, so they don't want to swap off. And with a minute and 30 seconds to go, it's a Hail Mary here. If they do throw everything in, end up swapping up, it's going to be... Oh, it's not going to be pretty.
They've got to win now.
Sound barrier available from Chio here. Escorting Smurf. Oh, Stalker's out. Additional shielding there from using the abilities paying off.
Still have a chance here. A minute left. At least they missed the pulse bomb.
He's saying like it was going to go down to his own pulse bomb there. Rally on the high ground to counteract that rush. This blue box fight. Oh, goodbye. Lit pushed off the side of the high ground by Stalker. But luckily, they managed to follow it up with a couple of kills. Crazy Raccoon's defense. Impenetrable.
It's so strong. And they've also been able to limit so many options that Team Falcons have in terms of being able to get this damage down. Proper just now switching over to the Widowmaker, and Stalker as well switching off the Venture to go to this Tracer. But it feels like it's too little too late. With 30 seconds left, Smurf has the cage, but where are you going to actually be able to land it? Who are you locking in there with you when everybody has the ability to just run away?
Jumping with the Primal Rage 2, just keeping Proper at bay right now. Jump onto the high ground, at least an attempt there to join the rest of their team, but you can see Smurf just jostling. It's so tough for him. You can't get up if you're out, you have to take that little hop. And Proper...
You know, I was originally going to play Overwatch after this. I think I'll just do that tomorrow. Because this has been a hell of a fucking game. Oh, don't see 9, don't see 9. Oh. Oh no.
They say you play rush, we play dive. Jobs are good in.
This is gonna be a fucking, you know, this is gonna be some hard fucking matches.
What a scary dive team. And I mean, we knew that heading into this all stage long. That has been the composition.
Where they're going to go take a break.
Dive team themselves, probably a scarier position for any other team which made it to DreamHack Dallas. But if you're going up against the best,
You gotta think. There's technically
switched over to the Mark at the very end.
I mean, for me, this is a good sign, right? I remember back
what, 3 more games? 3, 4 more games?
for me when I knew all hope was lost for any other strategy.
Maybe more.
Gibraltar. It was when you could have any heroes you wanted on the high ground. We don't care. We're gonna just sit on the card.
So 1, 2.
I saw them roll at Malga. Me and Johnny were like, uh-oh.
It's literally just 2 more games for the other ones, but 3 more. So there's literally 5 games it can go. If this team also picks up a win and they just keep going back and forth, we're looking at like almost a fucking tie. So it'll be like at 3-3.
Oh, I mean, they're looking fantastic right now. We're seeing Smurf have a really impactful Winston play. Stalker was just dominating all over the place. And so I thought, you know, we pretty much had a Falcons win in our hands. I think it was a really good look for them on the defense. So I'm quite surprised to see that they picked the Mauga. It was obviously like a choice that they said, like, hey, we're actually going to come out. We actually believe that the Mauga can deal with the Winston. But like you said, Jake, the on the high ground with the Bionades, it was a pretty dominant win there from Chris Raccoon in the end.
And you are going up against the best in class, not just on dive, but also on the individual heroes they're actually playing it on. So scary, scary looks. Of course, Gibraltar is very conducive to be able to play that dive. Other maps might not be as accommodating for that, Jake.
I mean, this is the map in the pool where you're going to put your Ana on high ground. And, I mean, the Mauga not contesting that, trying to just force car. We saw once Heesang was just holding down the car on Tracer, they couldn't really do anything to get him off. I mean, you're so worried, peeking out. I mean, Lip raining down headshots. With the
Stalker was
nades.
just going ham.
Yeah, but honestly, I think this is a mistake. I think they should have kept playing the mirror because Stalker and Smurf together, this was disgusting.
Yeah.
I mean, to be honest, Crazy Raccoon barely got the point all the way to 3rd. And for me, I would have loved to see Falcons stick with the dive and win on that style too. It would have been a huge win in the series. And I think they might be kicking themselves, but now Crazy Raccoon up 2 maps in the series. That might have been a bit of a cheese compared to what is probably going to decide the series in the Mauga mirror. So I still think Falcons have a good shot. 2 maps, I mean, you're starting to get a little worried, right? It might be off meta picks, but sometimes those pocket picks are what you need to win a championship.
So So far, it's been a back and forth, though. Once more, of course, the loser gets to pick the map and the map type. Obviously, they would want to avoid any other dive situations, as they clearly were not comfortable until the very end to take that mirror, even though it might have looked better for them if they would have done that. So, where are we taking this next, looking at our map set here?
Well, I feel like there are a couple of options now. Well, actually, there are a couple of options, yeah. Looking at here, we have hybrid and push
Literally
remaining, of course. There are a couple of options, yeah. But, you know, looking at the last years, of course, Falcons did win New Queen Street, for example. We saw Midtown in the previous series did not end as well, for example. So, you know, there are a couple of options here. Could see something like King's Row is very close corner, for example. And if you want to keep playing Genji and Venture, that could be a path you could go here. But given that you also won the push map the previous round, it's a question of comfortability. Where do you want to go next?
I like Kings. Could consider New Queen Street because that was a victorious map the last time these teams face off. But I think Kings would be smarter here. Get rid of Midtown, get rid of Numbani, Hollywood, some of the longer range, better hit scan maps in the pool. I think Kings Row, probably decisively the worst map for hit scan, at least in the Maga mirror, where maybe Widow can be good on first and third, but not really going to play that with the Maga. So for me, I'd love to see KR. I think that might be the best pick here. But New Queen Street, I mean, you didn't just win on this map.
Exactly.
The map is great here.
And that's exactly what they're thinking. They want to get the momentum going again, and that's why they will be taking us to New Queen Street, a map they previously won. Can they do it again? Let's find out as we're heading into this next push map. Of course, there is stuff we can take away from it, though, because Oasis also went their way last time around, but Crazy Raccoon had an answer this time around. What should Crazy Raccoon change up on this push map?
I think the key is in shutting down the Batiste from Fielder. How you do that, it's going to be difficult. I think hit scan could be tough on New Queen Street as well. I think, I mean, as much as the long-range hit scan, maybe a Sojourn, something like that, but so far we really haven't seen that come out. I think potentially Sojourn too reliant on one single cooldown to escape the dives. Venture, Genji has so far been devastating, and Lip, I don't think the Tracer's going to do it. I just don't think the damage is really there from the hero.
Yeah, I think actually it's really important, something we don't really talk about, but I think it's actually really important here for Crazy Raccoons to get into the lead. Because one thing I noticed with Falcons, last time we saw New Queen Street, they're actually really comfortable holding the lead and holding down the fort. When you know that you already have the lead on push, you can sit back, you can hold angles in a way where you don't have to push the corners. And especially if you're playing a Batiste, if you can plant your Batiste on the defense, on a good sight line, on a high ground or an off angle, where it's really hard for someone like Liv to have a lot of impact on the Cassidy, that could pay dividends for Falcons. So if I'm Crazy Raccoons, I want to get into a lead early, so I force Falcons to push around some of these awkward corners with a Batiste, for example, and maybe are forcing Falcons to extend around some of those close corners, especially on New Queen Street, right, where the bot is walking. There's some pretty hard corners to navigate there. So I want Crazy Raccoons, if they want to win this map, I think they have to take an early lead.
Do you think there's any chance for some, I don't know, more cheesy compositions here? Maybe a little out-of-pocket pick?
I mean, push for me is such a dynamic map type. There's so much constant brawling, constant fighting. I don't think these teams should swap off Maga. I think this is going to be necessary to be able to hold down the car. One of those things we haven't talked about with Venture is how effective they are at holding the car. While Maga might not want to expose themselves, Venture could really fill that role. So let's see what micro adaptations they bring in this next map.
Well, welcome to New Queen Street. Falcons' choice, like Zoe said, map they won before. However, the start of the series didn't exactly go their way either, so anybody's guess how this is going to go, but all I want to know is this going to go to the full map 7? I hope so. The audience hopes so. I can imagine everybody watching at home hopes so as well. Let's have a little look, though, what they're going to be playing. Is there going to be a off meta? Yeah.
Well, we can expect the Team Falcons are going to lean more into this Genji and this Venture. One of the reasons why we've seen a lot of teams want to pick this New Queen Street map is because of how good this Mauga can be. But as we head out of the gates, Crazy Raccoon, they don't want to play the mirror. They're going to lean into this Wrecking Ball pick from Junbin alongside this Sojourn from Lip. More hits in for them.
Very close. Of course, a lot of knockback resistance on the tanks, right? But still, pretty scary stuff with his 2 boots, exactly. The Farah and the Ball. And the Lucio.
Yeah, so 3.
Yeah, 3 actually. Oh, CC. Oh. Proper on the wrong end of the railgun there. Same with Stalker, wrong end of a boot. Nice start from Crazy Raccoon.
Great map here for Sojourn. The Desk talked a little bit about how the Cassidy might have some limitations, but with these longer sight lines, the Sojourn can play a little bit farther away. And you can see just how much impact one of these charged railgun shots can have, immediately taking Fielder out of the equation and giving so much space here for Crazy Raccoon, but Lip's gotta be careful. That's why she was there.
I'm sorry. Just sliding into the front line like that? Look at that bot moving for free too. They're looking at the spawn doors right now.
The Suzu from Shu just coming in there to save Lip and really making Lip sing. Can't get taken down and maybe even get this checkpoint too. He's playing ground fair right now with all of this spam. Team Falcons have already made an adjustment. They can't get there to the checkpoint though, I don't think. Stalker doesn't want to be able to deal with this.
Fielder's dead already. Got killed with a grapple of all things. Swung into. Nice little damage in the sticky bombs. Oh, but
My goodness.
Stalker's now a million pieces all over the snow. Checkpoint already. We're only, what, a minute and 45 seconds into the game, and Crazy Raccoons have a substantial lead. And oh, what's that? Proper's dead as well.
Going back to spawn, Stalker already taking another adjustment here. Doesn't want to play the Echo. Goes for the Sojourn.
A little over-eager there, I think, from Isak.
Maybe a little.
It worked though. Already gone in the highlight package for sure. All right, Pop, now in control of Team Falcons. They're trying to just grasp at straws here, trying to find out how to control this game.
Yeah, but Crazy Raccoon are okay with that. Look at how big of a lead they were able to get in just the first 2.5 minutes of this game. He's saying, with the venture, play around the minefield from Junbin as they come back.
Oh, Fielder, I don't think got anything to say in this fight. Beautiful boot from Junbin, and a slam to boot too. I mean, these wrecking ball changes are disgusting, and nice little boot. Chio is attempting to survive. Actually, he's like an endangered species. This whole pack line from Team Falcons, they're just getting focused out by just Junbin. I mean, what do you do against this?
I don't know what you really can do if you want to try to play around this wrecking ball with a lead already, mind you. Team Falcons have struggled to figure out how they want to actually approach this. And when Fielder doesn't have Swift Step, doesn't have Suzu, can't get out of there. This gets flattened into a pancake.
Kills one, sets up for the next. Kills one, sets up for the next.
Playing pitfall back there.
Proper. Don't test him. All right, here it comes. Here's the little mini.
This ends now.
Here comes another deadly ultimate, that being Lip's railgun. Oh, slide straight out of the cage too. Yeah, unfortunately that's a giant shield. Your aim's pretty sick, Lip, but I'm not sure it penetrates surfaces like that.
The Crazy Raccoon are still playing from this advantageous position. They've got a huge meter reach lead still, and even extending that in these last couple of fights. While they get picked off here and Team Falcons get a chance to take control, they have yet to win a clean team fight.
They are pinging the ball, and the ping is in the skybox, like attached to one of the buildings. It's absurd. Mines as well again for Junbin. Slam, tectonic shock, a lot of CC.
Exactly, and a way to change the architecture of the map so you're playing into their own hands. Sooner Rush 2 to maybe layer over where you expect them to go after you drop those ults.
Oh, what do Proper and Shawcraft say to say about this? Suzu stops the slam damage coming in. Here comes the overclock. Junbin finally killed off. It took them a long time, but they finally managed to do it. Somewhat moving in their favor now. They try and find these exit kills.
Team Falcons finally finding their footing in this map. Took them about half of the time being to do it though, but they are starting to work towards that first checkpoint for themselves. A lot of ultimates for them to work with too. The sound barrier from Chio would be really nice to have, even just as overhealth to deal with this tectonic shock.
Oh, there's one on. Fielder's already dead. Can't rely on the Kitsune Rush any longer without your Kiriko. Chio is beating in the skies. But Crazy Raccoon, they're just gonna walk over Team Falcons. They have no answers to Crazy Raccoon's comp. 50 meters to 83. Obviously the checkpoint as well for Crazy Raccoon right now, and they've got double support ult for this next fight.
Yeah, the beat was just too late to be able to save Fielder there. You have the Kitsune Rush for this next one, but pairing it with what, essentially?
I'm going to do a thing, says Wrecking Ball. Bro's just vibing. Oh my god.
Almost didn't get the bar off there. Shio's the target for Jumbin. Here comes the beat. What's scarier than Jumbin's Wrecking Ball? Jumbin's Wrecking Ball with 1200 HP.
Oh! Oh no! Poor Proper, bro. Just got fucking domed.
This is looking too easy. This is not looking like the Team Falcons we saw earlier.
They just haven't had a chance to figure out how to deal with this, and it's almost becoming too late. Stalker, oh, he's picked 4 different DPS heroes now to try to figure out how to counter this. Back on the venture. But this is almost a full completion for Crazy Raccoon.
They got the cage, but can they actually get it off this time around?
Who are they gonna hit? Too much mobility on the side of Crazy Raccoon to really feel like you're gonna have a chance.
Isang needs help and Jumbin to the rescue. Slams down to make sure they get out alive. Cage available from Swerve. Spots Lip, grabs 2. Pulse bomb in the hands of Proper as well. Might not even need it for the kill onto Lip. Nice little burrow kill there from Stalker as they eventually once again gain control of the box. They're 57 meters away from the lead and Jumbin is flying through the air. He's gonna get away. Not sure Proper, well, maybe, I mean, 200 HP, Proper's got a pulse bomb too, but doesn't want to really engage on that kill at all. He has to join the rest of his team, otherwise his team are gonna get run over in the front line.
And he can't overextend because who knows who's waiting in the wings for him.
The burrow into the front line, okay, Lip, dead. A nice chase there, but Fielder ends up going down to a boot from Chorong. Stalker taking to this little cafe room here, but a swift step from Shoot to get out of there. This little burrow didn't really go all of anywhere there, Stalker, just hit the frame of the window. And yeah, Lips in spawn, buddy, by the way. Remember when you killed that guy? Yeah, he's back. Proper with the pulse bomb, trying to chase down Shu. There's the Suzu already used, as well as the swift step. Proper with the pulse, hits the recall, doesn't want to go for it. Gets out there alive, but they've already lost Stalker.
And barely too, almost walked into the drill from Hisang, waiting for him. This Victina Rusher Shoot 2 is about to be so deadly.
Sound barriers coming out from both sides. Slam from the skies from Junbin. Just pushing the back Smurf right now. Chio down to Lip. Proper trying to chase Junbin away. I mean, look, he's only trying to get Smurf out of there. He's trying to help. But there's nothing that can help Team Falcons right now. Hisang 2 trying to push away the DPS and the supports. What a late kill onto Fielder 2. 2 minutes to go. Forward spawns achieved again from Crazy Raccoon.
And Crazy Raccoon are so happy to have all of these fights be 1v1s, 1v2s. The longer these fights extend, the better they're able to win this fight and this map. And with this overclock approaching these spawn doors, where can Team Falcons hide from this?
It might just end right here, right now. Flip's got anything to say about it. Cage available from Smurf, but look how low he is. There's no one to pin down. A good disengage there by Crazy Raccoon, spotting that fielder using that Kitsune rush. Rolling in, rolling out. Here comes the charge. Smurf trying to lock people in, but everybody just dashes away. There's too much mobility. He finds one. It's actually Hisang. Burrows up straight into Smurf's LOS. And an easy ultimate, but with only a minute to go. It's a Mount Vesuvius level mountain they're going to have to climb now, because 50 meters and not even the checkpoint. You can stall out here if you're Crazy Raccoons.
You really can, and with the minefields too, might even just be able to pressure everybody off of point. Sub 1 minute territory, back over into their territory. But Team Falcons, they gotta get something done here with this tectonic shock from Stalker. Crazy Raccoon, they just keep pushing the aggression.
Well, they are perna-stalling the bot right now as Hisang. And then here comes the mines. Quickly dealt with though by Stalker, you can see. Doing a bit of clean-up. That's all, like no damage on the enemy team. Speaking of which, Hisang hits the burrow, has to. Stalker's chasing him. True to his namesake, getting on top of Hisang, or at least trying to. Tectonic shock not finding too much there from Hisang either. Kitsune rush might just be the end of it all though, as Team Falcons only have 15 seconds to go to try and take the lead. Smurf is already down, a pulse bomb on the floor, but no, Isu's doing a beat. We'll see them through this fight, surely. Lip on the high ground on this bus. They spot Stalker in his sights. And Stalker just eradicated. Overtime in session as Crazy Raccoons are going to close this one out. There's only one person left. It's the superstar Proper, but he is snuffed out. Crazy Raccoon, they're looking at match point in this series. It's only Smurf left, but there's almost no hope. A 3-1 lead now for Crazy Raccoon. Team Falcons confused at what just happened.
Confused at yet another tank pick that caught them by surprise. Wrecking Ball on a map that we see a lot of Mauga from, able to get the job done for Crazy Raccoon and get them to this match point scenario. What a wild ride we have been on here in the grand finals of DreamHack Dallas.
They're showing us everything here, taking a page out of Reinforce's book. Your ball didn't quite succeed in show match. Looks like they got a better read though.
I mean, Queen Street, if there was a map designed for Wrecking Ball, this would be the map, but I don't think anyone expected to see that composition come out in this grand finals. I mean, it's an amazing call. They come out to that early lead, and then they can just protect that lead on push. But like, pulling out Wrecking Ball, Junbin is the best Wrecking Ball in the world, and the way he just navigated that map, that was brilliance right there, in the ways that like no one else in the world can do.
You look so happy, Jake. What is happening?
Junbin's revenge, man. He is coming out swinging on the ball, and we talked so much about flexibility. We talked so much about these DPS counter picks. It's going to decide this series. I don't think anybody saw ball coming except Junbin did, you know, and the confidence, the faith. You see why this team has played ball time and time again, and I thought, oh, it can't work. It's not consistent. You can't find the way, but without Junbin doing miracles on the Wrecking Ball, I don't think you can bring out Lip Sojourn. I'm not sure you can win this map in the mirror, but it's Junbin's ball just absolutely taking over, doing different things on this hero.
I mean, you were saying it during the map as well. It's like, there's just so much chaos in the map. You thought you had this pretty predetermined Mauga matchup, and then the chaos that Junbin brings. Now you have a Sojourn as well that just, you know, Lip is popping off, the best hitscan player in the world. He can navigate with the slide, go aggressive, flanking overclocks. Like, it's just so much to deal with. It's overwhelming for Falcons. That it was just an amazing pick by Crazy Raccoon. I am just floored by like the level of strategic depth. And this is coming out of Junbin, who, again, not that much stage experience. He doesn't have a ton of experience in these grand finals matchups, right? And to just bring out heroes like Roadhog, like Wrecking Ball,
just about to
I am
touch
just
on it.
amazed at the level of play we're seeing from him.
Honestly, after just those last few maps,
damn.
If you want to really consider an MVP candidate, I mean, Junbin is putting in the work.
good.
He's putting himself into that discussion. What a crazy performance on the variety of heroes. And also just it goes to show how much depth there actually is to Crazy Raccoon. They're showing us so much variation, so many very specific compositions, clearly designed for those maps and for this opponent.
They came into that upper bracket final thinking, you know what, we've got to win with the Mauga. We can make it work with Lip on the Cassidy. Getting shut down there, though, I think Junbin's ball, this is not a prepared strategy. I promise you, Crazy Raccoon did not think this was going to be it. This is desperation. But to be in desperation and still find place like this on the ball, still locked in with Lip, turning proper to pink mist time and time again, that was just a disgusting map of New Queen Street.
Johnny, now, of course, only Hybrid is left as a mode. They still get to pick the map. Which of those would you consider the least diving?
The least diving. Well, we talked about it in the last game break. Actually, we both agree that we think King's Row is the pick here. You know, Hollywood, there's a lot of high ground. For example, we see some Cassidy Far being played as before. It's going to be King's Row, in fact. And I think Falcons, I think you're just desperate to play more close combat brawl, more maybe of that Genji and that Venture. You don't want to allow Crazy Raccoons to change up the game, change up the pace of the game, and play all these different styles, right? So I think it's back to Mauga, Genji, Venture. That's what you want to see from Falcons, and King's Row is the perfect map for it.
I think this is a map you're not going to see the ball. I think it's very difficult to cheese the Mauga here. So if Falcons can win this map on the bread and butter, continue to play well, I think it's going to be a lot of pressure on the coaches during King's Row. You've got to find an answer for some of these off-meta ball picks. Hanbin coming in for Smurf as well, bringing a more reserved style, but coming in cold off the bench. Crazy Raccoons, series point, I mean,
Cold off the bench, though.
There's no tougher test.
That's a good thing to talk about here. Johnny, we discussed this already with our guests. Yay or nay? How are you feeling about cold off the bench, Hanbin?
Well, I was never on the bench because we didn't have subs back in my day, so I can't comment on that directly. But it is an interesting change-up. I mean, we saw, for example, in the previous series, SSG, they came down to King's Row as well, and they opted to play some more Sigma. There is some high ground, especially on that first point. It's a bit of a, I don't want to say it's desperation just yet because these guys are so calculated. They obviously have a plan going into this one, but it is telling that they're not leaving Smurf in. Maybe they have something that isn't Mauga in the cards here. Maybe there is some composition they're thinking they can maybe beat out Crazy Raccoon here with.
So you see it as well on your screens. Crazy Raccoon undefeated on Hybrid against Falcons, 3-0. But if both teams have shown us anything, is that none of these stats matter because they just keep on flipping it on its tail.
Yeah, I don't know if this is a question of preparation. At this point, this is a battle of wills. I think bringing Hanbin in is a way to change the style up, even if you continue playing the Maga, which honestly I expect from Falcons. I think Hanbin brings a different, more measured style. Less aggressive, less all in your face. I think Hanbin can bring maybe slowing that tempo down, maybe responding to some of these dives a little more tactically. He's got the hero picks as well. Also a ton of depth, much like Smurf. So I think this is an opportunity for Falcons to take a different approach on the series while still relying on their preparation, what's brought them this far. I think if you're just going back to the drawing board, maybe it's already over. I think you probably do need to stick with the Maga, even with Hanbin.
I mean, honestly, at this point, we've seen Roadhog, we've seen Wrecking Ball, and like if you just think back to like some of the legendary Hanbin moments of past years, you know, Hanbin, an Overwatch League champion, he's been so good on so many different tag heroes, known for picking up heroes early and having such a vast hero pool. I mean, we've seen brilliant play coming out of him on Junker Queen, for example, the Zarya meta back when we had like Zarya Reaper metas. There's so many different tag heroes that Hanbin can play. After I've just seen Wrecking Ball and Roadhog, I'm just taking a step back because obviously I still think that if you're putting Hanbin in, there has to be some like ulterior motive besides the Maga, and I'm just so curious to see what it could be.
So am I. We have to wait a few moments more to see what they have in store for us on King's Row, as we're experiencing a few tech issues on the stage. But for now, we're heading into a very quick trailer, and then afterwards, we're back with all the action.
Hey heroes. Season 2 of the multi-divisional Overwatch Faceit League is back. Join with your team or look for teammates on Faceit. Compete in weekly matches against players at your skill level at a time that works for everyone. Win your matches and rise through the divisions, competing for your share of the prize pool, earning bigger rewards as you climb. The more teams involved, the larger the prize pool, the better the division balancing, and more fun for everyone. Rise to the top with your team and start your path to becoming a pro Overwatch player. Or just play for fun. Faceit League. Register your interest for Season 2 now at fce.gg/Faceit League.
Hi, heroes.
Hey, heroes.
You heard it here. You can sign up for Season 2 of the Faceit League as well. It's really, really cool to see, you know, unknown players, but also a lot of known players in the mix. May that be from contenders, from calling on heroes. Like, everyone is coming together to participate in the Faceit League. Jake is there. Jake's around town as well. Who's been the big surprise that you've seen signed up for the Faceit League? Was there anyone unexpected? You were like, oh, are you coming out of retirement, for example?
I mean, it's pretty much all the usual suspects, but it's been a lot of up-and-coming players that I've seen around the ranked ladder, seen, you know, making their name and now playing team play, professional Overwatch, right? Trying to make it to the next level. It's been awesome to have an environment that welcomes everyone in. And in the end, it's an open ecosystem. You can fight for your slot. You could be up here on this stage. I mean, that is a 1 in a million shot. You do have to beat some of the best players in the world just to be here. But it's possible, and that's a new era for Overwatch esports.
Are you still in the running for Esports World Cup, or are you like, can you make it yet? No? No? Okay. Well, maybe next season, because there is a Season 2, so go sign up for Season 2.
That's right. And as he just said, you could literally be playing on the stage. In fact, we had 2 of the Faceit players playing on this very stage just yesterday in our show match, which was so much fun. You guys kind of dropped the spaghetti, but that's okay. It was certainly not the fault of the... Okay, we're just blame that guy. But you know what? We got a real game going. That's right. Match point for Crazy Raccoon. Can they get it done? Let's find out in a 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
That's right, so match point here for Crazy Raccoons.
Ooh, and it's on King's Row.
You lose one match, it's all good. You get that second chance. Lost to Falcons in the upper bracket. Now back in the grand finals to face off. King's Row's the map, Falcons' choice.
Falcons got their work cut out for them. They have yet to beat Crazy Raccoon on a hybrid choice. Falling to them 3 times in a row, Eichenwald, Hollywood, and Midtown. King's Row being their pick of poison. And only one left in the map pool that they don't have to play the dive on. Could have picked Numbani, but it is going to be King's Row as Team Falcons. They get ready to go on this attack and see if they can make some magic happen. It's going to be the Malga here. Deal with actually his dive on Crazy Raccoon's defense.
Dive on the defense versus what you've got to expect. Crazy Raccoons know that Team Falcons are going to run in that Malga.
They're thinking about it though. Take a look at Hanbin waiting very patiently, figuring out how to tactically approach this. When Crazy Raccoon set up on this dive, they are so spread out. Where are Team Falcons going to really put their emphasis first?
You said to me in the break, Rose, you said, well, if we do go to King's Row, it will be Hisang on the far, and that's exactly what we're getting here. And yeah, exactly that. Proper, having an angle to actually shoot the far, almost impossible. Nade landing on the front line, that's going to be the biggest hindrance here for Hanbin. Yeah, there's a Suzu, but it's so tough to get stuff done. Like, you need the Suzu to survive a lot of this damage too being thrown out by Crazy Raccoon.
He's already half. Hanbin has yet to have a full HP pool coming back out of spawn. Maybe now a brief respite will get him back up, topped up. But Hisang is still being such a menace. You're trapped in this small room right now with these fire rockets hitting you from above. Hindered though.
Nice reaction there from Hisang, just dashing away. Ends up going up to the high ground. Oh, this is where Farah is just wonderful to play. Not getting shot by Proper, that is, of course. Sorka takes down Shu of all people. Must have been a long flank for Sorka to be up here on this high ground. Hisang takes down Shio. It's been a rumble, a rumble in this corner of the map. Points being capped by Team Falcons, but he's...
Oh yeah, that Farah is fucking... Oh no!
But he might have done enough damage to actually make Team Falcons recall and maybe rethink about pressuring this point. We'll see if they want to go in.
And they're going... Oh, he got fucking booped! Oh no!
A nice boot secures the cap for Team Falcons.
Could have had it too. I mean, Shu had the nano ready and waiting for him. Didn't even need the Primal Rage in order to go back in and contest that point. But Chio saved the day. Opened up this payload for Team Falcons.
They want Falcons to win.
Barrage available for Hisang. Perfect spot to use it as well. You're standing on the high ground, right, or in the skybox almost. That barrage is going to be deadly.
Proper switch over to the Echo though. A little bit more of an aerial unit to try to deal with Hisang's Farah.
Pulse one from Sorka went wide. Heard the explosion with no kills. Builder in trouble though. Used Suzu on himself, and look at that push from Hisang. Him and Chorong just teaming up there, using that rally to pin Shio in the bookstore. Making sure he returns his library books on time. 3 and a bit minutes to go now, and the hardest point of this map to really contend with if you are Falcons.
Especially when you've got that card stopped where it is. Because where are Team Falcons going to actually go through to grab their payload when you've got Hisang that still has yet to let this Bear Barrage loose?
There's no cover. You have to walk out into a wave of bullets and a wave of rockets too. There goes the cage, and unfortunately, no real chance there for Chorong or Shu to kind of get in your face. They're way too far away. They don't want to be in the front line, so that cage, they 3-kill.
And that was a really big victory for Team Falcons to grab, because that does get this payload moving once again and out of that dangerous territory of this Hisang Far Barrage from being way too powerful. Still has yet to let it rip, but Proper's been able to mark it down, and that is going to limit Hisang's opportunity cost to get onto this back line.
Duplication available from Proper too.
Could just dupe the Farah. Maybe go for this Winston.
That's the ego move. I want to see it, honestly. I'm down. Hisang in a little bit of trouble. There's the rush, forcing Hisang away. They know he's got Barrage, but what else do they know Crazy Raccoons have? Nano boost available from Shu too, but I mean, Lim pops the OC. Just handily taking care of Proper. I mean, there's no way you're going to stand up to that. They're forced to back off now. And this, again, same situation, same problem right now that Falcons are going to have to overcome. Because Crazy Raccoon, they're just going to play up to this choke point.
And Falcons are going to need to have a lot of ultimates to get past that second point as well. So not only do you have to break past this archway, which they do a good job of doing right now, but they still have to get this part over the second point, and they only have the duplicate in the pulse bomb at the moment.
Give my man's nano boost. Give it to Hisang. Get him over the top. That barrage is going to be deadly. There it is. He's going in. Barrage, but a good time Suzu from Fildo was perfect. Still low damage in. Sorka dead. Those rockets are flying, but they're flying a little bit wide. He's now to back out the duplication onto the Winston. A leap in available, but look at the health pool, of course. Not as big as a normal Winston is, and you can tell right there, Proper having to recoil, shifts backwards in order to stay alive, wait for Hanbin to come back in.
Was hoping that duplicate would be enough, though, in order to pressure Crazy Raccoon back, and maybe even get them up to this double support ultimate. Soccer with the pulse bomb too. Great pick potential.
Sound barrier in. As soon as they got it, they're launching in, and there you go. The pulse bomb on Shu should open things up. There's 1 minute and 20 seconds to go. Does Jumbin commit the Primal Rage? Taking a fair bit of damage here, but he knows he has to survive for a little bit longer than the Primal Rage and his 1,000 HP can muster. That should be his second point now. Only a minute to go, but Team Falcons, they'll take anything now.
They're going to give it up. Even if Jumpin had been able to invest the Primal Rage there was not going to be any follow-up to make good use of the stall that he would be able to provide onto that cart. And now, you're in these more close quarters where he's saying just has free real estate with these rockets.
Little direct. Oh, Shio, not sure how he skated over that rocket. But he managed to get away nonetheless. Barrage from Heesang. No nano to follow up this time around, but the spam damage is too much. A direct, or even just a little extra damage, and the lip just follows up with the railgun.
No shields available for Team Falcons mean they have way more damage they're going to be taking every single time they try to come back to that cart. Stalker, though, making a big change up. Going to go over to the Venture, a little bit more initiation capability alongside this Malga. They got a couple of ultimates to spare here, too.
Quite like it, but look at the ultimates coming through Crazy Raccoon. They got 5 of them.
Definitely the advantage.
And Prop is already dead. A good kill from Lip, just ends his life, and with a minute and 30 seconds to go, Team Falcons, they're on the back foot. A double anti-nade on the back line as Fielder and Shu have to pull back and just wait.
Crazy Raccoon have been so patient with these ultimates too. Would not surprise me if they didn't throw all 5 of these at this next fight, giving them more legs to stand on as this clock starts to wind down.
Cage and an insta-kill on Jumbin.
Now they might have to.
That's exactly what you needed. And exactly how they won that fight previous. Just focusing Jumbin out. Still nade onto Hanbin, but it's not going to mean all too much.
1 minute to go. Crazy Raccoon still have 5 ultimates in their bank, and they were able to get such a big one out of that cage.
OC popped from Lip. He's hunting for targets, but the duplication from Proper is going to be a little bit of a hindrance. Soundbar from Shio too. They're throwing everything in here, but Choron unable to stay alive. A duplication Primal Rage into the spawn. He pushes Lip all the way back. He's going to heal all the way up, but now there's no damage on the point for Crazy Raccoon. And Proper's got him out and done it.
Still a little bit of meterage for this cart to go. Choron coming back out with this break, but this Winston is going to be the biggest saving grace here for Crazy Raccoon.
Oh, and he can't even get it off. Hanbin takes him down. The cardiac overdrive could just see them through this. Proper leveling up for Team Falcons. A tectonic shock also available. Shu, the focus now, ends up going down to Hanbin, and now they can focus down the Winston. Nothing much left, but they want overtime. And with 5 seconds, 3, 2, the recall from the Tracer, 1, and they get it!
Plenty of stall to get the overtime. They're going to be so happy about that one. But here's the next step in that journey, is completing the map with over a minute to spare, so that they are the only ones that get another attack push.
Proper, the very end there, went absolutely nuclear on the Echo. The duplication, the Primal, getting it very quickly, just forcing Lip into the spawn. And then as soon as that happened, Shu's just on his lonesome, near the payload. Not much you can do in the Ana in that situation. I mean, you're looking at Sleep and Nade and the Malga, you have to deal with the Duke Winston too. Like, that ain't happening.
But then Stalker on the Venture, showing everybody the capability, the power that hero pick can have in some of those final moments. The tectonic shock underneath the card to push everybody away, finish up those picks, get that stall that you really want to have. So good on Crazy Raccoon to make sure that that was going to be an overtime completion. But as Team Falcons get ready for the defense, they want to lean a little bit more into this Malga comp that Crazy Raccoon don't want to match them on. Maybe they'll think about it again as they start to see these gates open.
I think maybe this was their grand answer, something they were cooking up in the lab for a long time and only just showing up now. Match point for Crazy Raccoon and a very clear win condition. Just finish with more than a minute to get that free attack. And that trophy is yours.
See, he's saying, think about the Pharah, get a couple of rockets down, but eventually it leans on this Echo coming out of this spawn. See how powerful those duplicates were in that previous round, so something else that he's saying can use at his own disposal. But Team Falcons, they've got to play on this point. right in the sightlines of Shu with all of these anti-nades. Hobbit and Proper have to back up.
They almost managed to get Stalker there. They forced the recall. Very good response from Jumpin. They take high ground and they try and force and corral them onto the point, and then exactly what you were saying a second ago, that anti onto the back line. Proper receiving a little bit of first aid there from Fielder. So hard for Proper to do much because now he has to worry about the people behind him. Another good anti-nade and lip double blink melee. Proper down. 4v5 now, shooting a little bit of trouble, but you got a bodyguard, and it is Junbin. There's no way he's gonna let you fall. And now they're getting time on the points.
And they've got the nano boost already with this pulse bomb too. Surely this is gonna be Crazy Raccoon's point.
I'm sure if Stalker has a way to get out of there. Good Suzu rush in response to the payload being capped. And there's the kill onto Heesang. Oh, the stick was dirty from Stalker.
Not giving Shu a chance to use this nano and giving Team Falcons the opening they need in order to keep this defense alive on this point. So no steamroll just yet for Crazy Raccoon as they have to go back to spawn, but they still have that nano, the duplicate on top of that lip with a pulse bomb of his own, maybe able to grab somebody in the back. Shields very close to the sound barrier though, which could be a huge answer for Crazy Raccoon's next attack push.
Prop taking a whole heap of hurt there. Ends up backing off. Fielder once again to the rescue. Duplication, pulse bomb available. Proper in the sights of Liv. Sound barrier comes through. Hits 5. Primal Rage available from Jumbin, but he's got the nano, so he's looking for someone to actually kill. Fielder chased down. Heesang copying the Sojourn of all things. Not sure Stalker's going to get out of this one alive. Same could be said for Hanbin. Ends up slamming on the points. And there it is. A free overclock, but he didn't even need it.
That's going to be the point unlocked, and yet another checkpoint closer to Crazy Raccoon's victory. 3 minutes and 50 seconds in this time bank as that payload starts to get moving. And Heesang switching off of the Echo to go over to the Pharah. This Pharah has been so good, especially with these choke points, that you get to spam those rockets down. So hoping that that's going to be the big difference maker to keep this push alive, keep this time bank healthy as they enter into the third point.
Look how much spam they're taking already. Can't even hold that archway. Nade onto Hanbin was good. A lot of peppering damage. Okay, now they decide to take point and march on forward. Suzu used though. This might be go time for Crazy Raccoon right now. Hanbin stuck on the side, charges straight back to the rest of his team. Somehow manages to make it out, but a nade followed him. Perfectly timed by Shu.
Can't use the cage there either, so Team Falcons have no choice except to try to back up as Jumping gets up in their faces. Another nade, Hail Mary from Shu. Providing an opening for Jumping to go in with this Primal Rage.
Jumbin adding insult to injury there. Proper sliding away, or at least trying to. Was just caught up against that wall. The ultimate bank advantage though for Team Falcons.
It's going to be really tough for Crazy Raccoon. If they can just keep up picks like this though, maybe it's not so big of a deal.
But Proper's just dead. There's the cage. They're in a little bit of trouble, but lays down that Suzu, helping Hanbin out. Payload's still moving, and Heesang is in trouble. Disruptor shot mixed with the cage. No escaping that.
That pick was super important, but Crazy Raccoon lacked the opportunity to be able to go for some of these bigger picks with no ultimates to spare.
They're going to try and stagger too. You saw a lot of them just ignored Shu there. They were thinking maybe we can get this stagger. Burn some of that time bank down. They were focusing everybody else, but wasn't to be. They ended up finishing off quite quickly, and the Crazy Raccoons, okay, now they're deciding Maug is the play.
They want to play the mirror. They had the opportunity for this barrage to maybe push this payload over that second checkpoint, but Stalker saw that pick, knows kind of how to deal with this as you see them Palka in his sights. But minute 45, the stall's been good. Team Falcons, they are actually keeping Crazy Raccoon at bay so far.
Barrage is available too from Heesang. Getting a good angle here is going to be quite hard unless he gets onto the high ground here. And the overclock. But the nano boost straight towards Proper. I heard the Suzu go off, making sure Proper stays alive, as well as that sound barrier that comes in. Nano boost, rally, they're all gone. Crazy Raccoons going back to spawn. This is only a minute and 20 seconds to go.
They're losing their opportunity here to be the only team with an attack push. If they're even able to make it to this third and final point, we're going to see a big change up here from Crazy Raccoon too, as he's saying, yet another hero in his pool going over to the Genji. As we see Team Falcons do the same. It's going to be Genji versus Genji. Proper on this Sojourn. And with less than 60 seconds to go, Crazy Raccoon, they've got to make sure that this payload is going to be over on the second point.
Builder's going to play safe here, needs to get this rush online. Harbin getting healed up, but the first kill actually going on to Jumpin. They end up trading Malgus, but Field is still with the ult advantage here. Doesn't really want to peek Lit, but I don't think anybody else does. Proper not quite just scared though, as he takes down Chorong. They don't even need to use the rush here. Patience is a hunter's best virtue, and Fielder showing it with ease. I mean, Falcons right now with 20 seconds to go. Rose, they need to get a regroup in.
And he's in so low. And with this Kitsune rush, how do you approach this card now if you're Raccoon?
Stalker's going to hit these resets if they're not careful. He's already found one. He's found another. 10 seconds now for Falcons to hold on to this point. And they're going to push the issue as well. I mean, the cage is available. He can just lock anybody in he chooses. Shu's already down. The charge in onto the point. Oh, where are you going, Jumpin? I think we're going to another map.
Team Falcons, they've done it. They have had trouble against Crazy Raccoon 3 times in a row, unable to break the curse of beating them on a hybrid map, but they do it here on Kings Row to keep themselves in this series. And we're going to another map. Jaws, this is the first of 4. This is the grand finals we've got in our hands.
Map number 7 on the
Damn,
horizon.
map number 7.
Falcons find the win on Kings Row. We're loading into a new map in just a moment.
But they really are taking us the distance. 3-2 to score. A grand finals curse broken. I couldn't be more grateful.
It's exciting.
This
I don't
is
know
a
who's going to come out
banger.
on
This is a banger, Jake. I mean, it could go all the way. Really, the way these teams are playing so close.
You know, I think Hanbin coming in cold off the bench. He's been watching all day, and yet he shows up at the darkest hour for his team.
My God.
On Kings Row. Strategically, this is a great.
I'm going, like I said, I'm going to say it's probably going to hit 3-3, and then
We'll see
one of the teams is going to take it.
Opportunity here for Crazy Raccoon to bring out something like an Ilios. You talked about that backstage there, so I'm really curious to see where they go.
The crowd is fired up. It looks like Hanbin is actually packing up, though, if I'm looking back. All smiles, though. Getting the credit that is due.
I mean, the crowd loves Hanbin, of course. Plays for the
Absolutely.
Dallas Fuel, of course. So here in Dallas, he has plenty of fans, and bringing it back here for Falcons. But really, if we take a time to review on that map as well, going into it, we said this is a really good hybrid map for Falcons. The way they're trying to play this game, and you saw the Crazy Raccoons. I mean, they were pushing the limits with their counter picks here. They were really trying, and ultimately, they couldn't force these weird heroes, and instead it was Falcons who looked pretty dominant throughout with their damage players, Jake.
Yeah, I think Stalker has been a player I've been watching all series, and when this guy comes out on Tracer, I mean, he just is unstoppable, right? Like, Shu is a monster on the Ana, and yet only a true predator can be hunting players like Shu down. Stalker's Tracer is where I really first grew to respect him and his incredible potential as a player. It's been his flexibility that's enabled the Falcons throughout this series, but sometimes you just gotta bring out the big guns, and the Tracer is just that when it comes to Stalker.
I know this is like a weird random throwback right now, but I'm having like flashbacks to like Prophet and Stalker Soul Dynasty lineups right now. And now we have this amazing grand final where Stalker, he is now in this position to play the Tracer in a grand final like Prophet used to do in the past. This has been an incredible matchup so far. And it does feel like Falcons, they regained some control, some momentum in that. But I do think that was pretty much tied to that pick. Kings Row being such a powerful kick, and now map pick is back in Crazy Raccoon's favor, and they have so many possibilities now for what they want to do next.
That's exactly it, because if you paid attention, obviously, now everything is back open again. They
Except
can't
the ones
play
they
the same maps again that we've already seen, but same map types, so that opens up a whole world of possibilities.
It's a very powerful map pick, but you've got to use it wisely, right? Because this is your best shot.
Yeah.
And one thing I think is interesting is even if we do go to a dive mirror, Falcons looked strong on the dive. Stalker and Smurf together on the Winston Tracer. That is a seriously dangerous duo. And so even if we do go to a dive map, I think this series is still very much in contention. All bets are off when it comes to who's going to win this.
And I told you during Kings Row, you asked me, what map do you think we're going to if Falcons win this one? And I said Ilios. I think Ilios will be the clear choice here for this team because you don't want to force... there's a lot of maps in the pool where you could cater to what we've seen from Crazy Raccoons, where you could bring out the far...
So the ones that were on was Oasis, New Queen Street, Kings Row, Gibraltar, and Junkers City. For some reason, because they're choosing, I'm going to say Midtown.
And now I think Ilios could be a really good choice. Apart from that, Jake, I'm not sure where really Crazy Raccoons would want to bring it besides Ilios.
I think there's a lot of options in the pool, but I like Ilios. I think that, for me, is the most interesting pick. Suravasa, though, remember how strong that's been. Looks like Ilios, though, will be the pick. So we're going to the live matchup. I think this is still in very much contention. I mean, Crazy Raccoon have been the team that wants to play dive, but remember, Falcons,
Gibraltar.
Yeah, they played Maga, and I think they've learned their lesson. On the true dive maps, I think they will be forcing the mirror. However, it's also a map with tons of cheesing potential. You know, we've seen teams go Rhine on Lighthouse, just hold down the point. We've seen Maga come out on Ruins, and so I still think there's a lot of strategic depth. This is the final test for Falcons. They have to pass it to stay alive in the series as Crazy Raccoon hungers to finish it.
I would say this to build up some hype. I think this is Crazy Raccoon's best chance at sealing the grand finals. If we go to map 7, I think the next map possible is going to be even better for Falcons. If Crazy Raccoons want to close out this grand finals, I think their best bet is right here on Ilios.
I mean, win or loss, like teams have made those maps look very, very close. I love that this is such a competitive final that we get to see. We do have a substitution once more. Of course, we already alluded to it. Hanbin packed up. Smurf is back in the mix. I love that Hanbin got a shot as well on quote-unquote home turf. Not really, but kind of, but not really.
In Dallas,
Yeah, but you know, like it's a bit of a throwback here. So yeah, obviously the fans were very hyped up about it. Smurf, he's been performing phenomenally for this team though. So it's not like he's gonna struggle here, as you said. They're fired up. They're ready to take this, and they're coming in confident by picking Ilios, knowing that they might be facing off against Dive now.
I want to see the Smurf Stalker, Winston Tracer Dab duo. I think we got to end this with some good, honest Overwatch. Or for Falcon's sake, rather, maybe not end it. Maybe keep their dreams alive. Give themselves a road back to a ultimate map 7 here. Ilios, so much pressure on these teams. Such an unconventional map. One of the weirdest in the control pool. So definitely going to really put the test on these teams. What sort of innovative strategies do they come up with? I think we're way past the point of preparation, Johnny. I think we're well into the territory of improvisation, and that's where the veterancy, the experience on these teams really comes into play.
And there is 2 players that we haven't really talked too much about on the Falcons so far. I think that Chio and Fielder could come in real clutch right now. I think on Gibraltar we saw especially, we talked up Stalker, we talked about Smurf, you know, looked really good holding down the fort in the front lines and in the kill feed. But Chio and Fielder, they have such insane chemistry in the backline, and going to a map like Ilios, they could come in clutch, especially, you know, you go up against Shu, we got Fielder versus Shu right here. This is going to be one of the duel for the ages. But this is a great map for the Falcon support players to step up and have their time in the sun.
What do you want to see them? How do you want to see the backline approaching this matchup?
Well, it's going to be really interesting, Jake, because, I mean, we did see Falcons commit to the Mauga, even on a map like Gibraltar, for example. And, I mean, especially on, like, Ruins, for example, that could be something where you try to force it. I might think we might see Lip even try to go Widowmaker on Ruins, because you have those long sightlines, and it's something that Lip does so extremely well. So we'll see how that matchup fares. You can play the close corners, for example. I think it's going to be real tough, but I feel like Falcons maybe learned their lesson, could be good in the dive.
I think we're in for a crazy one. All 3 maps, very, very distinct on Ilios, favor very different strategies. So even winning 1 round does not seal the deal here. You've got to close things out.
Let's see if they can take it the distance or not. Can Falcons tie up the series? Let's find out on map number 6 in 8, 7, 6.
Match point still here for Crazy Raccoons. Hanbin comes in off the bench cold, wins a map, subs straight back out. The team reinvigorated. Need to find the next 2 maps back to back to claim the trophy.
This is a team that you should expect to have the resilience and the grit to be able to get that job done. Smurf, Fielder, Chio, no secret and no strangers to being in these grand finals positions before, to know what it takes to win such a slobber knocker of a fight. But we've got some honest Overwatch on our hands, Jaws. It's Dive.
It's Dive, and it's a complete mirror, pure skill matchup here. No variations in the comps. Best Anas in the world. Some of the best DPS to do it too. He sang with a good first blood on the Stalker.
Can't let up just yet, because it's all about these backlines.
Fielder landing a cracker of a nade there, just lobbing straight over the top, and the follow-up from Smurf is just exceptional. Ooh. Speaking of nades, there's another one. My goodness, Team Falcons, they really want to take this to a map number 7.
And they're well on their way to be able to do just that. First capture of this point is going to go over to Team Falcons. Off the back of just some really good collapses onto Crazy Raccoon. Would beat them to the punch to be able to get there to the lighthouse first. He's saying is already so low though, and Proper snips it out.
He sank down, Crazy Raccoon. Still now playing all the way back. This is what you want, really early picks like this, just continually. Get as much free time as possible. Also not affording any of the DPS from the other side, a lot of ult charge either, and he's brawled. Well, Jumbin's what? 1 HP? Can he get away? I mean, he has to. At some point, has to get healed.
But it stalls their re-engage for even more time. All the while, Team Falcons have control of this point. They've got control of this game. Lip is looking for an opening to weave in this pulse bomb. But look at Proper doing the same.
Both Tracers forced to recall. Jumping on high ground. Double DPS ults might be a little bit of a problem for Team Falcons, but they end up using this nano boost first. Smurf playing a little bit more passive here, but knows he's got the Primal Rage in a couple of seconds. A Tracer duplication here from Hisang, as the point is currently being contested. Proper holding it down right now for Team Falcons. Forced to hit the recall and chased down by Hisang, but still, is he going to get the mega health back? Yes, he does! A stick on the wall! And there's the dupe, he's gone, but still Hisang finds the kill. Chio with a rally is going to keep the rest of the team alive on the point, and Stalker with a dupe. It doesn't matter, because Jumbin's got the primal, and he's already taken care of Fielder.
But even though that fight didn't go in their favor, there's still enough stall here for Smurf to try to get back. Had the opportunity to use the Primal Rage there to extend that fight even further, but Team Falcons got what they wanted out of that engagement. 81% capture progress on this first point. Still the Primal Rage at the ready for Team Falcons to throw into the next one. But Crazy Raccoon, they're now going to be on the defense having control at this point. So watch Lip, watch this pulse bomb. Where does he go?
Oh, another perfectly placed nade by Shu. Takes care of Fielder, didn't even need the Tracer in the end. Again, they end up trading extremely scrappy, but look, Falcon's already on the point, putting pressure down, forcing Jumbin back.
Oh, that Primal Rage, good enough to be able to poop away everybody. And even though Lip was about to get sent over the edge, Proper denies that environmental, just finishes up the kill regardless. 90% and counting here for Team Falcons on this first round. With Proper working up to a pulse bomb, this end might be in sight.
Who's there to touch? Jumbin looking like he's gonna. There we go. The boop, though, he's good. The boop is perfect.
He can't get there. He just can't get there. The break, the bash. The Winston unable to make it, and that's going to be the first round going to Team Falcons. This is what they needed. They want to extend this series out into a map number 7 with Crazy Raccoon still at match point. But you heard the desk. Jaws, it's not over until it's over, and this is Control. It can go any which way. So don't count Crazy Raccoon out of this fight just yet.
So I want to see that map number 7. Crazy Raccoons still sitting on match point. Blue fire lit up under Team Falcons.
I got ice cream.
They are ready and roaring to go. Same comps. Mirror dive.
Watch these backlines. Fielder, Chio for Falcons, Charling and Shu for Crazy Raccoon. Which one is going to go down first? Because with these Winstons, you're seeing that aggression go towards them, the supports, to take them out of the fight first.
You're almost hoping you're seeing a little bit of Roadhog here, maybe. A little cheekiness, but I'm more of a fan of Honest Overwatch myself. Crazy Crazy Raccoons with a nade. Did land, hit a bubble. Oh, but it's Heesang. Falls first again. Proper arch nemesis Heesang at this point in time as Falcons are there looking to cap again. Oh, good nade.
Super good nade. Means that Smurf can't go in and finish up those picks, so Chorong and Shu were able to get out with their lives. With this first point capture going over to Falcons, history may be repeating itself. Fielder looking at that Nano Boost. Shu's gonna have one up as well for this next fight, but look at Lip already with a pulse bomb and waiting.
Yeah, 99%, that'll do it. And there's the backline. Oh, post bomb goes wide. Not even a hit marker there. Still Fielder shrugging that one off. He's got a Nano Boost and he's got the backup required. Sleep Guard goes a little bit wide as Heesang is sent over the top, taking down
My God.
for the Nano. Now it's Heesang's time to shine. He's had enough of Proper in the sun.
They just barely made it.
Nano Boost allowing Heesang to have that extra damage.
They still might die though.
Pull it out with Stalker in that 1v1.
Proper getting hit pretty low.
Quite enough to be able to get him that duplicate.
Nope, he's back at max.
Will have it by the time that Team Falcons move back in, but Team Falcons, they're coming in with 5 ultimates to throw at this fight. An overwhelming amount of force to try to get this point back under their control.
And no Nano Boost from Shu is going to be really rough here. Chorong's rally is going to have to be perfect. You have to use it when you're super high HP as well, because if you're low, you're going to get focused down really quickly. Pulse bomb from Proper. Sports Jumbin. He does have Primal Rage if he needs to use it. Insta-pops it as soon as that Pulse bomb detonates. Double Tracer on the map now. 14 Falcons, Proper and Stalker hunting their prey. Looking for the back line as fast as possible. A free Pulse bomb too. Fielder hits the nade on the ground. And that will be Heesang. Not getting anything done. And Nano Boost deployed on the back line. But wait a second. Some tri-shots following Fielder. Back to the spawn.
There was 4 Tracers on the point at that one point. And look at this. Team Falcons able to get control for even just briefly as Stalker's able to get the better of Heesang, sending him all the way back to spawn.
I don't know, disadvantage. Crazy Raccoons, you're thinking they were going to fall there, but still, they burned so many ults of Team Falcons. They got nothing coming into this next fight. Lip is going to be a big difference maker here.
Yeah, but these Echoes can still have a lot of potency in these matchups. Look at where Stalker is going to be hitting from, all the way behind that building, and so much flexibility when it comes to his line of sight.
He's perma-marking the tank as well. Oh! Stalker already dead. And Lip still with the pulse bomb. Might not even need it. Team Falcons, they're still in control at this point. Rose. Chio and Jumbin end up a little bit of trade there, but Crazy Raccoon should be winning this fight. Oh, and we're going to almost 99 to 99 here as Team Falcons lose control.
Team Falcons, though, with this amount of time left, have 2 more attempts to be able to get this back in their control and win out this map and bring us into a map number 7. I would not be able to believe my eyes if we get a chance to go that far. But Crazy Raccoon, they're hoping that this Nano, this Pulse Bomb still yet they let rip from Lip's pocket will be enough for them to match this percentage and then some.
Nice damage there on Jimbin, but here comes
He's
the
so
Nano.
low.
Oh, the pulse bomb lands.
Damn.
It's going to take 2 with him.
Oh.
Double kill for Lip in the back line. Crazy Raccoons chasing Falcons now. Any kill here is huge for their percent bank.
Sends Team Falcons reeling as they figure out how they want to approach this next fight. But now that they've gotten so many ultimates out of Crazy Raccoon, they may just get a chance to use their own. Proper with the Pulse Bomb this time around. Stalker and Smurf both hoping that they're going to have the duplicate and Primal Rage.
He needs to hit the backline here, and he does just that. Chorong already dead, and now Proper can force the points. Both teams losing their points, but it is Lip killing Fielder. No support left for Team Falcons. Looks like we're going to a round number 3 here. There's a Primal Rage for Smurf, even a duplication here from Stalker. But what more can be done? Smurf needs some crazy amount of heroics right now to take down these beasts.
Oh my God.
All the stick from Lip. Is there nothing he can't do? Duplication
They're
kill.
still holding it.
And he's
They're
still
trying.
pressure in the front line, but a Nano Boost actually. A rally from Chorong and a sleep from Shu. What are you going to do about it?
Oh my God.
Third round in Ilios. Maybe deciding it all. Crazy Raccoon still on that match point. And Team Falcons fighting to keep themselves alive in this grand finals. We head over to Ruins, and Jaws, this is where things probably get the wackiest out of all of our points on Ilios. dive so good for both of these teams on well as Lighthouse. But Ruins, do we get to see some snipers? Do we get to see this wrecking ball? Junpin has been able to get the better of Team Falcon's strategy when it comes down to playing out these pocket picks, the Roadhog, the wrecking ball. And that's what we're seeing.
Yeah, he's rolling on the ball. No Widowmakers here. Proper on the cast. Little far play here from Stalker. Oh, changed his mind as soon as he saw the comp. Don't blame him either. Just jumping there to get an LOS of the Ana. Shu can play so far back as well, by the way. He's up on the Ruins right now where Jumping Morse was, just not on the other side of things. And his LOS there is just superb.
Able to grab the Mega, though, to make himself a little bit more healthy for the second re-engage.
They're being hounded down by Stalker here, you can see. He wants him there. Point unlocked. Team Falcons are capping right now. Crazy Raccoons need to stall this one out, at least for a little bit. No, is Falcons again capping first. Look at Jimbin go.
And the team looking for somebody to flatten.
Oh, proper. Moved into the enemy team, but that's exactly where he wanted to be. Shu's going to just die on the point there as Team Falcons handily now kind of dealing with this ball, which they were unable to do so on New Queen Street.
So much easier right now when you've got this Cassidy playing a little bit closer to that ball as well. Big target for just letting that clip empty into that character. The Hinder Nade as well. Gonna slow down this mobility available to the Wrecking Ball. So Team Falcons keep firm control of this point as they start to look at ultimates of their own. This Kiriko being so influential to deal with these big nanos that are coming through from this Ana.
Double DPS ult for both sides almost, as Slipper is nearing that pulse bomb. Duplicate available from Heesang is going to be deadly. Double tracer time here for Crazy Raccoons. Oh, there's going to be a lot of pulse bombs, a lot of explosions, and a whole lot of death, I would imagine. A nice little slam there from Jumpin as the pulse bomb is thrown in by Heesang. A little miss, but it's okay. I'll just earn myself another one. A sound barrier comes in to help Heesang stay alive in the copy. It eventually runs out as Proper is focused down. A little high noon, a pulse bomb thrown in by Lip, and it actually ends up killing Fielder. Team Falcons are just standing tall on this point, refusing to go down.
Lip gets a big pick there on the Fielder, but Fielder's going to be able to switch step back into this fight pretty quickly. They get those Crazy Raccoon, they get the flip.
Onto Heesang. They managed to get the flip exactly right, Rose. A small re-engage there with the nano boost. Sent Team Falcons careening back to spawn. Oh, a slam kill onto Stalker too. Touch the spawn door challenge complete.
But this is where the Wrecking Ball becomes even more potent. Because Team Falcons, they had control first. They were able to play from that defensive position. But with this Wrecking Ball getting some time to set up, with the mines as well, Team Falcons, they don't have too many avenues in which they can ingress onto this point.
All these mines are going to be deadly too. Prop's going to have to save this roll. Jumping not going for the slam there. He's going to now swing in, waiting for Team Falcons to get back to the point. A slam onto Proper, but Fielder is already dead. Once again, Lip finds the perfect pick, but it is traded by Shu. He sang on a nice
no.
They're just peppering away at Proper. He ends up going down, and they've got another fight yet.
Well, I'm quite...
The edge, letting the Archangels take him as Team Falcons go for a reset.
Reset, and
Like,
this might be their last chance as well. That
I'm
Cage
quite
Raccoon
surprised to see
value there from Smoke. So he's gonna
watching people play
wants to be able to go dive
Echo and
when the onus is right now on Crazy
Farah
Raccoon. They've got so many ultimates. They
a lot
might be able to
more.
close out this grand finals here and now.
And so far, they've been fucking killing. Both teams are fucking great.
Oh, but he goes down. A little right click from Smurf there. Oh, almost getting the right click on the Echo too, but he's saying replacing that tracer roll with a duplication. A pulse bomb from Stalker, trying to track down Junpin, or at least tries to, but a little extra health there.
Oh my god.
Sound barrier, but a chase onto Shu.
This needs to go into like game 7.
Nearing 99%. He's saying laces down Shio, and they might have just done it. Stalker needs to find something dirty here to get back into this fight. A pulse bomb in his hands, but he's all by his lonesome almost as Lip cleans the field.
Look at that Shu coming in with the nano too. This might just be
No, yeah, no. Oh no. Oh no.
Even the devil looks away in disgust. Smurf gets back in just in time, but this might just be it.
Nope.
And Crazy Raccoons have done it.
Crazy Raccoons won.
And just like Alexander the Great, they can wait because because they have nothing left to conquer.
They. There it is.
Third time.
I haven't even seen chat. I haven't been looking at chat.
Not once, not twice, but 3 times against this roster. Team Falcons put up such a fight to get here in the end. With their own upset in the winners finals over Crazy Raccoons to send them careening. But it all comes down to that final map. What a show, this Raccoon roster. They just can't be stopped.
They were beaten down once in the upper bracket, but they are Asia's #1.
They.
2 main stage titles, and now the title here at the Dallas.
They for real fucking just got beat hard.
Best in the world.
Ain't no fucking way. Like they.
This team is just unstoppable. Unbelievable. What a sight to behold. Crazy
That's a nice looking trophy though. I ain't gonna lie. That's a pretty nice looking trophy. They won that. They won that fair and square. They were fucking killing it. That was a hell of a game though. It could have went fucking 7 matches.
So many individual picks, so many individual plays from everybody on the lineup. It's hard to really pick a player of the match here because Crazy Raccoons, I mean, literally anybody could have shown up big there. I mean, Lip on the Tracer, I mean, the Wrecking Ball, everything thrown at Team Falcons.
The fucking Roadhog pick though. Like, oh my god.
It was just a team effort at the end of the day, even though we have these individual performances that we can highlight and pinpoint as the reason where Crazy Raccoon were able to get it done. They still had to work together at the end of the day. Whether it was the dive, whether it was the Mauga, they stand tall above the rest. And with so many amazing, just surprise picks coming out of the pocket of Jungkook, maybe that's the player that I look at right now.
Well, I think we're going to have a word with everybody down on Danny on the stage with the winning team. Danny, take it away.
Justin Neckler, thank you so much. DreamHack Dallas, give it up for your OWCS Major Champions, Crazy Raccoon. All right, I'm gonna start with you, Shu. I mean, you guys had a long day. It was back-to-back matches. You guys started day off with a loss, but you guys pulled through, and now you guys are the champions. How are you feeling? 자, 일단 우승 너무나 축하드립니다. 오늘 굉장히 긴 하루였어요. 이제 뭐 첫 번째 패배로 시작을 해서 경기를 3개나 뛰시고 또 뒤에서 말씀하신 것처럼 굉장히 힘든 하루였지만 또 끝까지 열심히 해서 우승을 한 것 같습니다. 지금 소감 한 말씀 부탁드릴게요.
일단 오늘 되게 힘든 하루긴 했거든요. 왜냐면 저 오늘 스타벅스 초콜릿 크로아상 하나 먹고 지금 이렇게까지 하고 있는데 지금 토도 나올 것 같고 솔직히 상대 8군이 준비를 너무 잘해와가지고 처음에 좀
Keep saying keep yapping because of the fucking thing here. I believe only got like
I mean, it definitely was a very hard day.
what
I
sprays?
only had 1 chocolate croissant in the morning. I really don't feel
A spray?
good. But it was definitely a hard match.
No, I got 2. Okay. I did not get anything else. That literally tells you. I did not get any of that other shit.
Give it up for Shu one more time.
Like they fucking.
Fantastic player. You were absolutely amazing today.
They fucking killed it.
To your fans who are watching you right now. 자, 준비 선수 오늘 너무나도 굉장한 모습, 굉장한 퍼포먼스 너무나도 감사드리면서 어떻게 지금 보고 계신 팬분들에게 한 말씀 부탁드릴게요.
일단 오늘 상대방이 너무 잘해서 진짜 위험한 하루였는데 결국에 우승해서 너무 좋아요. 감사합니다.
I mean, our opponents were a very good team. They were very scary, but I'm just very happy to get the win. Thank you, everyone, so much. Jubin, everybody, give a round of applause. Right. 자, 두 분 다 옆으로 잠깐 가시면 됩니다. Right? I'm gonna pull you guys to the back. I have them back because we have a very important announcement. Because now it's time to reveal our MVP. Who do you guys think is gonna win? I'm hearing a lot of names. Coach, who do you think is gonna be MVP? MVP 누가 받았을 것 같아요? Heesang. Well, let's find out who is our Porsche tournament MVP is. And our Porsche tournament MVP goes to Junbin, everybody! Junbin! Junbin! All right, Junbin. I have a couple questions. Can you hold this or? 네, 알겠습니다. 감사합니다. 자, okay. I mean, you're the MVP. Did you expect this? Did you expect to be MVP? 자, MVP까지 받으면서 오늘 굉장히 좋은 하루네요. 어떻게 지금 소감 말씀?
너무 좋아요.
He says he feels really good. Yeah. All right. All right. Coach is saying he should get the car as a prize. I'm sorry, we can't. Maybe next year. But we do have a special gift for our MVP. Junbin, here is your MVP. This is Porsche Garmin Epix 2. It's a very expensive watch. This is your gift. Everybody, round of applause for Junbin. 굉장히 고가의 시계입니다. 아쉽게도 뭐 차는 아니지만은 그래도 잘 봤고요. 네. What are you gonna be using this watch, or are you gonna give it to your parents? What are you gonna do with the watch? 자, 이 시계 받으셨는데 뭐 어떻게 하실 건가요? 이거를 뭐 차실 건가요? 아니면은 부모님한테 드릴 건가요?
제가 사겠습니다.
Junbin says that he's gonna be wearing the watch. All right, Junbin, thank you so much. Everybody, one last time, give it up for your champions, Crazy Raccoons. Thank you guys so much. Back to you, Zoe.
Thank you so much, Danny. Huge congratulations to Crazy Raccoon. What a performance. Playing 3 matches in a row, coming into the grand final with an advantage for that first map. And yet they take it the distance, the tenacity, the mental fortitude it takes, and of course the talent to make this one happen, Jake, unmatched.
Such a challenging matchup. I think everybody at home knows how difficult it is to play tank into Mauga, but Junbin made it look easy, masterful on the ball. Absolutely ridiculous on the Roadhog with the flexibility, the durability to endure an incredibly challenging day. So well deserved in my eyes.
I mean, what an incredible lengthy performance through 3 series to play at this incredibly high level, to come in here in this grand final to play all these different heroes, the Roadhog, the Wrecking Ball. I mean, this was instrumental for this team because this was a Crazy Raccoon team that couldn't face Falcons in this Mauga Mirror. They had to find the alternate solutions. They had to play around the very well-respected Falcons lineup, and they did it in such an extremely incredible fashion. Junbin, what an amazing performer here, earning himself the Porsche Tournament MVP. It couldn't have been anyone else, really. He sang, honestly, everyone deserves props on the team, of course, because it was just an incredibly well-fought series here. But wow, Crazy Raccoon, so many storylines here. Liv as well. I mean, now Liv is seriously in the GOAT conversation, of course. That's one of the best of all time. What an incredible series, what an incredible finals here at the very first OWCS Major.
Yeah, and of course, with an APEC team coming out on top, that also now secures a spot for the Thai team, DAF, at the EWC, which is, of course, congratulations are in orders there. We can't wait to see them in action at the Esports World Cup. Make sure to tune in for all that action. What a day it's been. Any last thoughts here, Johnny? Any final things you want to send people on the way with?
I mean, this Overwatch event, the magic is still there here in this ninth year of Overwatch esports. What an amazing weekend of Overwatch. I couldn't be any happier.
It's a beautiful game, Zoe. It's a beautiful game.
It's a beautiful game.
It is, with many beautiful moments we get to share with all of you. Of course, this was not the last of us. Stage 1 and 2 are done. This was our first major, but there is more to come. While OWCS, of course, is going into a short break, there's plenty of action to keep up with, so make sure to tune in for all the Calling All Heroes action, for the EWC, for the Face It League coming up in just a week or two. So lots of stuff to follow, lots of stuff to cheer on and support. For now, though, it is time to say goodbye to everyone watching at home, and of course to everyone here in the crowd. Thank you so much for sticking with us. It's been absolutely incredible to share this experience with all of you. But for now, it's time to say goodbye. Thank you so much, and we see you again very soon.
The guy's like, oh, hi everybody! He just fucking waves. That was fantastic. I'm like, hello. Like, brother, what? Oh my god, that's hilarious. All right. Alrighty. I'm just gonna end it. We'll end it right here like this, watching this. I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna hop off. I'm gonna chill. Y'all, I'll be live tomorrow. And I hope to see you all tomorrow. And I'll be playing Overwatch. Alright. I'll be playing Overwatch tomorrow. I'm getting distracted. I do apologize.